Okay.
Briefly.
Do you need to pull this down?
Down here in a minute.
Okay, we're trying to make sure that they can hear the audio coming out of my computer. Technology, man, this is spectacular.
Okay. Cool. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I am doing great. We're here in Dallas, Texas. It was 85 degrees today. It felt like 90. I was sweating terrible. I wished I was in California.
Yeah. So where in Dallas are you located?
We're just north of downtown Dallas. We actually have two main campuses. I'm at our men's facility, Calvert Place, 60,000 square foot facility where we have about 300 to 350 guys.
Wow.
And then we have a Union Gospel Mission Dallas Center of Hope, our Women and Children Center. We're about 120 women and children there in a 40,000 square foot facility.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, so having fun. Unfortunately, we need all that space.
Well, that's the truth.
How about you guys?
We're doing well, man. Like we're in Visalia, so we're about 2.5 hours. We're almost right in the middle between LA and San Francisco.
Okay.
So we're in the what's called the Central Valley. So
so you're in that's that pretty area, right?
Yeah, it's all farmland. We're in what's called they call this like the Bible Belt of California. Cool. It's funny because like if you're from outside of California, all you know about California is that those folks are crazy, right? Because like San Francisco and LA, like there's plenty of crazy going around. Well, in the middle is this like beautiful like Central Valley part of California that is just so like you can literally pick this part of the state up and you can move it to Oklahoma or Michigan or Texas and it would fit right in. Like I'm not kidding, it would fit right in.
Yeah, I think that's not too far from Fresno, right?
Yeah, we're about 45 minutes south of Fresno.
Yeah, we had a board meeting there and I drove through there and quite frankly, to your point, I saw all the crosses on buildings and different things and I had to make sure I didn't make a wrong turn and end back up in Texas.
How do I do that?
But how are your conversations going?
They've been great. Is this your first year doing this?
Well, this is, Citygate's first year doing this with the 70 different organizations. We did a test run in January with about 15 organizations to try to, just work the kinks out of this. So this is everybody's first year to have this 24 hours conversation on the bench where we're talking to key leaders, both in our local communities and across the nation, just to draw attention to the poor and the homeless.
Yeah.
So I'm just honored to be able to spend some time chatting with you and kind of trading notes and seeing if the things that we're seeing is what you're seeing and quite frankly to just encourage each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully get a pointer or two.
Yeah, listen, it was so fun for me because I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I grew up just south of Fort Worth. And I went to I graduated from Dallas Baptist University. And so when they were like, hey, where do you want to talk to anybody else? And I was like, yeah, I want to talk to the guy in Fort Worth or the person in Fort Worth and the person in Dallas. Like, let's find out like how things are going back home.
Well, that's cool. Well, here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, things are going well. And you probably remember from back in the day, Texas cities are extremely competitive.
That's true.
Now, we kind of play fair with Fort Worth because we're about 30 miles in between us. But it's on like popcorn with Houston.
Yeah.
And Houston is trying to solve all of their poverty and homelessness, and we're doing the same. Our numbers are, if you talk to the service providers, we'll say they're still ticking up. Our continuum of care says it's, probably in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Well, in Dallas, in Dallas and Collin County, they'll say it's about 4,500 homeless.
Yeah.
If you talk to service providers, we say it's 10,000 plus.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So,
the pit count's never
really
correct.
count.
It's always like half of what it really is.
Right. and they're doing a good job, partnering the different organizations in the city. But it seems like you solve a situation for one person, and 2 or 3 new ones show up.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been the last couple of years. What about with you guys?
Yeah, so I've only been here. I've been at the Visalia Rescue Mission for about 3 years, and so we're a city of about 150,000, and so we're much smaller than you, obviously. And we've got, we counted. My city counted last year about 513 in our point in time count. But the same thing, like we have a warming center that opens just for 3 months during the winter, and they served over 900 unduplicated, and so it tells us like, hey, we're missing some folks in our count, right? And so we're the exact same as you, like, hey, we counted this, we know it's twice that at least. And so for us, like, the challenge in California is, I would imagine, that some of the same exact challenges that you're seeing. We're seeing a real increase in drug use. Fentanyl is a plague on our city, and honestly on our country. It's highly addictive and cheap, and dangerous. We've watched folks, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well. We've watched folks die outside on the sidewalk. Or it's the wildest thing. Hit 3 hits of Narcan, come back from the dead with the ambulance there, and he'd be like, "What? No, I wasn't using." And they're like, "Yes, you were. Like, you were dead a second ago." Okay. And it's just
lost your volume somehow.
Oh no.
Not sure what's going on.
Oh no. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
Oh no, I didn't touch anything.
Oh, I got you now. I don't know what it is.
Oh no. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm not touching anything, so I hope that.
Okay, well, this technology is strange.
Man, you're right about that.
But, yes, similar things here, and actually kind of talking to some of the people we minister to, they're pretty much saying the same thing. Fentanyl used to not be that big in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but it is getting more and more prevalent, and people that are on the streets are saying, yeah, more people are ODing, more people are dying. Marijuana, crack cocaine, other things are being laced with the fentanyl.
Yeah,
because
that's the
so
challenge.
Cheap. Yeah, so sure we have to worry about those situations.
Yeah, we've got we've talked to some folks that are like, hey, I don't understand. Like I can't stop using this. Like I thought I was using meth, and I can't understand why I can't stop. And then you test, and they're like, hey, you're positive for fentanyl, and they're like, I've never used that, but it's being laced in that, and they had no idea. And they're like, well, no wonder I can't stop. Like, I'm taking this other substance that I didn't even know I was taking.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah. We've got to, I think really go back steps. Been chatting with a lot of people, and we think, we focus on the poverty of the homelessness, but think that first, real level of poverty is that poverty of relationships.
Yeah.
And then when you lose relationships, when you lose your support system, with hyperinflation that a lot of people have been talking about, et cetera, people are just one step away from potentially being homeless.
Yeah.
And if you're homeless, if you're struggling, if you're hurting long enough, you're gonna try to self-medicate.
Yeah, you're gonna medicate somehow.
It's not. I don't think. That is just me. There could be that exception somewhere, but out of all the people we minister to, not one person has said to me, when I was a little kid or when I was a teenager, my goal was to become an addict.
No, not one.
There's a story behind them. Something happened, and they may have gotten addicted to something. There was some breakdown in that family structure, typically.
Yeah.
And then they ended up in some circumstances and situations where they were exposed to some things, and they became an addict. But it's and it's not like they said, I'm going to do that.
No, I was just talking to a couple, and they were talking about how the work of the rescue mission was so personal for them because they had a family member who had gotten injured at work and then started taking pills that were prescribed to her, and then got hooked, right? And that then lost her job, lost her home, and then ended up on the street and couldn't kick it, and then they lost her to an overdose, right? And it started as something as like a legitimate, like, hey, I got injured at work and I was prescribed this medicine and I could not stop taking it. And like that poor woman didn't wake up going, I hope I get hurt and then I get hooked on opioids. Like, that's not, like, that wasn't her thing, and so, but that's tough.
Yeah, one of our chaplain's caseworkers who's working on his master's degree at Criswell College. You remember Criswell?
I do.
He was a MMA fighter.
Wow.
And he said through his fighting, he had an injury, and he got hooked on meds, and through that ended up on crack and etc. and went to prison.
Wow.
So, with all the opioid crisis and those things, many people got hooked on drugs because they were told that OxyContin was not as addictive as other opioids, which was a lie. They just made money off people.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of different challenges out there that if we address those things, it can make things better.
Well,
but it starts with those relationships.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how you guys are, like, how are you addressing that? Like, how are you guys, we're talking about the relationship piece, right? Like, hey, how are you proactively, what's your model? Like, how are you guys seeking to kind of bridge that gap?
Our basic model, like yours, I'm sure, is a Christ-centered approach. And we do an assessment of everyone that comes in. We've kind of borrowed that HUD self-sufficiency matrix, and we added a faith-based component. And I'm sure similar to you, we're going to love on you and try to minister to you, whether you're a believer or not, whether you join our discipleship program or not. But we're just going to go tick down through from your income, your job skills, your health, your education, your legal status, etc., and try to help you work through all of those circumstances and situations and get to a point to where you can have a livelihood and move back to self-sufficiency. And we're going to start trying to build community in the mission, and then hopefully eventually through our churches and other relationships. We partner with different churches that have mentoring programs. One of our major churches just agreed to take on 33 of our guides with one-on-one mentoring with men from their church.
Nice. And
really walk through that process, acknowledging, whatever circumstance or situation that we're in, however old you are, that's how long it took you to get in that situation.
Yeah.
So it's not going to end overnight, and that's okay. But if we do life together, similar to a lot of our churches do, they'll have, small groups, community groups, where you do life together and build that community.
Yeah.
So if I'm thinking something crazy, I can talk to you, Michael, and you can kind of not tell me what to do, but say, hey, have you considered perhaps trying this? Yeah,
like, are you sure that's really that's the way you want to proceed on that? Like, I mean, that's exactly right. I think, for our model, it's really similar, right? Like, when you come into our recovery program or even into our shelter, like, one of our main objectives is we want you to feel known, right? Like it starts with you just with you feeling like, hey, we love you, we see you, like God created you, and you are worthy of honor and dignity, and we acknowledge that, and we bestow that upon you, even if you don't bestow it upon yourself. We're going to put it on you until you believe it about yourself.
Amen. Say, don't think I'm Ross Perot since you're from this part of the town. Of the country, but I'm gonna pull out a chart on you. You remember those?
I do. I love it.
See,
you said Ross Perot.
If Ross Perot worked in Union Gospel Mission Dallas,
Oh my
he'd have a
gosh.
chart like this.
Dude, you're cracking me up. I wonder how many people on our live stream even remember
Oh,
Ross
and
Perot.
see, there's a problem. And people are in crisis and then they come in and they're hopeless.
Yeah.
You know, they need housing, daily essentials, they lack community, trauma, poor health, addictions, limited skills, mental illness, inadequate parenting, financially impoverished. You know, the women and children need child care. And guess what? We got those situations going on, and there's a solution. Look at there. You see Jesus Christ right in the middle. We real good at food, shelter, chapel services, Bible study, counseling.
Yeah.
And all the way around, these are community partners from PNC Bank, Goodwill, the Omni Hotel, the Oasis, Abiding Fathers,
Yeah.
Right Now Media, Metro Care, Humana, The Haven, man, In-N-Out Burgers, that's from your part of the country.
Yeah, it is.
North Texas Behavioral Health. We partner with them to minister to people. So anybody that will let us work with them, that's what we do.
That's it, man. I mean, it really is about just realizing, like, hey, we cannot do this work by ourselves.
Right.
You know, that was one of the first messages. When I got here, I spent the first 6 months of my time at the Visalia Rescue Mission going around town going, hey, I'm Michael, I'm the new guy, I'm really nice, let's be friends. Like, let's be friends.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like
I
just
spend about 50% of my time doing that.
yeah, and just saying, hey, look, like we cannot do it by ourselves. Like, you know, it takes a community of people coming together to solve what is a extremely complicated problem that has not one but a million different solutions, because there are a million different versions of that problem by the individual. Right? And so, and it takes all of us, right? And sometimes we've got the best answer, and sometimes partner organization over there, they've got the best answer. And I couldn't care less who gets the credit for solving that, for helping that person. What I care about is that person getting help, right? And when you stop worrying about getting the credit and you start worrying about serving the people, and then all of a sudden things get real clear, real fast.
Oh yeah. I agree with everything you said, and I'll just add another little piece that I'm sure you agree with. God has the best answer.
Amen.
We offer up our service, and I know for me, we fall short. We're far from perfect in anything we do, and we're amazed with what God does. And I just really believe people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah.
And once people know we love them and we're sharing the love of Christ with them, and we're trying to help them, then they can let their guards down and allow you to help them in other areas.
That's exactly right, man. That's exactly right.
But man, we're gonna be good new buddies. I can't wait till the next time I'm in California.
Yeah.
I will give you a warning, but I'm gonna come by and visit, and
you should. I hope you will.
Fellowship and see, because I always learn something.
Well, I'll probably hit you up
place
too.
I
My
go.
son actually still lives. My son still lives in Grand Prairie still, after he graduated from Dallas
Okay.
Baptist.
Well, next time you're down,
I'll hit you up.
please let me know, and if I'm in town, we will for sure have lunch or something,
Yeah.
and give you a tour.
Hey, before I get off, can I pray for you in your ministry real quick?
Absolutely.
All right, let me.
And I'll. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, Father, thanks for your love for us. God, you are sovereign over all creation, including Visalia, including Dallas, or the folks who are experiencing homelessness here and the folks who are experiencing homelessness there. You know and see all things, and you are desperately in love with them all. And so, Father, I just pray for Bruce and his ministry, God, that you would just shower favor and provision. Jesus, that you would help meet their need in every possible way, beyond their expectation and beyond their hope, Lord, and that you would bring revival. Lord, that that revival would spring forth from their men's campus, from their women's campus, and that salvation would come in like a wave, and that it would take off from their campuses into their communities, and that lives would be changed. Jesus, you get all the glory. We give it all to you. Thank you for the work that you're doing and for the privilege of doing this work together. I just pray your blessing over Bruce and his team. Would you hold them up, encourage their hearts, and support them as they do this critical work in Dallas. I bless them in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And Heavenly Father, we want to lift up Michael and all of his staff there in California. Lord, he said he's in the Bible Belt in California. And what a blessing, what a calling to minister in that state. And everything that he prayed for us, we pray for them, and just look forward to hearing about the wonderful things that you're doing in and through their ministry. We pray that the rest of their conversations, the next 12 hours or so, well, probably 14 hours or so, are fruitful, and that someone in his community will plug into this live feed and want to get involved in that great work that's taking place. We ask all this in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Bruce.
God bless you, brother. All right.
It was a pleasure meeting you, brother.
Don't look funny and act like you don't know me when I call and say I'm gonna be in town.
All right, man. It was a pleasure meeting you, brother. We'll talk to you later.
All right. God bless.
You too. All right. Bye. Okay. Are we back on? I left the breakout room. Was that the right thing to do?
Recording in progress.
Okay. Super. That was so fun. I was super nervous. Oh, that's so bright. I was actually kind of nervous about how that was going to go, but that was so fun. Yeah. Let me turn off my camera so that they don't have to watch me do my conversations the whole time. There we go. Awesome. Okay, looks like Miles from our live stream has a question. It says, is there an organized group of county/city officials or law enforcement agencies, mental health, social workers that meet to discuss systematic solutions to solving and reducing homelessness? Yes, there is. There's a couple. There is a homeless task force that meets once a month. I think it's once a month. I'm pretty sure it's once a month. With a bunch of different agencies, health agencies, government agencies. Noah Whitaker, who was here earlier from Department of Health and Human Services, he leads up that group, and they meet together. So they meet, and they're constantly working together to try to solve those problems. Additionally, there is a case manager roundtable that we host once a month here at the Rescue Mission, where about 70 folks from different organizations come for that very purpose of going, hey, how can we work together more effectively? Also answering the question of, like, one of the things that I think is so awesome about it is they may go, hey, I've got a client that I cannot serve. We've got whatever reason, we're not the best fit. Is there anybody here that can meet this specific need? And because there are so many people from so many different organizations represented in that room, somebody's going to raise their hand and be like, hey, I could probably help that person. Let's put them in contact. And so, I can tell you that inside of Visalia and around Tulare County, that there is absolutely a concerted effort to work together across agencies. I made some real effort to try to get a bunch of those folks here to this conversation. We had Shirley Kluver here. We had Noah Whitaker here. Susie Ward's been here. Just some folks to really demonstrate that there is a broad community of care that the Visalia Rescue Mission is a part of, that we are not the only person in this town doing the work, that we are a part of the solution, but not the only person doing this work. We cannot be everything to everybody. And so because we understand that, we want to be good friends with the other organizations. And so they meet once a month, and we're also a part of those conversations and working to be a part of that as well. I think I see Lance back there.
What's up, bro?
Lance, come on in. So joining me now, Lance Ainsworth from Gateway Church.
What up, dude?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I feel like I'm on the Dr. Phil show.
It's not nearly as much fun.
It's not?
Yeah, no like paternity tests or
Better. You are the father.
Yeah, you are the father. Take me outside. How about that? You know, or whatever that nonsense
Oh
is.
yeah, I forgot about that girl. She was crazy.
Yeah, she was
She's probably
crazy.
a millionaire right now.
I think she is, actually.
Yeah.
Anyways, well, how are you, brother?
Maybe we should reach out to her for the rescue mission.
Maybe not.
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you're doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing awesome. Glad to come out here and.
I'm so glad you said yes.
Yeah, show you support, man. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, dude, if the director's gonna come out here and sit on a bench for 24 hours, what I can do?
24 hours, brother.
Yeah. What gave you this idea?
Well, it wasn't my idea, and so
Okay.
this has been happening. It's been happening for a few years. Like Matt Dildine up in Fresno
Okay,
has been doing this for a few years,
gotcha.
and he this last year really he got more engaged. So the rescue mission's part of a larger kind of network of, it's like the Association of Gospel
Sure.
Rescue Missions is now called the City Gate Network.
City Gate.
And so
Okay.
Matt got super involved with City Gate, and so he said, hey, look, let's do this thing across the country. So today, like 100 rescue missions across the country
that's cool.
are all doing this for
Yeah.
the exact same 24 hours. And so like on the East Coast, they started 3
Yeah.
p.m. and I started at noon.
Oh wow.
Like I just got off a Zoom call with,
Oh, so that's another guy that's doing it.
yeah, he was in Dallas.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so he was
I was
the,
wondering because it's like late there. I'm like, what's this guy doing?
yeah, he's the executive director of the Union Gospel Mission in
So
Dallas.
you zoom in other guys throughout the night.
Yeah, so I've got him, I've got Matt up in Fresno at like midnight,
There you go.
and then I think I've got Fort Worth
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
You need like Red Bull shots out here, man.
Yeah, I've got a caffeine like plant caffeination plan, whatever the right word is.
Sure.
That starts about 4 a.m.
Oh really?
Yeah, because like the news is coming at like 6
Oh,
or
dope.
5. So whatever it is, I just need to be like, it's like, it is.
No.
They warned us. They were like, hey, listen, the unfortunate truth is that when you're at your most diminished is
Yeah.
when the news is going to want to come and talk to you the most.
That's perfect.
And I was like, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I feel like you should like have your shirt off. You know. Just-
Yeah, the list of things that my team has come up with and like entertaining ways to like make 3 a.m. fun.
That's awesome.
Everything from like a blow up dinosaur comes in, like or a 3 a.m. talent show. I have no idea. Like I don't know where they landed,
Oh wow.
and so we'll see.
Well, they just might not show up at all, and you're gonna be like,
Well, no, there will be some people.
there
here.
will be some people here.
Yeah, that was like my wife's and all of my children were like, Dad, is this safe for you to do this thing? Is it safe for you to be out here all night long? And I was like, it'll be fine.
Oh, that's Visalia, man.
It's fine.
What could happen?
It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's cool. We've had, one of the guys that works at the men's home is at Gateway, Anthony.
Oh, really? Oh, Anthony Busso.
Yeah. And
Love it.
so he's invited Greg, another guy, Roman, just guys that have been coming to church.
Nice.
And dude, it's been great.
Dude, that guy
Yeah.
loves Jesus like crazy, man.
Anthony?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
What a guy.
Yeah, he's got a crazy testimony.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, just how the Lord totally rocked his world and was a rocker, and
Yeah.
and he's out here just loving on these guys.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, it is an unbelievable thing for me to like get to watch men and women come to the rescue mission and experience this really specific call to like step into positions where you go, wow,
Yeah.
like that job's not glamorous, but you're killing it.
Yep.
And shelter is one of those, right?
Yeah.
Where those guys are like, talk about like front lines, like right there.
Yep.
You know, the stories coming out of they're like, man, we're seeing guys saved. We're seeing
awesome.
like demons cast out. Like we're seeing miracles up in here. Like it's awesome.
Let's go, man.
And they're all like front line, like right there seeing it. They're in the guts of it.
Anthony's the right guy for the job.
Exactly. So so God knows what He's doing. We call guys like him, like Anthony.
Yeah.
We're talking about you.
What up, bro?
We got like
You should come sit down over here, man.
he calls people just like Anthony to come
Yeah.
and like do that work, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's awesome, man.
yeah,
Well, we thank you for being in Visalia, answering God's call. Meeting tangible needs.
Yeah.
It's a great witness, man, and we appreciate you.
we appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about like, so what I mean, I know because we talk,
Sure.
but they don't necessarily know.
Yeah.
I'd love to, can you share a little bit about like the relationship that Gateway has with
100%.
the Visalia Rescue Mission, and what your heart for, to see how what your vision is for
Sure.
your church to kind of impact the homeless or the broken or the poor or the addicted. Like how do
100%.
you see Gateway in that kind of space?
Yeah, I think it's not just Gateway. I think it's the kingdom of God. Jesus came and he didn't come to the rich and the famous. He came to the margins of societies and met tangible needs, and to the people that weren't seen as powerful or influential or special or spiritual or religious. And so I think we see you guys just as an extension of the kingdom. One of the things that we like to say at Gateway is we want to network with people that have a unique call and speciality instead of trying to reproduce it. And so so we love networking with the Rescue Mission because they're highly trained, professional individuals who we want to volunteer with, not just send money, but volunteer. We've done several things like on campus at Gateway, coming here. I know, thinking of Kathy Brown and others that volunteer.
For sure.
Anthony, of course, people that are just, we want to be involved and engaged in the game as well of helping people. So I think what the Rescue Mission's done well for us is it's really given us an opportunity to be the hands and feet of Jesus. And to invest in. I think it's really important. I think meeting needs in our hometown, we can send money across the world. I think that's important. But just as important is meeting needs right where we're at. I just came from our Thursday night service, and so we're looking at Philip and Samaria, and the funny thing is the first time the gospel goes out of Jerusalem, it's not through an apostle, it's through the person who was taking care of widows.
Love it.
And so it's ordinary people. Like this idea of evangelism is ordinary people. And when Philip goes to Samaria, he's preaching the word, he's doing miracles, he's casting out demons, and it said joy filled the city. And
awesome.
I think the convicting thing for me, even reading that, and is that our church, the kingdom of God, the people, are we bringing joy? The joy of the good news, the joy of meeting needs, and so would Visalia be different if we weren't here?
Wow.
So and that's some ways maybe, and maybe other ways we need to engage more. And
interesting.
So
boy, that's a look in the mirror and go, yee.
But you guys provide that opportunity, we provide joy and hope, and for those that really need it in difficult circumstances. And I think one of the things I love about the Rescue Mission too is I know they're meeting tangible needs, but also the mental health, the whole, like the holistic person, and I think that's a beautiful thing, because we're all human beings created by God, and the physical need is just an avenue to reach the spirit, reach the soul. So
I love Gateway's approach, because it really is like, it's a picture of the body, right? Like it's like we will never be the church.
Sure.
It's not what God has called the Rescue Mission to be. And so like, in fact, like we have those conversations internally, like intentionally, like, hey, we are not a church. We are not the church. Like we want to encourage our residents and the folks in our recovery program and our shelter to plug into a body of believers, right? And so like we cannot be, if all you're doing is just getting what we provide, then you're missing out, right? And so like we can't do what you do. And I love that you guys are like, look, like there's really no point in us trying to do what we do. And so like I love that. Like I think that's how God wants it to work sometimes. Where we just go, I'm a hand, you're a foot, like and that's brilliant. Like God's, and I've said it so many times today, like the beautiful thing I think about the kingdom is like,
I just don't want to be the intestine.
I mean, look, if that's what I'm called to be, like, fine. But I think like the beautiful thing about the kingdom, right? It's
Yeah.
it's Ephesians 2:10, right?
Yep.
It's the good work that God prepared beforehand for you to do, right?
100%.
So the good work that He's called you to do is critical to His kingdom, but
Yeah.
it's different than the
Yeah.
good work that He's called me to do,
Yeah.
and good work different than the good work He's called Anthony to do, or Gustavo, or whoever,
Yeah.
right? And but it requires all of us to walk in obedience to accomplish His purposes fully,
Yeah.
right? And so,
Yeah.
yeah, I just love it, man.
I heard this story. Mutual friend of ours, Tim Nightingale. Hey man, good to see you. Are you up next? Are you up next? Are you sitting down next?
I hope.
Oh, okay.
I think he is.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll keep this short. But Tim Nightingale, he married a Armenian gal, Noel, and he was talking to me about the Armenian genocide that happened in World War One, and 1 to 1.5 million Armenians were killed by Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, and he said that him and his wife were invited to bring reconciliation between the Turkish pastors and the Armenian pastors, and
Oh my.
so they go into his wife's Armenian. He's a white guy, but the Armenian pastors were scared to go because their congregations didn't want anything to do with Turkish pastors because they believe no Turkish person could be a Christian after killing that many people.
Wow.
That they weren't real believers, and so he's invited into the space, and the Turkish pastors ask for reconciliation. We apologize on behalf of our people and what we did to you, and the Armenian pastors are like, yeah, about time, you know. And then so Tim's wife Noelle goes to these Armenian pastors and says, are you guys going to respond? And they're like, no, what are we going to respond? He's like, well, reconciliation takes two parties, you know. And so so he's like, well, I'll think about it. So then he prays about it, and then comes back the next day and he responds, you know, of we let go of wanting vengeance, you know, because there was literally a pastor in their camp and said, well, if they were really sorry, then they would let us kill 1 million Turkish people. Like, dead serious. You know, if you want to make amends, then let's eye for an eye. And
oh my gosh.
but anyways, the big idea was, you know, the gospel transforms our identity.
Yeah.
You know, is how we see people.
Yeah.
You know, and I think for what you guys do, you see the value in people, image bearers of Christ.
Yeah.
You know, and so you know that was very challenging. Just I heard that today, and
That's interesting.
Trying to figure that out.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Yeah.
You know, I got somebody asked. My wife was sitting down here earlier. Man, she was grilling me.
Oh, nice.
Like I wasn't prepared for that. Like I invited her to come so I could ask her some questions. She was like hitting me with all the hard questions.
What's it like being married to me? Just kidding.
Yeah, you know.
Do you know how lucky you are?
Yes, you know, so lucky. You know.
Cool, man.
But one of the questions was like, hey, how is like doing this job? How has it like impacted or changed your faith?
Oh, wow. That's a good question.
You know, and one of the things I said was like, it really has simplified my faith in so many ways.
Yeah.
In that, like, when Jesus said like, love your neighbor as yourself, like, you know, when they asked him, what's the greatest commandment?
Yeah.
And he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength.
Yeah.
And the second one is like that. Love your neighbor as yourself. Like, all of a sudden, like, doing this work made me go, hey, I'm just going to take him at his word and go, I'm just going to love my neighbor as myself. And if I can start there, everything else feels like it just gets so much easier.
Sure. Yep.
And so secondary.
Yep.
And so when Jesus says, hey, like, that's the most important thing, and by the way, this thing here is just like that. Okay, then I should pay close attention to that.
It's a good filter.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, like, yeah.
Dude, you're rocking it, man. I don't know how you're still sitting here. So that cushion.
It's because I got I brought the
Is there a
cushion.
seat warmer in
They
there?
warned me. They did. They warned me. They were like, bro, bring a cushion.
Hey, love you, man.
Hey, thanks for coming,
Bless
brother.
you,
I
bro.
appreciate it.
Hey, yep. We'll see you around.
All right, see ya. Thanks for coming. All right, who's next?
Good to see you too.
Okay, Gustavo, you got to put his name on the board before he comes up. Oh, come on, brother. Yeah, I'm going to share the cushion.
I recently had back surgery. So.
Oh, Steven! Oh my gosh, I didn't even recognize you. I wasn't, like, the light was in my face.
Well,
I got your message. Of course.
I know. I was
Come on.
wrong. I didn't read the note, and I'm sorry to steal your cushion.
No, I'm happy to give it up for you,
Oh,
man.
Thank you. Oh.
I know who this is. This is Stephen McLean, my good friend.
Yes.
I couldn't tell with the light. Like I was like, who is that guy sitting over there?
Well, he's your brother in Christ.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Stephen McLean. Stephen, I know a little bit about you because we've met a few times.
Yeah.
Tell everybody on the live stream more about you and your history with the rescue mission and what brings you down today.
Well, actually, I didn't read all the way through your message, so I thought you were going to be sitting on a bench on Main Street or something. So I walked all of Main Street, Locust and Court, and then I went home and I thought, what did I do wrong? And then I went on the website and I went, oh, I'm dumber than I thought.
Well, you got your steps in, right?
I got more steps than I needed.
Than you needed,
This morning I woke up with so much pain in my back. I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out. But I took, some medication, so I was able to swallow my pride and remember to read all of them.
Read the whole email. I am super guilty of that as well. I've been known to do that a time or two myself.
My walk began when I was 9 years old, and I was at a Baptist camp, and I was sitting in the very back, and the gentleman that was leading the program said, if you want to receive Christ, walk up the hill and there's a chapel up there, and someone will meet you. And so I felt like it's time to go.
Yeah.
And so I walked up the hill, went in the chapel, there was nobody there. And I just thought, well, I'm going to wait. And finally, turned out my cabin counselor walked in and said, Stephen, are you here to receive Christ? And I said, yes. And so, and like I said, I was the only one. And so we got on our knees and we did so. Said the sinner's prayer, and something immediately changed in my head and my heart and my spirit.
Wow.
So much so that at the end of the camp they asked around the bonfire, and there's 150, 200 kids there, does anybody have anything to share? And I immediately got up and walked in front of the fire, and I just started giving a testimony.
Yeah.
And so that was the beginning. My father was saved in a miraculous way. I don't know how much time you have, so
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So,
well, I could spend 15 minutes on that one story. And
tell me, like, I would love for them to hear, because you've been involved with the rescue mission for a long time,
yes.
And I would love to hear some of those stories, and like how you got engaged with the rescue mission, like what brought you to the rescue mission, all of those types of things.
Well, I was already teaching around town, lecturing in a number of churches, and a gentleman who was on the board approached me and said, hey, how would you feel about attending a board meeting with me and maybe teaching a class? And I said, okay. And so I went to the board meeting, and that was when all we had was the motel.
Yeah.
Right back there. That was it. And immediately they said, well, yeah, we need some new young people, because this was quite a long, this was 4 decades ago. And so I I said, yeah, but I said, my real interest is teaching. And so I was meeting in the motel at 6 o'clock in the morning, and that went on, and then our vision for the future started to materialize and catch hold of not just those here that were working and volunteering, but within the community. And we started a more dynamic community outreach. And the next thing we did was we bought that land right there.
Yeah.
And there was nothing there. It was just an empty lot with an oak tree in it.
Huh.
And we said, well, what do you want to do with that? Well, we could build a bigger facility with a bigger kitchen and showers and well,
yeah.
So you knew what happened. And after that, we realized that there's no limits on what we can do here if people, I hate to say buy into it, but
Sure.
Engage.
Yeah, get behind it, support it.
Yeah, get in it. And so we started focusing on other properties, expanding the ministry so that it wasn't simply an overnight destination. And but of course we continued chapel teaching, although it could have been in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I did. But then we went on to buy this property here and then have the chapel up the street. And I became not just a chaplain, but I knew the past directors all the way through. And I one day suggested that we develop a volunteer chaplain training program, establish some standards, and that focused on it has to be Christ-centered, it has to have scripture, and well, excuse me, I have to back up. Pray before you even determine what you're going to teach.
Yeah.
So that you know exactly what God wants you to do, because
Right.
He'll tell you.
He'll tell you. Yeah.
And so Christ-centered scripture, and it can be Old Testament, New Testament, focused on a specific topic, or just a group of scripture from New Testament or whatever, that, and you prepare a sermon, if you will.
Yeah.
But you know, not so in depth that it's going to be hard for people
Sure.
to receive. No church, if
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Yeah, keep it clear.
Keep it clear, simple, yeah. And so I did that for 37 years,
Wow.
and then I don't want to get emotional here, but it was one of the most fulfilling things in my life. I love to tell people about Jesus and about the good news, and that God loves them more than they can possibly imagine, always has, always will, no matter what.
Yeah.
And it gets through many times. What was, and you'll understand this, I would spend a few days prior to teaching either at the chapel or the academy or both, and I'd get this really great idea. It's my idea.
Yeah, sure.
And I would type the whole thing up, and it was all good to go, and I was like, wow, Steve, that's pretty good. And then God would say, Stephen, that was for you.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
well, what do you want me to?
Yeah.
I wasn't following my own directions. And so he'd say, this is what I want you to do, and this is what I want you to say. And I'd immediately redo the whole thing
Yeah.
and get up, and then I know you've experienced this. I know Lance, who just left
Yeah.
here, has experienced it. He's a wonderful teacher
Yeah, he is.
and just a great man.
He's a good dude.
And, yeah, I love him. And so I would get up and I'd be in the middle of teaching, and I didn't have very much time because towards the end they cut it down to like 35 minutes.
Sure.
And the Holy Spirit would be talking to me, and he's saying, I want you to say this. And I was ready to do something else, and I went, okay. And I'd include it
Yeah.
and emphasize it, and no matter what, every time when I finished, maybe it was only one person,
Yeah.
would walk up to me and say, how did you know?
That was for me. Yeah.
How did you know that was for me?
Yeah.
And I go, well, I didn't know it was for you.
Yeah.
I just knew it was for someone.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how joyful I am that you received it. And tell me your story.
Yeah.
And so then I'd spend
Yeah.
time.
Let's
with
start
that
talking
person.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of my history, but it transitioned so that it was God's chapel. It was never mine,
Yeah.
or even the rescue missions for that matter. It was a place that we provided and knew that it was a place to celebrate God
Yeah.
and Jesus Christ and receive the Holy Spirit. But it was always God's place. And what I try to tell people now, that oftentimes they say, I just want more of the Spirit. I want more of Christ. And I'm going, do you know that you were always in the heart of God?
Yeah.
And when you received him, he didn't dole out a snack cracker.
Yeah. A mini portion. Yeah.
No, you
You got the wholeness.
You got the whole deal.
Yeah.
And as much as you spend time with God, he's always there, and he's always here.
Yeah.
Always there, and he's just excited as he can be to spend time with us.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that's what you were looking for.
Well, yeah, I just, you've got a real heart for this work, and you've been around the rescue mission for a long time.
I know, I love it,
Yeah.
and I want back in.
Well, we're working on it.
I know. I know. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think one of the things I'd love to hear from you is, because you've been involved with the rescue mission for so long, how have you seen kind of homelessness in Visalia change from when you started 38 years ago to today? Like, how's it changed over the years?
Well, there are other ministries as well as ours, but most of them are focused on food, and some with shelter, and there are some that actually have a Bible-based program
Yeah.
to try and help these people. And I believe that Visalia is a blessed and chosen place in this part of the valley to reach out and and do it in a way that we don't try to say, this is a doctrine, or this is a standard, or what, you know. All we have to do is tell them the truth.
Yeah.
And the rest of the work is the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to say, Lord, do with me what you will.
Yeah.
Isaiah.
Yeah.
Or Jeremiah. What, and that's kind of what it takes, is literally, whether you do it physically or
internally.
is getting on your knees and saying,
I surrender.
I surrender.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a revival, and it's not just here. It's happening not nationwide. It's happening worldwide. There are Christian movements even inside Iran and China.
Yeah.
And you name it.
Yeah.
God is really stepping up, because the enemy has increased his activity, but he's never, ever going to be able to overcome God's intentions and desires. So I see it here. I'm seeing it all over. I get 400 publications a day on my phone. I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I believe you.
Yeah, and some I don't want to read.
Yeah.
Except I can see the influence that the enemy is peddling.
Yeah.
And making it all about, it's all about you.
Yeah.
You determine what's the truth for you.
Right.
You be your own God. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Never has.
Nope.
Never will.
Never will.
But I'm excited right now because I'm seeing change in the midst of so much enmity and animus. People hate other people because of a church they go to, or a religion that they engage in, or politics. And Michael, what could possibly be lower on the moral and ethical platform than politics?
Yeah. Love your neighbor. That's it.
Exactly.
Love your neighbor.
Exactly. And I'll just say this last thing,
Yeah.
because I know you want to limit me. Otherwise, I'll talk all night. Well, I will.
I know. You're okay. Yeah, I just got a couple of guys waiting, that's all.
Okay. I had a very difficult time about a decade ago. And I literally had a breakdown because of what some people did of evil intention. And it shook me so bad that I lost it. I went from 185 pounds and working out was, I know it's hard to imagine, but
you were healthy.
I was very healthy.
Yeah. Fit.
And yes, and I dropped to 134 pounds.
Wow.
And my doctors were telling me, Stephen, you're going to die. And finally, Janet said, Stephen, don't die on me.
Yeah.
And that was my wake-up call.
Yeah.
And then as I began to get healthy and eating again, and for a time I couldn't even go out of the house.
Yeah.
That's how broken I was. And finally one day, in my office, I got down on my knees and I said, God, I need to forgive everyone, not just the people who did this to me, but everyone, all the time, forever, for the past, for the future, for everything. And I'm amazed because this weight, literally, I felt it just lift
Come right
clear
off.
off of me. And I was like, oh, that's all it took,
Yeah.
was me stopping the bitterness I had for people who'd done some bad
Yeah.
things. And I didn't know it. My wife was down at the bottom of the stairs to my office.
Yeah.
And she's crying
Yeah.
because she knows. But God doesn't, He didn't give me just that gift.
Yeah.
He gave me a better, or one to go with it. I love everyone,
Love.
all the time,
That's great.
everywhere.
He replaced the bitterness with love. That's That's beautiful.
And forgiveness. So, and
Amazing.
So I'm free. But God did that. And
Awesome.
that's, other than Christ's sacrifice, and my wife, the woman that God chose for me.
Yeah.
They say that angels walk among us. I married one.
There you go.
And so I have nothing but thanks.
That's amazing. Awesome. Stephen, thanks for coming, man.
Well,
Thanks for spending some time with me, brother.
God bless you.
Bless you.
I hope I didn't hurt your hand.
No, it's a good grip. You're still fit. Don't let me tell you anything else. It's a good
Hey,
seeing
brother,
you, brother.
I love you.
I love you, man.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
It's my pleasure.
All
You
right.
can have your pad back now.
Thanks. Hey, we're gonna take 5. Okay. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Oh, no thanks.
So, Michael,
Yes, sir.
how did I do?
You did great.
Okay. Am I going to be in the movie?
In the movie. You were already in the movie, brother. Are we back? All right, we're back. Hey, I feel like every single time I come back from a break, I need to say this out loud. Like, the thing that we're doing out here is having dialogue. The Conversations on a Bench is about having conversations and dialogue around the topics of homelessness and poverty and addiction. It is not in any way a simulation of homelessness. You know how I know that? 5 seconds ago, I literally just went and I had access to a clean bathroom where I could use the facilities and wash my hands and heat up my lunch or my dinner. And that is something that our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness do not have. We sat here, we talked to a couple of women that were part of the street medicine team, and I can tell you that this is going to get real challenging in the morning when my brain is like slowing down. And they were talking about the challenges that are involved with not the basic necessity of not even having access to a bathroom. And so that is a clear reminder to me that, like, hey, our folks, our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, they do experience real challenges. And having access to a bathroom is one of those. So every time I take a break, I feel like I just need to draw attention to that. The other thing, we had a question on Facebook. Let me find it. Somebody sent it to me. Jeff on Facebook wanted to know if we had a driver for the new vehicle. Yes, we do. Jeff, thanks for asking. Douglas Power, not Powers, Power, is the first member of our outreach team. And so Doug was on our live stream earlier in the day, and he is going to be driving that guy around all over Tulare County and Visalia, providing services and hopefully engaging with folks who are experiencing homelessness where they are and proactively providing services to people where they are. And so, yes, so we have a driver, and his name is Doug, and he is the perfect person for that job. He is somebody who came through our program. He graduated. He worked in our kitchen for a year. He's gone back to school. He's a straight A student while he's getting his, I always get it wrong, but it's essentially a drug and alcohol counseling program that he's in, and he's killing it. And he is, we offered it to him, and he graciously accepted the position on our program team, and he's going to be leading the outreach effort. And so, yes, so Doug will be driving that guy for us, and that's who the driver is. Okay, next up, Steven, come on down, brother. It's good to see you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Okay, Steven, how are you?
I'm doing actually really good. I got accepted to a college, and I'm actually leaving this Monday.
Are you? Were you? Okay, listen, I apologize. Were you in our shelter or in our program?
I am in the shelter.
In the shelter. How long have you been in our shelter?
I have been in the shelter for 2 months now.
Okay. And are you from Visalia originally?
I was born in Oklahoma, but
okay.
I was put up for foster care when I was 1. So my adopted mom and dad, they adopted me, and then 4 years ago, my adopted dad passed away due to COVID-19.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
And basically my life went downhill very fast from that. I got into drugs and alcohol, and it was a dark time for me, and my mom ended up telling me that I think it's time for you to leave. So I was at my friend's house, and then that didn't work out, so I ended up coming here. And I'm very appreciative for the shelter because it gave me a bed, it gave me a shower, it gave me a bathroom and stuff I can use to clean myself.
Yeah.
And I'm really appreciative of that. It's been a lifesaver, and it's definitely changed my life. I've been clean for a month and a half now.
Attaboy.
I've stopped using.
Nice job. Congratulations.
I've stopped using everything, and I feel amazing.
Like brand new.
I feel like a brand new person.
That's amazing. And so you're leaving, when did you say you were leaving?
I'm leaving this Monday.
This Monday, and where are you going?
San Diego.
San Diego. And so tell me more. Like, I want to hear the whole story. Like, where are you going? What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to San Diego Job Corps, and I'm going to be doing part-time welding and part-time electrician. So,
Dude, that's sick. I'm so excited for you.
Me and my brother, we went to a VTech high school, which is an ag school, and I took shop class, and it made me love welding, and it made me love electricity and stuff like that. And so I found out about Job Corps through the teacher, and he recommended me there. And so the past 2 months I've been applying, I've been calling, I've been doing everything they've needed me to do. And last week I was at the library, and I got a call from my mom saying that I was accepted to San Diego Job Corps.
Nice.
And
is that where your mom lives?
No, she lives here in Visalia.
Okay.
So since I was homeless, they decided we're gonna give it to you for free. They're gonna pay for my school. They're gonna pay for my trade.
Praise God.
They're gonna pay for me to go fly up there.
Wow.
So.
Seriously. Dude, that's amazing. What a blessing.
I knew this was a blessing from God, because my life was, I've been struggling for the longest time.
Yeah.
I'm still battling depression with the loss of my dad.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever get over that, because he was a major part of my life.
Yeah.
But like I said, this place, it's definitely been a blessing from God.
Yeah.
Like, all the people in there, they're super nice, they're super friendly. Doug is hilarious in
Doug's
there.
legit, isn't he?
He always makes us laugh.
I'm telling you, man, he's one of a kind.
And I just love James and Anthony, because when we go into class, they always start off with like a joke or like something funny, and they talk about how to use these skills in life and how to make yourself calm down. And these skills are stuff that I've been looking for, because I have ADHD and bipolar.
Okay.
And it's been helping me through so much, because when I was in high school, I was always the troublemaker. And I would always get myself in trouble with fights, whether it be with people, verbally.
Yeah.
And now that I'm using these skills, I use them every day. And it's skills that I know I'm always going to use.
Tell me more about the skills. I want to hear about the skills.
They were teaching me some grounding skills, which I knew a little bit about, but James taught me a very cool one. It was count 5 fingers. It's 1, what can you hear? 2, what can you smell? 3, what can you see? I'm getting the last 2. 4, what can you touch around you? And then 5, what colors do you see? And every time I get mad, or if I get frustrated, I just go up there, play some Christian music, and I would use my grounding techniques. And it would work like that, like an instant.
Just to like get you centered.
And it would just get me centered, and my frustration or anger would just be gone away.
Wow. Dude, that's amazing.
I feel like this place was a huge blessing, and I thank God that he led me here, because without this place, I know for a fact I'd be on the streets using and
wow.
Probably not being up to no good.
Yeah.
And I've made some really good friends in there that I know I'm gonna miss when I go to college.
Yeah.
But I did have one question though.
Sure.
I wanted to know what your goals for the Visalia Rescue Mission are, and how can I help you achieve those goals?
Well, that's a great question. I have so many more questions for you, but also, all right. So my goals for the rescue mission. Boy, I have so many. I mean, like, but honestly, like the goals they all basically like come back to one thing. Like I want the rescue mission to be most equipped and positioned in a way to do the most good, right? To be able to provide exactly what you needed for as many people as we can, right? And so, in understanding that like everybody has a different need, right? Like what you need is different than what he needs and what he needs, right? And be able to come alongside you and go, hey, how can we help?
Yeah.
Right? And provide. And like that's such a beautiful story. Like that, I'm gonna love that forever, because it really is. Like that's exactly how it's supposed to work, right? You come, you have a safe place to land, and to imagine a different future, right? And then pursue it. And so like that's exactly. And then do you mind me asking, like, while you were like, were we able to help you with that? Did our case managers or anybody, did they help you with the Job Corps thing, or how did that, or was that?
It was just something that I was working on alone.
Okay.
I was talking to my case manager about it, and she told me to pursue it.
Yeah.
And so ever since then, I've been pursuing it very, very hard.
Yeah.
I've been going to the DMV, getting my ID,
Good for
so
you.
I can take pictures of it.
Just taking care of your business.
Getting my social security card, getting my Medi-Cal and everything they needed.
Brilliant.
The only thing that was a little weird was the background check.
Yeah.
They said they ran it through the FBI, and I was really scared about that.
You're sweating it?
And I was like, whew, through the FBI, that's something.
Yeah, that's legit.
that's a little scary.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I knew that I had a clean record.
Yeah.
Because I may be dumb, but like, I'm definitely not that dumb to go break any laws.
Sure.
I was raised as a Christian my entire
Yeah.
life. And when I was told that was happening, I was like, very interesting.
Yeah.
So it took 3 weeks for them to run my background check.
Sure.
And as soon as they said that I got it back, I was like, I'm in.
Let's go.
I'm like, they're going to accept me any day now. And then the next week I got the call saying that I was accepted, and I was like, praise God.
Dude, that's so awesome. And I love that you're pursuing like a trade, right? You know, I was just I read an article just the other day, and they were talking about how in the next 5 years, not the country, but just the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
Just the Department of Defense in the next 5 years is going to be looking to hire 600,000 welders and electricians.
Wow.
Just to maintain their current equipment.
Yeah.
Not to build anything new, but just to maintain. And that there's a critical shortage
Yeah.
of skilled tradesmen. And so like, you know, I think I'm such an advocate. Like, I'm such a fan of trades because it's such a legitimate pathway
Yeah.
towards financial stability and financial freedom. I'm so excited for you. Dude, that is fantastic.
Yeah, my brother, he's been in a welding trade school for the past year and a half.
Yeah.
And I found out that he's been making almost $5,000 a week just by being an apprentice.
Yeah.
And I was shocked when I heard that. I was like, that's money right there. That's
a lot of money.
That's a lot of money that
Yeah.
you can use to start a life. And I was so proud of him.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, congrats. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then when I told him I got accepted to Job Corps, he was like, yes. He's like, that
Nice.
means we can weld together. I was like, eh.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not as good as a welder as you, because
Yeah.
he's made some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Not yet. You're not. Not yet.
he made a cactus just out of metal, and I think it was like 5 feet tall.
He had to start somewhere too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he had to start somewhere too.
But he was naturally born a welder.
That's awesome.
Like, he was messing with welding when he was 12,
Yeah.
and I was so shocked.
Wow.
I would walk in the garage and he was welding all day, and I'm like, you ever gonna come inside to play video games with me?
He's like, no, I'm welding.
He's like, that's exactly what he said.
Wow.
He's like, I'm welding, I'm having fun. I was like, okay,
That's awesome.
I get that.
He just does what he's.
Yeah,
What he loves.
He's naturally a welder.
That's awesome. That's cool. Well, hey, listen, I want to tell you, like, you said something earlier, like, about your dad, and you're like, hey, I don't know if I'm ever going to get over it. And like, I'll tell you, I lost my dad, I don't even remember how many years ago, 15 years ago. And like, it gets easier, but
Yeah.
it
The pain never goes away, but
it's like your world changes,
yeah,
right? And it becomes this thing like there was this thing, and now it's not. And I remember feeling like the world just feels wrong,
yeah,
you know. And so, it was awful,
yeah,
genuinely terrible. And then a little bit by little bit, it got a little bit easier. And you know, grief is not straight. It's not a straight line at all.
not.
And so, you know, random things will like still, I mean, it's been all these years, random
Yeah.
things will like still hit me sometimes, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
That are trying to tackle this very problem as fast as they can.
And we're trying to do it together as a
Yeah.
community.
I don't know what that was.
I wonder why the city's got no money.
Does anybody? I think they took care of that on their own. Here, I'm just gonna mute. There we go. Sorry, that was weird. Anyways, dude, like I just look. I want to say it's super normal,
Yeah.
and what you're going through is like really, really normal.
I don't think it could have. It happened at the worst time too. It was my first day of freshman year. I was just about to walk into class, and me and my brother, we shared a first period,
Yeah,
and I didn't have a phone at the time because I didn't think like I needed one.
yeah,
And he got a call in class, and he said, "Hey, we're gonna go home right now." And I was like, "Is everything okay?" And he said, "Our dad just passed away, and we need to go home."
wow,
And as soon as I got home, I felt like I was in a dream because there was ambulances, there was cops.
Wow.
I walked in the door, and I saw him, and I'll never forget it.
yeah,
It hurt because
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going on, and all my family were crying. They were all outside, and I stood there just shocked in disbelief, seeing that a godly man that took care of me for 14 years
yeah,
was up in heaven. And I was like, at least he's with God,
yeah.
because
Wow,
he was a major Christian, and he helped me become a man of God, and I'm proud to say that,
yeah,
because he's been there for me throughout my 18 years of life, and I know for a fact he's never left my side, which feels really amazing.
Yeah.
Even through the toughest times, I
and
would
the bad
go
choices.
in the bad
Yeah,
choices.
yeah, he was there. He never stopped loving you, man.
I would pray to him, and he would always answer, and I'm very glad that I got to know Jesus when I was young.
Nice.
Like last year, for instance, I was baptized on September 30th,
Praise God.
and as soon as I was baptized, I was like, whoa, like it felt like I just got,
Nice.
there was just a light. I was seeing everything, and I was like, wow,
That's-
this is cool.
that's
I
awesome.
feel like a new person,
Nice.
and I'm just glad that God's given me a place like the Visalia Rescue Mission to give me everything that I needed,
Nice.
and it's truly a wonderful place. There's really wonderful people. The food is amazing.
I know.
I'm not gonna lie. The food is amazing.
The food's legit.
They know how to cook.
Yeah, they do.
That's some good food. When I first got here, I was like, whoa, that's some good steak.
Nice.
I was like, I can't cook for nothing. That's something I'm really
Yeah.
worried about in college. I'm probably just gonna be living off of peanut butter jelly sandwiches. Who knows?
You'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. But it's truly been a lifesaver here.
Man, I'm so happy for you. Really proud of you. Can I pray for you?
Yes, sir.
Let me pray for you. And then, dude, that's so encouraging. Just fantastic. Let me pray for you. Stephen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Father, thanks for Stephen. God, you are so good. Thanks for the way that you have protected him through this season. Through the challenging season and the bad choices, God. Thanks for bringing him to the rescue mission. Thanks for this new opportunity that you've opened up. Lord, I just pray for your blessing on him, that as he heads to San Diego, that you would bless him, that you give him the ability to focus and to thrive. Lord, I pray that you would bring around him a group of friends that would encourage him, that would encourage his faith. Lord, that he would find you and that he would pursue you with his whole heart. Lord, I just pray blessing over him, that he would thrive absolutely, financially, academically, relationally, spiritually, Lord, in every way, that you would meet him there and that he would be blessed. Bless him as he goes, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Dude, I'm happy for you, brother. Congratulations. Thanks for sharing that.
Sir.
Thanks for coming over. That made my freaking night. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, thanks so much, man.
Yes, sir.
Here, can we hug? Appreciate you, brother. All right. Dude, that was awesome. That's what it's about right there. Okay, up next. Tim, come on down.
Hello, Michael.
What's up? This is Tim. Tim, introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi, I'm Timothy Brannon, and I'm from the Life Change Recovery Program.
That's our residential recovery program.
Yes, sir.
And
it
how
is.
long have you been with us in recovery program?
I have been with you guys for I joined last month on the 29th, so it's the 9th. That would be like 11 days.
Yeah. Oh, you're like brand new.
I'm brand new.
Okay. All right. So I have two questions for you. Number one is the important question. I really want you to tell us your story. And number two, if you don't mind sharing your story.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And number two is, do you mind if I eat my dinner while you tell your story?
No,
I don't want to
sir.
be rude. That's why I'm asking you. You tell me no.
Sir. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for being open to that.
Yeah.
Because I'm super hungry. Tell us your story.
I joined the shelter like a year ago in October, and in the same month that I had joined the program, I had also stopped doing my drug. Like I got a year chip, which was like on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're sober last couple days ago?
Last October, yeah.
Boy, nice.
So
that's awesome. Congratulations.
thank you. It's been a journey for me since I came to the program. Since I came to the shelter, or when I did go to the shelter and move to the program, it was a lot. It was kind of hard for me. You know, I went through some tough times. Battling, being able to talk. I'm not really good with communicating, so having conversations with new people, because I knew whenever I came to the shelter, it's not gonna be long until I was gonna get friends, but I was scared, you know. I had trust issues. Before I came to the shelter, I had major trust issues with everyone because of, you know, it was sorry, my bad. It was it's
Hey, you're doing great. The fact that you volunteered to come on camera and talk to me when you're literally telling me how you don't like to talk to strangers is like the coolest, bravest thing I've ever seen. You're killing it. Keep going.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. It's like one of my fears, you know, talking like to on camera. It's hard. I get used to that right now. I didn't have a good relationship with my father, and like my mom had passed on February 11th at 11 a.m.
This year?
No, this was 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah.
And are you
Sometimes even I forget, but I don't forget like the pain. You know.
Of course you don't.
I always remember that day.
Are you from Visalia or
No, I'm originally from Hemet.
From where?
Hemet.
Where's that?
Hemet is 4 hours away from here. The last time I remember, I moved to Sangard. They said 4 hours away. I was like, okay. So I'm guessing like Sangard and Visalia aren't that far away. Like it's
okay.
like 4 hours away from. So I'm originally from. No, wait, 4 hours away. I think it's like 5. So, but I moved around everywhere, so it's hard to keep track.
That's fine.
Because I didn't stay in Hemet, but I just I moved to Visalia because I thought my life would be better. It is. It's better than my childhood. I mean, it's definitely not the best that I got. There were some good times, but there was a lot very bad times, and yeah.
Okay. Hey, listen. I want to say this out loud. I'm not asking you to say anything that you're not comfortable saying.
It's
At
just hard
all.
to get the words. You
Okay.
know, it's very hard to get the words out that I want to say.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. So, so you came to shelter initially about a year ago?
Yeah. Initially a year ago, and I miss. So, one thing I can say, whenever I came to the shelter, I was scared. Do you know who Mrs. Vera is?
I do.
She was the first person I met. And I was scared, I did not talk, and so a woman came up to me, a strange woman, I did not know, which wasn't Miss Vera at the time, it was a strange woman, and she was trying to talk to me. And then Mrs. Vera pops out of nowhere. She was like, hey, you got anywhere to stay? Do you know where to go? Do you know do you know what to do? And I was like, all these questions, and I just didn't know, and but she started slowly talking to me after she realized my situation. She saw that I was crying, I was scared. And so I wasn't really much of a talker, still aren't, but she made me open up, and she told me what exactly to do. So I came to the shelter, and then there was like a guy that I met there that became one of my good friends, Anthony Torres.
Okay.
He's a really good guy at the shelter, and he opened me up to being friendly and also annoying at the same time.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I want to tell you, I just got a message that Andrew, who I guess you guys were in shelter together, wants to say hi to you and that he is proud of you. I don't know who Andrew is, but do you know who that is?
I know.
Great. He's proud of you. And hi. Andrew, thanks for reaching out to Tim. It meant a lot to him.
Hi, Andrew. It's really good seeing you. I mean, I haven't seen you in a while. I wonder how you are, but it's really good seeing you. I mean, I can't see you, but it's a camera.
We're connecting. We're still connecting. You see us, and we know you see us, and we're grateful that you reached out to him. Okay. So you did shelter, and now you're in program. You just moved into program.
Yes.
And how's that going?
Well, I can honestly tell you that I didn't know I realized how much of a cook I was until everyone started calling me a chef. And I was very baffled. I was like, well, my dad was a chef for over 20 plus years, so I guess I picked up a couple of things. And my old roommate was also a culinary student, so I guess I learned a couple of things of, knowing how to cook. But whenever I went to the program, all of a sudden it clicked, like something in my brain. All of a sudden I was able to cook and stuff. But that's not the only good thing about the program. I got started work therapy.
Yeah.
Work therapy. I started in DC. I started doing bailing, where I would cramp boxes or bags of clothes and shoes, and I guess that's called credentials, which is it was really cool to be able to figure out a new machine and give me work skills.
Yeah.
And then I went to yard work landscaping, and I got a cool boss named Mark.
Mark's great.
Mark's great.
We love Mark.
Really great. I love Mark. So he's a pretty cool guy, and he's one of the best bosses I've ever had. So he helped me out a lot to figure out like what because DC wasn't really the best thing I was good at, but then whenever I got to landscaping, I was like, oh, I know this.
Yeah.
I know these tools. I know this. I know the weed eaters. I know the lawnmowers. I know.
Sure.
Like that's very easy tools to use. So whenever I got used to that, and like I picked up very fast. He was very impressed how I picked up quickly.
Nice.
So, and the classes helped me with. To learn more about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and to learn more about my mental issues. Like I didn't know I had so many until I got asked like a lot of questions that I was like I didn't know that could be answered. That could be questioned of me, like asked. And so today I went to therapy, and it was very interesting for me. because I haven't had therapy since, I don't know, like middle school. So it's very interesting for me. And they help a lot with mental health. And I'm very glad that the program has those capabilities of being able to help with mental health issues and being able to help you find your work skills.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting.
Good. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Okay. And you're in 11 days into the program.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're just getting started, brother.
Yeah.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Does it feel a little overwhelming?
It can be. It can be at times, like having to be like an open book. Like you, of course, whenever you come into class, you have to come like ready, book, papers, and then there, of course, is questions where you have to answer in class. It's very, I feel overwhelmed by it, but at the same time, it helps me be able to open up more because it has anger management classes, and there's therapeutic art, and which right now we're doing mask, about what we see, what we want people to see in the outside, and what people want to see like inside, what people don't see inside.
Yeah.
Which I have my mask in there if you want me to show you, but it's pretty nice.
You can go grab it if you want to go grab it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go grab it. Come right back. Listen, the fact that he's even talking to us is amazing, because he is very quiet, and he wasn't kidding when he says he doesn't like to talk. He was at our men's conference, and he wouldn't talk. He would only write things down on paper. And so the fact that he's like stepping out of his comfort zone, I'm so proud of him.
So
Okay, so show us the mask.
this is Heath Ledger Joker, which, okay, so in the beginning I had actually just blacked out, and I was like, you know what, I just want to do a cool Heath Ledger Joker face. But then whenever I thought about it, I was like, well, I always feel like I think people think of me as a joke sometimes.
So the outside is how you think people
I think people see
you. Okay.
So I think people see me as a joke because I'm still maturing, but there are times where I see people and I feel like they're judging.
Okay.
Which I don't think they do on purpose, or sometimes I feel like there are some people around there that do look at me as a joke still because they don't take me seriously because of how I first started coming here at the shelter.
Because you're young.
Because I'm young, yeah.
Sure.
And so then there's well, I'm not. This is the inside of how I some of my emotions, some of them where I'm still trying to what is the word? Trying to
Process.
not process, but process, and yet be able to control and conquer them.
Okay. Yeah.
So anger, hate, pain. There's a couple of others that I'm gonna do. It's just all it's all black, and it's the words. But yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I worked on this for 1 hour, and then 2 hours, and it took a while trying to get the smile right.
You did good. It looks just like Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah. Some people have told me that looks like Dollface.
Like who?
Dollface. It's like a doll's face.
Oh, okay.
Like a blush cheeks.
Yeah. I see Joker. I see it.
I see it too.
Yeah, I see it. So.
I have some questions for you.
Yeah, ask me. Come on.
Right,
Let's
so,
do it.
What is your story about how you became the CEO?
My story about how I became the CEO.
Like, how did you start and get your way to becoming CEO of Visalia Rescue Mission? How did you get here?
Sure. So I was working at the Phoenix Rescue Mission. I started there as in 2019 as the director of social enterprise, and so they had a restaurant and a cookie business and a catering business, and nobody at the rescue mission knew how to run those. They were genuinely terrible, like awful, and they were losing a lot of money. And so, and I had all of that experience. Like I had run restaurants and stuff in the back before, and so my first job at the rescue mission was that I was running the restaurant and the cookie business and the catering business. And so we were getting that thing turned around, and it was amazing. And then COVID hit, and we closed down all of the businesses, and my job changed, and I started overseeing a few other departments. Like we did, I was overseeing all of our vocational development and volunteers, community connections, and food service. Like so, I was this kind of grouping of other departments that I was overseeing. And then in 2022, like around this time of the year, fall 2022, the organization decided that they were going to move the volunteers into a different department. So when they did that, unfortunately, what that meant was that what was left did not warrant a leader at my level or at my pay. And so they said, "We love you and you're great, but we're going to eliminate your position. And we're sorry, but we love you and we're going to eliminate your position."
Wow.
And so, but like, okay, like, listen, you know, you got to do what you got to do, you know. And so we, and my wife had been telling me for like 6 months, like, hey, I feel in my spirit like there's this change coming. Like, I just feel like we need to get ready for a change. And I, like most men, just completely was like, no, stop. I think no, that's not right. And I overreact, and I just ignored it. And so she was like, no, I'm telling you, there's something coming. And she's always right about that stuff, but I ignored it. And so I came home and I said, hey, listen, are you ready for like the biggest I told you so ever? And she was like, well, yeah. And I said, well, this happened. And she's like, I told you. And I was like, yeah, you were right. And so so we just started praying and said, God, listen, all we want is your will. Like, whatever you want us to do, wherever you want us to go, that's all we want is your will. And what I meant was, whatever you want us to do, 100%. Wherever you want us to go, I meant mostly, except for I was like, I don't want to go to Louisiana, Arkansas, or California. And here I am. And so, but then, so at the same time that happened, the Visalia Rescue Mission, the previous executive director was wanting to retire. And so he had communicated that to the board and said, hey, look, I need to step down. I need to retire. Mm-hmm. So they were starting to look for a replacement. They had hired a company to kind of lead that search. So I got connected to that company, and through a friend of a friend, which is absolutely Jesus making that happen. And he said, we met and talked for like 2.5 hours, and he was like, hey, I think you might be the guy. And I was like, okay, well, let's see. And so, and then basically that's how it happened.
So you worked your way up.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it was wild. Like, the story is wild. Like, they were not looking. So that was October of 2022. That the board really wasn't looking to have somebody in place until like March or April, or to even make a decision until March or April. And so, like, the fact that I was coming along so early in the process really kind of freaked everybody out. But thank the Lord, the board listened to to the Lord, and they were open-minded to somebody coming along earlier, and here I am, and I love it. I really, really love it. What other questions do you have for me?
Are you planning to staying up the whole 24 hours?
If I can get some sleep in like the 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. window, I will try. I don't actually think it's going to happen.
How would you sleep?
I really have no idea. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's going to happen. They tell me I should try, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I used to sleep in the front passenger of a what is it? A Nest? No, it was a car.
Yeah.
I slept in the front passenger of a car with my seat up, and I was just like.
Yeah, I imagine it'll look something like this.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was
definitely
me.
But that's not comfortable at all.
You get a lot more space room than I did.
Yeah. So I don't actually think I'm going to get much sleep.
And also, since I was listening to the questions that were being asked, I think I went over there. But are you gonna be because I had heard about a while ago about mobile showers. Mm-hmm. Are you guys gonna make that a thing, or is that being on hold?
No, it's a thing already. And so the mobile shower. So we have a mobile shower unit, and we took that and we have placed it down at the Porterville Navigation Center, and so it's living there for now until we run out of money for that program. And so that's actually a really cool story, because we got that contract with the county, we bought it, and we tried for almost a year to find a spot in Visalia to launch the mobile shower unit here locally. And we just could not find one that would work. Like, there are just lots of hurdles that we could not overcome. And so finally I was like, forget it. So I literally was like, I'm going to just call my friend Noah, who works for the county, and say, hey, listen, do you know anybody else that might want us to come to their town? And so that same day that I called him and said, do you know anybody else that would want the shower unit? The Porterville Navigation Center had a shower unit there, and they had just run out of money for their program. So they were like, we love our showers, we're out of money, can you help us? And he was like, yeah, let me introduce you to the Visalia Rescue Mission. And so we literally just, on the exact same day that I called, they called. And so we launched it there last week. So it's there, and our outreach team is going there once a week, and connecting with the folks in Porterville, and Mobile Showers is living there for probably the next year or so.
Yeah, because whenever I was working in DC, I saw the mobile shower. I was like,
yeah, it was over there. Yeah.
I was like, dang, I wonder what's gonna happen to that, because I had heard stories about you. I thought you were just a myth. And so then, this Saturday, I was at the yard sale.
It was gone.
And it was gone. I was like,
it's been placed.
Dang.
We're doing the mobile showers in Porterville.
I was like, I knew it was gonna happen.
It's happened.
You know,
I'm so excited that it's finally happened. It took us a while to get there, but it's actually gone.
I wondered where it went. I thought you guys moved it or something, but I was not there.
Nope. It's out. It's in Porterville doing the work.
Got any more questions for me?
What do you hope? Like, I know it's really early, and so if you don't know the answer, you can just say I don't know. Like a year from now, when you've graduated from your program, because you're gonna make it.
Oh, I'm gonna make it.
Like, I know you will. What do you want to do? Like, what are you hoping to do at the end of that?
I was hoping you'd ask me this question, because I have literally thought about this question, because I felt like you were gonna ask it.
Well then, I'm happy to oblige.
Okay, so my plan is, I have multiple plans actually. So whenever I am done with the program and I go into what my plan is, I'm gonna go into transitional, of course. I do not have Medi-Cal, which with Medi-Cal you're able to spend 6 months free at the program.
Yep.
So I don't have Medi-Cal.
That's fine.
So what I'm gonna have to do, $200. It's just $200.
It's still not a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, dang, that's short. So while I'm like paying for that, well, the first month is free. I'm gonna be looking for a job during that first month. I want to get a job here. However, sometimes they say no.
Okay.
But that's not gonna stop me from trying. I also do know that I'm gonna be getting my security license through one of my other good friends from the shelter. His name is John. He's a security guard there at the transit.
Okay.
Transit, the bus transit.
All right.
So I'm gonna become a security guard. If you guys need a security guard, let me know.
All right.
You know.
Good to know.
And, so it's while I'm waiting, I would like to become a staff member here. I would like to be like Anthony.
Okay.
Or I would like to be like James. You know. I want a job here at Visalia Rescue Mission.
Okay. Well, we will see what's available. What I want for you is I want God's will. And so if there's a spot and it's what God has for you, then man, praise God. We'll see. But that would be amazing. Listen, dude, I'm so freaking proud of you. I know this was hard for you and so scary, but you did great.
Thank you.
I'm really proud of you. And congratulations on getting your year chip.
Thank you so much.
That's a freaking big deal.
Thank you.
You're killing it, dude. And listen, if there's anything you need, anything I can do to help, let me know. You see me around all the time.
Well, thank you.
Let me know if I can help you.
Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Can I pray for you before you walk away?
Yeah, of course.
All right, let me pray for you. Father, thanks for Tim. Thanks for the way you're moving in his life. Thanks for a year sober. God, I just pray that you would bless him as he goes through the program, that as he starts to dive in and do the hard work of addressing his past and digging into his emotions, Lord, that you would protect his heart, that you'd give him the courage to be honest with himself. Lord, that you would help him to process in a healthy way the things that he has experienced. Lord, I do pray that you would just bless him tremendously, that you would give him brothers to come alongside and be an encouragement. Lord, that he would be an encourager to them. Lord, I just pray that thank you for him. Lord, I pray that you just continue to mold and transform him each day more and more into the image of Jesus. Bless him, please, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Dude, you're killing it. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
I am so proud of you.
Well, it was nice seeing you, Michael. And I hope you can stay up for 24 hours because I know I'm already getting tired.
Well, I think I'm well on my way. What are we? Dude, we're almost 10 hours in. I'm almost halfway there.
Well, I'll be seeing you tomorrow because I do have to work out here to pick up trash for landscaping before working wherever that's gonna be.
Okay.
But I will see you, and I'll wake you up if I have to.
Okay, brother. We'll see you then. Up next, Frank. Come on, Frank. How are you, brother?
Pretty good.
Hey, I'm Michael.
Frank.
Good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Come on in. Frank, what's your last name?
Garcia.
Garcia.
Yeah.
I'm Michael Simmons. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, now Frank, are you staying in our shelter?
Yes.
Okay. I would love to hear your story. Are you okay sharing it with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Tell me what's up. Tell me the story.
Basically, we moved around a lot. When we were young. I was a child of a minister, so I was born in Arizona. My sister in Colorado. My brother in Sacramento, and my little sister in El Centro, Brawley.
Okay.
Every 2 years we moved, so we never really had stability.
Wow.
Just due to churches, you know?
Yeah.
And
That sounds tough.
yeah, so we kind of sacrificed our childhood for the kingdom, you know?
Yeah.
But with that, there was a pattern that continued with me of not being able to settle down and stabilize myself. I'm 42 years old right now. I partook of a lot of alcohol and narcotics, which is a form of self-medication for me.
Sure.
I'm a grateful graduate of Pine House Recovery.
Praise the Lord.
I did 81 days, and then I'm staying here at the shelter.
Okay.
That's basically my story of leading me up to here.
So how many days sober are you right now?
85.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm grateful.
Congratulations.
Yeah, they call it the gift of sobriety.
Yeah.
I understand that, you know.
Yeah.
It is a gift, you know. But I had a couple questions for you.
Ask away.
The first is, during my stay at Pine House Recovery, we attended certain meetings. We did like 2 AA meetings a day, and it was part of our program, and I appreciate the structure. But now that I'm transitioning on my own, and the shelter is the next step, what are your thoughts about because I really enjoy St. Paul's AA group meeting on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
And what are
I think I know where we're going with this. Going.
Yeah, just what are your thoughts on guests or residents or clients, I'm not sure what you call them, attending a meeting?
So, because am I right to assume that like the meeting is probably after check-in has taken place?
Correct.
So the challenge is like, hey, I've checked in, but I want to leave and go to a meeting and then come back. Is that what you're asking me?
That, or allowing individuals to have a later check-in day on
meeting days
with proof of attendance.
Hey, I'm super open to that. I think like, yeah, I'm super open to that. I think what I would want to do is talk to, well, let me just be super clear. Like I sit in my office and like, I don't want to make decisions in my chair that affect people like James and those guys without involving them in the decision. Right.
Yes.
And so, let me talk to that team. Like I'm super open to the idea, and let me hear from them. Like, hey, like what challenges would that cause? Because like, listen, like I want you to maintain your sobriety, and if you attending a meeting at St. Paul's and showing up and maybe doing a check-in at like, what time would you check in on Wednesdays?
It's 7:30 to 9, so it'd be
a late check-in.
A 9:20 check-in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, let me ask them. Like, hey, what would be the challenge in that? You know, and so, and find out. But let me write it on my list. Dude, thanks for asking these questions.
Yeah, no worries. And it would only be like once a week, you know, not like an every night thing.
Check in or leave and come back for a meeting. I don't know, but I'll ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll get back to you for sure.
I had a second question.
Ask away.
Part of working the steps is making amends with our family members.
Yeah.
And I was invited this weekend to a Friday, Saturday birthday party for my nephew. And what are your thoughts on allowing an individual who has like something to attend like that with family to still maintain his bed and return? Because I know it right now, according to my knowledge, if you leave, you kind of lose your bed, and then you have to come back and check in. Which, if there's not a bed, you're kind of left out. Yeah,
but the beds aren't all full, are they?
Well, it's getting pretty close.
Is it really?
Yeah. When I first checked in, I left Pine House on a Monday, and I actually had to wait. They told me we're full. Boss just told me, it was with Anthony. He said, but hang around, you never know, something might open up.
Have you asked James or Anthony about this already?
I talked to Anthony. He said to talk to James, but I guess James just has a scheduled shift right now.
Yeah, it's been a challenge because we lost 2 guys in shelter staff, and so we've really close together. And so Anthony and James have been covering it by themselves.
Yeah.
We just hired 2 more guys, and so real quick it's going to get a lot better for those guys. But they've been like troopers and holding it down for us. And so
they're doing an excellent job.
Awesome. Okay. So Friday, Saturday,
then like I would return for the Sunday night.
You said your last name's Garcia?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Frank Garcia. Friday, Saturday. So you would leave Friday and come back Saturday?
Yes, I would. Well, tomorrow's Friday, so I would check out in the morning.
Okay.
And then I wouldn't return or check in till Sunday night.
Till Sunday night. Okay. So check out Friday morning.
And because I've been at Pine, that will be the first time that I.
And then check back in Sunday night?
Correct. That will be the first time I've had like an overnight stay with my family.
Nice.
In nearly 3 months.
How you feeling about that?
Well, I mean, it's.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, I had 8-hour passes, and you know, returning in a different frame of mind. You have to adapt, you know, and there's going to be different triggers, and so you deal with it. And the first 8-hour passes were like good exercises.
Yeah.
To prepare me for something like this.
Hey, hold on one second, Aaron. Hey, is James working security tonight?
James will be here at 12 or 12:30.
So he'll be here later tonight. I'll chat with him when I see him.
Okay.
And we'll see.
Yeah.
Like I can't make any promises, but we'll see.
Yeah, no.
And if we can accommodate, like so much of what we do is about like creating space for you guys to be healthy and thrive, right? And part of that is in your family space. And if you're working the steps, trying to like make reconciliation and amends with your family, like if we can accommodate that, then let's try. So I'll talk to James when I see him.
I know it would be appreciated.
Yeah.
But I also would like to say that I've been what do you guys call it? Client, guest, resident?
Man, all the things. Guest. We'll call it guest.
Okay. I was a guest at VRM before, you know.
Yeah.
And it was before COVID. It was in my 30s. I'm 42 right now.
Yeah.
And it was ran a lot differently.
It's a lot different now.
You guys have made it very humane, you know.
Oh, I'm so glad that's your experience.
Wake up is with the light, you know.
What was it before?
Get up. It's time to go.
Yeah.
But no one likes to be woken up like that.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, for sure.
Science has proved that that's not the best
terrible.
way to be woken up. But also the checkout has gone from 6 to 7:30. There's not much to do at 6 in the morning.
No, there's really not.
Places of business don't open till 8, even if you're job searching, all that. Anthony or James are both wonderful in their classes. The whole spirit around here has changed, and I haven't been here in a while.
I'm so glad that's your experience.
Yeah.
That makes me really happy. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you, like, one of the things, like that team. So I've been here for 3 years. So I got here in January of 23, and so one of the things that I brought to the team was just a willingness to go like, hey, like, does it have to be that way? Like one of my superpowers is the ability to go like, why? Like, hey, that looks dumb. Why are we doing that? Like, does it have to be that way? Like, hey, do we have to make them take their stuff every morning? Like, what, does that make sense to you? And they're like, well, no, it's never made sense. Well, do we have to do that? Well, no, we don't have to do that. Would you like to do something different? Yeah. Well, what would you like to do different? I'd like to let them leave their stuff here during the day. Well, then why don't we do that? You know, and just giving them permission, giving the team permission to like go, hey, what if we treated our guests with more honor and respect? And genuinely going, okay, then do that. You know, so that's James, and it's Nova, and that's that team just driving all of that, man. And all they needed was somebody just to go, yeah, sure. Yeah. You want to treat them nicely? Treat them nicely. You know, you want to do things a little differently? Do things a little differently. Like, you know, that it's weird to go like, one of my superpowers is to say, hey, that looks dumb. Like, why do we do that? You know, you know, but that's the thing, right? And so I'm glad, dude. I'm so glad to hear that you're having a much different and better, it sounds like better experience.
Yeah, most definitely.
Good. So hey, so talk to me. Do you mind telling me like, hey, what's the plan for you? Like, do you have a plan?
Yeah. For me, my family has offered, to house me. That's where I was before. And I get like 4 years of sobriety on my own, and I become a functioning member of society, pay taxes and all that. But something always led me back to the bottle, And in 4 days, I had 2 public intox and 1 hospitalization, and that's
wow.
Yeah, that's when it just
like right off the deep end.
Yeah, and
wow.
That's when I checked myself into Pine.
Good for you.
And my family, I didn't even tell my family anything, and they had to call looking for me,
Yeah.
And they did, and so they said, hey, why don't you come back home? But I feel I really need to do some like soul searching, find out why I drink. And so that's really my plan right now. I've been going to EDD for the last couple of days, did a resume, dropped my first application today. And so...
Have you ever thought about coming in program? Taking the time to like figure out, like, that's literally what it's for, is to answer that question of like, hey, what's happening in me that makes me want to do this?
I
know it's a commitment. I know it's a commitment. I know it is, but
I right now Pine has been so good to me.
Cool.
They've been so good to me, and right now I am working with the PATH program for a referral for the navigation center.
Oh, to head over there?
Yeah.
Nice.
And I just feel like Pine, we weren't allowed to leave the property. Here we're allowed to leave the property with an early check-in, and then navigation center is a little later check-in.
Yeah.
And then I hope to get into sober living.
Yeah.
Pine has offered a bed at their sober living as soon as I gain employment.
Nice.
So.
Dude, you're working it. Like, you're making a plan.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I've created my own program. I've had to change a lot since I left Pine. I attend like a 7 o'clock AA meeting on Bridge Street. It's an awesome group of elders, and they allow you to be yourself.
Yeah.
And it's very spiritual, There's some AA meetings aren't as spiritual. I mean, it's a spiritual program, but we have a same higher power,
Yeah.
And so I'm grateful for that. And then getting a gym membership, just keeping busy. Like I said, I've done a lot on my own, but with the help of Pine and even the mission and then the navigation center and then a sober living, I think I've had my fill of the bottle.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. Like, yeah. Seriously, man. Like, that's amazing, dude. Like, well, listen, like we just want to help in any way we can. Whether that's, just supporting you while you're figuring out the next step, or, if you decide, whatever you decide. Like, genuinely, like I've said it so many times today, like so many times today, that we're not, that what I could care less who gets it's not about getting credit. Like, the rescue mission doesn't care at all about being like, hey, we're the ones that really helped Frank. Like, look how great we are. We helped Frank. Like, I could care less about that. Like, what I care about is that you get what you need, right? And that you're thriving, and that you're positioned in a way to, like, really be able to move forward in health and wellness, and that's really, and if whatever our part in that is, that's, I want to come alongside and help, and so, man, that's awesome. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can do to help or support you besides asking those questions?
You guys are already doing so much, having a place to lay my head, to wake up and face the day with a good night's rest is more than enough. You guys have gone above and beyond. And like I said, that I can see the changes that you've made, and there's just a different spirit,
That's awesome.
It's appreciated.
Man, it's my genuine pleasure. Absolutely. Awesome. Well, can I pray for you before you walk away?
Can I pray for you too?
Absolutely. Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first?
You could go first.
Or I'll go first. All right, Father, thanks for Frank. God, thanks for sobriety and for the way that you're moving in his life. Father, I just pray that as you are working in his life, I do pray for reconciliation with his family, that you would just, that as he seeks to make amends, God, that those relationships would be knit back together in a way that is healthy, Father, and that he would be blessed by them and with them, and that, Lord, as he continues to look for the next right step, that you would help lead us, that you would direct his steps, that you would make yourself real to him, and that he would be extra aware of your presence in his life. Would you bless him, please, in Jesus' name. Amen.
It's Michael, right?
Yeah.
Heavenly Father, I pray tonight that you bless Michael with the spirit of wisdom as you bless Solomon, Lord, that as Solomon ruled your people with fairness, soundness, and your heavenly direction, he may also care for the people of Tulare County in that same manner. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I pray and ask these things. Amen.
Amen. Brother.
Thank you.
Dude, great to meet you. When I see James, so I'm going to be here in the morning. And so...
Me too.
So, come find me in the morning. I may not have a solid answer for you because they may need to talk about things.
Okay.
But we'll at least start the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Are you joining me?
I'm joining you.
Let's go.
It's
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too.
Introduce yourself to the camera.
Hi, I'm Victor Ordonez. I graduated maybe a couple weeks ago, I think, with September 25th.
Yeah, recent graduate
Yes.
of the Life Change Recovery Program.
Yes.
And future employee
Future employee
Of
for
the-
the shelter.
of the Visalia Rescue
Yes.
Mission. I was just telling Frank, like, yeah, dude, like we got 2 new guys coming to work in the shelter.
Yeah.
Are you excited about that?
Yes, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready.
What, like, I'm so interested. How did you decide? Because there were several opportunities around the mission. How did you decide that you wanted to work in the shelter?
I prayed first. I prayed to God, which is the way that it's
Attaboy.
supposed to be.
Attaboy, as one does.
I told him to
Or should.
guide me to where I was needed the most.
Yeah.
To be able to serve them better and to serve the community. And I know that they needed help in the shelter. So I also know that, that's my perfect opportunity to spread the word, the gospel to the people that don't know.
Amen.
And what better way than the people that come in to eat daily?
That's exactly right. Dude, do you mind, Victor, do you mind kind of just, I mean, I've heard your story because I've watched the videos and I've been around you a little
Yeah.
bit, but do you mind kind of giving us your story and like telling folks, where you came from and how you came to the rescue mission and what God's done in your life?
Okay, well, I'm a pastor's son. My dad preaches in Strathmore for First Baptist Church, Spanish. And I've been off of church for a while till what brought you here to the Visalia Rescue Mission, COVID. COVID was the one that made me accept Christ into my heart.
Really?
Yes, I was like basically almost thinking that I was gonna die, but God has other plans. So
It feels weird to say this,
got
but praise God for COVID.
Yes, yes. And so
Feels weird to say that, but in this case, I'm going to praise God for COVID.
yeah, he saved. I got saved. I asked him to come into my heart and be my Lord and Savior. And but I still had problems with drinking. I left all the drugs and even smoking cigarettes and everything, but I couldn't stop the drinking. I was working but my life was just a routine, just drinking and going to work and drinking all day. So finally I'm all like, I'm not doing right because I'm, God, the Holy Spirit was working within me, telling me that it's not right the way that I'm living.
Yeah.
And so finally a day came when I started feeling medical issues, and finally I'm all like, I don't want to be waking up like this anymore. I'm just coming home from work and being inside my room and no life, no nothing.
Yeah.
And I finally said, you know what, I need help. So I went up to my mom and dad and I told them, you know what, Mom, I need help. I can't stop the drinking. And my dad told me, he's all like, you know what? That's the best decision that you could make. And my sister-in-law was trying to have me go to the Fresno rescue mission, and I'm all like, that's a little bit too far for me from where my parents are, because we're really close.
Yeah.
So I looked up online and I found this place, the Visalia rescue mission, and I called, and at that time Richard was here. He told me come in for an interview, and I remember that day before I came, I still drank the day that I came, and he's all like, you know what, be honest, you know, what do you want to do here? I told him everything like I just said right now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm tired of the same routine. I need change. I need to get closer to God.
Yeah.
And I finally said enough is enough. But I was still like, you know, okay, I'm just gonna spend the time here.
Yeah.
You know, do the year, get sober, and
yeah,
that will be enough time to get me okay.
Yeah.
But something changed, because I was like, I still had problems with the whole child support. That's what it triggered my addiction.
Yeah.
The depression, the anxiety, panic attacks.
Yeah.
And all that was because of that same depression of the issue with the child support. So I told Miss Avie, like after a couple sessions, I told her, you know what? I'm gonna try a different approach. I'm gonna just give it all in God's hands and let Him deal with my problems and my issues and everything. And once I did that, I felt like everything just went away.
Amazing.
It was like a light switch on and off.
Just total change.
Yeah, and it was like, oh man, if it were that, it's that simple. If you put the faith, you know, if you put your faith in it, you know, it's that simple. Why didn't I try this
earlier?
Years, you know, years ago. You know, but everything happens for a reason.
Right.
You know, if it weren't for that, you know, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't have met any of the amazing people that all work here.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's all God's plan. It's all God's plan.
Yeah, you know, I think it's one of the things that's really hard for us to get our heads around sometimes, is how if we allow Him to, He'll take the really terrible things that we've done or that have happened to us, and He'll somehow take the pain and turn it into something beautiful.
Yes.
You know, and He'll use it for His glory. He'll redeem it entirely. And so, like, you know, like I don't think without what I've been through and the failure that I've experienced and the pain that I've experienced, like, I don't think I am nearly as equipped to work in this field as I am, because I know what it means to feel like a failure and to feel like I've just missed, like I've missed it. You know, like my life, I had a chance to live my best life, and I blew it, and it's never, and that was my chance, and I don't get another chance. Everything else from here is just like whatever. You know, like I felt that way.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a lie. It's not true. It's not how God works. But like, if I don't experience that, right, then I don't know how to appreciate that, right? And I don't know how to like have empathy for people who make mistakes, right? And like Frank, who was just sitting here going like, man, I've made a lot of mistakes with my family, and I want to go to my niece's party, and me go, man, I get it. Like I've made mistakes, and so you've made mistakes, and let's see what we can do together, you know? And so, yeah, that's amazing, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
So how long have you been sober? How long you been clean?
A year and I think a month.
That boy.
Yeah.
That boy.
It's gonna continue.
That's right. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And so are you? So you graduated last month, just a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
And you're in transition right now.
I'm in transition.
Okay.
And as soon as I applied for that position only, and like the next day I got.
Oh yeah,
told,
we filled that as quick as we could. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we were hoping, honestly, I'll just be honest, like we were really hoping you would want that. Like when we knew you were graduating, like we didn't want to put any pressure on you and be like, Victor, shelter, like come on, like we wanted you to be able to pray and say, God, what do you want for me, and make your own decision.
Yeah.
But we were praying that you would decide to come to shelter.
Yeah.
And so that was an easy decision for us to make.
Yeah, well, God opened the door, and now he's gonna be able to like use me as his instrument, to be able to spread the word for him, and because everyone does need to learn about Jesus, and what he did for us.
Yeah, I was telling, I've talked to so many people today, and so I forget who I was telling, but I was telling them how the work at the shelter is it's like the front lines of the spiritual warfare. Like we're, when Seamus was here, he was like, man, like we're seeing miracles all the time. Like people are getting saved, people are getting healed, like God is moving in the shelter, because, and what it takes is guys like you who love Jesus and love people and want them to love Jesus and are willing to stand up for and tell the truth. And so, man, I am so thrilled and proud of you. Number one, I'm proud of you for finishing, for recognizing like, hey, I need help. Yeah. And then coming and finishing, seeing it through to completion. Like we've talked around here, we talk all the time about how hard that is. That a year-long program is really, it's not easy. It's long and hard, and most people don't finish. Right? That only 3 out of 10 normally finish. And so when you finish, that's a big freaking deal, And so number one, I'm super proud of you for that, but also like just so excited about what God's doing in your life. He's clearly like just transformed you. Like the joy of the Lord is all over your face, right? And I'm excited to see like what's next for you and how you settle into shelter and into that next season, and what's next.
Well, you'll be able to see me
all the time, brother. All the time.
I'm always in the kitchen. If I'm not in the shelter, like I'm always right around. If I'm not helping with the flowers right here, I started planting.
Did you plant the flowers?
One of the guys in shelter planted them. Yeah. There's a story about that.
Tell me the story, because I have to tell you, so I wish I could turn the camera around. But there is a bed right behind us, which none of you can see, but so let me describe it for you. There's a bed where there used to be a huge valley oak tree that we had to take down because it was doing damage to our roof. And so it's this, we've had to leave it empty because the roots needed to deteriorate before we could do anything else to it. Well, then all of a sudden, I would come to work, and every time I come to work, the ground is wet. And I'm like, what in the world is happening right here? Every day the ground is wet. And I'm like, what in the world is happening? And I just kind of looked at it and was like, that's weird. And I would just go on. And then all of a sudden I started noticing things were growing. And I was like, what is happening? And then now they're these 3-foot tall flowers, and they're beautiful. And I finally had to ask, I think I asked Mark. I was like, Mark, what's happening right here? He was like, oh, some of our residents, or their shelter guests, planted some seeds, and we just keep watering it. He's like, is that okay? I was like, yeah, I think it's awesome. And so then he came and he was like, hey, can we do this in the flower bed out front? And I was like, yeah, bro, go for it. Let's do it. And so, yeah, so tell me the story of this.
Okay, so Jose Espinoza from the shelter,
yeah,
he said, oh, I planted some seeds there, but I guess a week later they were starting to grow, but Mark didn't know that they were flowers. So
he pulled
obviously,
them?
Yeah, the first batch.
Oh no!
He took them out. So he finally told Mark, you know what?
Hey, I'm gonna plant flowers.
Yeah.
Poor Mark.
Yeah. So Mark's all okay. I will touch them then. I'll leave them alone. And at that time, he got a job in Alaska.
I remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he told me, he's all like, Victor, I know that you're always here. You're always in the kitchen helping. You're always over there. He's all, will you take care of the flowers and water them for me? I'm all like, sure, I'll do it after I'm done.
So you were the flower waterer?
I was the one.
You were the one.
I would be carrying a bucket from the shelter side or the kitchen, and I would use that spigot right there, and fill it up twice, and come and water it by hand.
That's amazing.
And I did that until I told him, as soon as you get back, you're watering that. I did my job.
That's amazing. Seriously, like every single day I would come and I'd be like, that's weird. And then I would like, all right, whatever. And I would just go about my business. And I was like, I wonder why that's wet. That's so weird. Like it really was like this big confusing thing to me. And then all of a sudden the flowers started coming up and I was like, Mark, like, help me understand. He was like, oh, all right, let me tell you the story.
Yeah.
So you're the mystery waterer.
Yes, I was watering them.
That's so great.
Now we upgraded though. Now we have a hose that we just throw over the fence and.
Oh really?
Yeah, it reaches all the way over here. No more carrying buckets.
No more carrying buckets. That's amazing. Well, It's been almost 2 years since we took this tree down. I think it might be time. Like, it might be safe for us to do something like in this bed again. But I guess like when you have a tree that big in the root system, like if you plant something right away, they say like it's not going to grow because the roots are deteriorating. I don't know. I'm not a gardening guy, but that's what they say. But the flowers have been great.
Yeah, this morning I planted some more seeds
over there
on Santa Fe.
That's great.
And then I told Mark that on the chapel we're gonna plant some more seeds over there.
Are you?
Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah.
I love it. That's great. Victor, do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, I heard that they're getting new equipment for the kitchen. Is that true?
What new equipment?
Like a new oven.
I don't know. So where that came from was we had a donor who said, "Hey, look, I want to donate some money, and I need some projects, give me some options of different things that we can fund." And so one of the options that we gave that donor was a new oven and a new dishwashing machine.
Yeah, that.
I know we need them. Mm-hmm. So if you guys out there, if any of you want to donate $16,000 to upgrade, we need a new dishwashing machine and a new double oven because ours are very old and need upgrading. So if you're watching and just feel so called to donate $16,000, we'd be very, very grateful to you. So
the community too.
The community would be very grateful. Yes. But that's where that came from. And so I haven't heard back from that donor yet on what their plan is. And so maybe.
Well,
but we'll see.
God will
Yeah.
grant the prayers.
Yeah, we'll see what God does.
Yeah.
So, what else?
When will the chapel be ready with that? The new. I think it's an intake or
the recuperative
outpatient?
care.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we're hoping. I hope to have that thing up and running in the next 2 to 3 months. So maybe by January is my hope. But the way things are going, probably February.
Okay.
Maybe March. But honestly, we need it to happen sooner than that. And so they're actually making really good progress over there. And so we're gonna move as fast as we can over there, because when we talked to the folks over at Kauai about the prospect of opening that, one of the questions we asked them was like, hey, do you have a need for more of these types of beds? These are the recuperative care beds. They were like, oh my gosh, yeah, we need that. Like we would not have any trouble helping you keep that full. And so, and they were like, as soon as you get it going, tell us, and we'll start sending people your way. And so we really want to get that going as quickly as we can, because they have a need. And so I'm hoping by January.
Well,
we'll see.
Yeah. it'll help out because I've seen when sometimes the taxi drivers bring in people straight from the hospital out
Just
here.
drop them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's God uses this place. It's it helps a lot of people. This place has helped a lot of people, including me.
Amen.
And there's more people to help in the future.
That's exactly right, man. And that's what, I mean, that's why we're doing this, right? That's why we're doing this. That's why I'm sitting on this bench, is just to help have that conversation, right? Help people understand what the work of the rescue mission is, and have some conversation around the topics of homelessness. And like, I can talk all day long about shelter, but nothing is as effective as Tim sitting on this bench or Steven sitting on this bench and going, oh my gosh, I just found out I'm going to San Diego for school and I've got it all for free, and I would never have been able to do that without the rescue mission. So thank you. You changed my life. Like that's way better than anything I could say.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
because
so
it shows the changes, that positive changes, that outcomes and everything that come from this place,
Yeah.
because God is here.
yeah, he's doing the work, and we're just grateful to be part of it.
Yes.
And now you're part of it.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be part
So
of it.
excited.
Thank you.
Well, man, is there anything I can be praying for you about?
To help me out to be able to talk to as many people and let God keep guiding me and showing me where I need to be.
Okay. Can I pray for you right now?
Yes.
All right, let me pray for you. Father, thanks for Victor. Thank you so much, God, for the amazing work that you have already done in his life. For the way that you set him free from his addiction to alcohol, God. Thank you for the way that you have transformed him and brought freedom from panic and depression, and the joy that you have brought into his life. God, I do pray for him that as he moves into this next season at the shelter, that you would just give him boldness to proclaim the gospel, to share the truth of your word with the folks that he serves, and that you would give him the words to say and the love in his heart to share that with everybody that he serves. Lord, I just thank you for him and his presence and in our lives and on our team. Would you bless him as he enters this new season in his life? In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, Michael.
Congratulations. I'm so excited you're on our
Thank
team,
you.
brother.
And try to stay awake.
All right, dude, I'm
Hopefully you'll get
it's
more
getting
people.
serious now, man. It's 10:30.
Yeah.
Like it's getting real.
Well, hopefully more people will come and keep you company.
I hope so. Pretty soon I'm going to call Gustavo and make him come sit over here. I warmed up these fries and now they're cold again. I don't think I'm going to eat them. Actually, I know I'm not going to eat them. Can I throw these away? Thank you. Dude, I want like 10 more guys from the shelter to come over here and talk to us. That was the best.
Yeah. Did you answer that question?
Is there?
No.
I did answer that one. Let me see if there are any other questions that are. Katie is giving me other questions from Arkansas. Oh, Brock Frew. Hi, buddy. Thank you for your kind words. Appreciate you guys. That's kind. He's a friend from Phoenix. We worked together at the rescue mission there. Dude, you guys, I really want to go back and tell you that the thing with the fact that Tim came and sat down with us is unbelievable. So I go to Radiant Church here in town, and last weekend we had a men's conference, and Tim was part of the group of guys that came, and I was talking to a buddy of mine who was like the table leader at the table that Tim was sitting at, and he was literally like, he's like, I had this guy Tim at my table. He was like, he wouldn't talk. He would only write things down, and it was like, and he goes, it was kind of heartbreaking because like the things he was writing down were really sad. Like he was crying and heartbroken over like the relationship with his parents. He's like, but he wouldn't speak. He was just like, he just was not comfortable talking. How's it going, brother?
Good, how are you?
Good. You gonna come get on camera?
Sure.
All right. Well, you gotta like come talk to Gustavo first because we gotta do a thing first.
Okay, no problem.
And so for him to like,
How you doing, brother? Good, how are you? Good.
And so like for him to come way outside of like that comfort zone and sit down and share with us, like that is wow. And he's 11 days into his program. Like typically 11 days into their recovery program, most of our guys are still having a hard time seeing straight, like genuinely. Now, he's a little bit of a different story because he spent a year in our shelter. And so he's not struggling with like new recovery, new sobriety. So that's not his challenge, right? But like, but still, like, he clearly, yeah. I mean, he's brand new. Like he's not done. He just started doing the work with the counselor. He's just started doing the work in class, and it's even 11 days in, like it's already paying dividends, right? Like we're already seeing him being willing to like step outside of his comfort zone. And like, how amazing was that mask? Like for him to be willing to go inside and pull out this really personal thing like that mask and go, people think because I'm young, I'm kind of a joke, but like I actually have feelings, and like, here are the things that I'm overcoming. And how transparent for him to go like, inside I'm wrestling with anger and hate and, you know, what, I don't remember the other things, but like, I just appreciate his vulnerability. That was so brave. And I'm humbled by that, actually. Really, really humbled by that. Okay. Up next, I'm waiting for the official announcement. Come on in, brother. Andrew.
Yes.
How's it going, brother?
Good, good. How are you? Nice
Good.
to meet you. God bless you.
I'm Michael. Good.
Nice to meet you.
Bless you. Have a seat.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
Welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
All right. Awesome.
We're 10 and a half hours into this thing.
Well, 10 and a half hours is good.
Praise God.
Amen.
14 and how many hours? 14 hours to go?
Yeah.
13 and a half hours to go?
Well, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Well, Andrew?
Yes.
Tell me about you. What
Well,
brings you to the bench today?
Well, me and my wife, we saw this on social media, and I just thought, honestly, I have history here, the Visalia Rescue Mission.
Well, tell me about that.
Well, I was out here on the streets of Visalia, homeless. I'm addicted to drugs and gang life. An alcoholic. Lost everything.
Wow.
Until Jesus, you know. And that's actually why I came out here. Check this out, because I thought it'd be an awesome, chance to give the gospel.
Yeah, for sure.
And tell basically the viewers what Jesus can do and what He is able to do.
Yeah.
That He can save.
So when were you? When were you at the rescue mission? Or like, tell me, like, how long ago? Like, what are we talking about?
Oh man, the time length. I honestly, brother, I can't
10
even
years
remember.
ago, 5 years ago.
It was a good 10,
Okay.
12 years ago.
Okay.
I was in and out of here. There was a guy by the name of Troy Mayfield, if anybody's familiar with him. He was
I don't know that name.
He was a supervisor that used to work here.
Okay.
And me and him got pretty close as far as brothers in Christ.
Yeah.
And he saw a lot of the change within me as far as where I came from, just out here on the streets, to who I am now. Born again believer in Jesus Christ. And just the transformation was astounding. And I can't get over it because I drive by here, on my way home from work, and it just brings back so many memories. So many memories of where I came out of, the people I know here. Matter of fact, there's a guy working in there right now. His name's Brandon Elliott. He's a good friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Me and him are both good friends. We're brothers in Christ.
Nice.
And we were also both residents here.
Okay.
But the Lord, He's done such amazing things.
Just rescued you.
Well, He
utterly transformed you.
Those are the words, because I can't put it into words. What the Lord has done in my life is completely amazing. I was full of a lot of anger and hate and just a lot of the stuff that goes with that lifestyle, you know,
Yeah.
and the hopelessness behind it. But since I left this shelter, you know, I found so much hope within it because it gave me a sense of I always know where to come, you know, as far as the people.
Yeah.
You know, if the people need the gospel, I know where to find them. You know?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people out here I know that are still out there that I still see here every once in a while when I drive by or drive through, and it warms my heart to see you doing something like this, you know. And I've never seen something like this, you know, transpire, but it's all God.
I've never done anything like this before, and if I make it to the morning, it will all be Jesus that makes it happen.
Hey, amen. Amen.
And so, well, that's awesome. So, what are you doing these days? Like,
well, I work. I have a job. I work over at I am security for Burlington, or not Burlington, excuse me. DD's Retail.
Okay.
I am a security over there. I've been married, happily blessed, married 5 years now.
Congratulations.
I've been with the same woman for 11 years.
Okay.
She has seen me through a lot of all this. As a matter of fact, we were together when I was out here homeless, and
wow.
And I give God all the glory for putting her in my life, because she saw the very ugly side of me. You know, the side of me that you know, nobody really wants to see when their loved ones out here lost. You know?
Yeah.
But she saw me through the drug addiction. She saw me through the alcoholism, everything, the street life. And there were many times to where she wanted to walk away, but she didn't.
Yeah.
You know, and it was all God. And I can't give Him enough glory, because I couldn't have done it in my own strength. You know, the Bible says it's not by my strength, it's by His Spirit.
Yeah.
That keeps me on this narrow path of being steadfast in the Word and relying on Him daily, because I can't do it on my own.
Yeah.
You know, I've tried.
Yeah, right.
And I failed. I fail every time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's awesome, man. I think, you know, it's so encouraging, because that's what the rescue mission's about, right?
Yeah.
It's about believing that there's really no such thing as too far gone.
No.
Or too homeless,
Absolutely
or too
not.
addicted, or, you know, too hopeless. Like that stuff doesn't exist in our vocabulary, right? And one of the things we say all the time around here is, when we think about like how God works, one of the things that we're constantly saying is, like, we believe that God still does miracles, right? Like that He still moves miraculously in the world, that when He wants to, that He can bring freedom from addiction or mental illness in an instant, like this.
Absolutely.
Right? And He can heal like that, like He does whatever He wants when He wants to, and so we believe He still moves that way. So we make space for that, and we boldly ask the Lord to move in those ways all the time. But also, we believe that sometimes God chooses to use the good gifts that He gives His creation, things like medicine and the benefits of therapeutic counseling, and, you know, an understanding of how trauma affects the brain. And we call that like the slow work of redemption, right? And so that is not less miraculous, it's just slower.
And to be honest, the character of God is just so amazing, because it's some things He'll allow us to go through to refine us, like the Word talks about.
Yeah.
You know, and so many things that I went through, God did so much refining, so much pruning in my life. I was also another part of my testimony was He found me. I didn't find Him. I was in Bob Wiley's detentional facility. When I was out here, I ended up catching a charge, pretty serious one, and I was fighting a 20-year prison sentence.
Wow.
20 years, and that's when I submitted. That's when I fully had surrendered and said, Lord, if You can change me the way they say You can, change me, because I can't change.
Yeah.
I'm trying and I can't.
Yeah.
And at that moment, in a 2-man jail cell, I felt as if, you know how when the word talks about tying one of those millstones around your neck, it felt as if he'd cut that off my neck.
Wow.
And the weight of the hatred and the violence and the drugs and the lust and just everything that we get so blinded by the enemy out here. So much of the deception that we fall victim to out here, it was erased like that.
Wow.
In an instant. And I didn't feel any hate. I didn't feel any anger. I didn't feel nothing.
Wow.
But everlasting joy. That joy, that peace that the word talks about.
Yeah.
That only he can give you, the joy that passes all understanding, the peace.
Yeah.
That's what I felt for the first time in my life. And a week later, I went before the judge, and my file was kind of thick, and the judge asked me, "Mr. Langley, is there anything you want to tell this court before I formally sentence you?" And I said, "Yes, Your Honor, I do, matter of fact." So I stood up, and I said, "Your Honor, I want to apologize first of all to the Tulare County Sheriff's Department. I want to apologize to the Exeter Police Department because I'm from Exeter. I want to apologize to the Visalia Police Department for all the garbage that I was out here in the community spewing." And I said, "Your Honor, you know, I serve the Lord Jesus Christ. I found the Lord Jesus Christ. He found me. And I serve him now." And the judge looked at me, and he kind of tilted his head, and he's like, "You know," he looked down at my file and he looks at me, and he goes, "You know, Mr. Langley, I hear that very often, that people find God in jail and they hide behind the Bible."
Sure, yeah.
He said, "But for some reason I believe you. Some reason I believe you. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to suspend your 20 years. I'm going to revoke your felony probation. You're a free man. You can go. But I don't ever want to see you in my courtroom again.
Wow.
Otherwise, you're doing 20 years." So a week later, I was released. Charges dropped.
Wow.
And I've been running with him 14 years faithfully.
Wow.
14 years.
That's amazing.
And
just no looking back.
I can't explain it. I can,
Yeah.
but I can't. You know?
Yeah, right?
What he does, the things he does, is just...
It's bonkers.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
That's awesome, man.
But, yeah.
That's great, dude. That's so super encouraging.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming down to share that with us, dude.
No problem.
Like, I appreciate that, man. That's so encouraging.
Do you have any questions for me? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to ramble on. Or
No, I don't think so. I think, like, that's the work that we do, right? It's believing that God still moves that way sometimes, right? That sometimes when we surrender, that He can reach in into a heart and just just flip the switch and do something different.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful when it happens.
It is.
But it's not. It doesn't always happen that way. And sometimes it takes the longer route, and that is, not less beautiful, just a lot slower and unfortunately harder for the person going through it.
Yeah. It took a good 30 plus years out of my life for me to finally realize and say, you know what, Lord, I'm all yours.
Yeah.
Because I knew there was a God, I just didn't want to serve God.
Right.
There was a big difference.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do things my way and run the show, and the more I tried, the worse it got.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, it's super encouraging, man. I appreciate you coming down and sharing that with us.
Yeah, no problem. No
Yeah.
problem at all.
I mean, it's what we're doing out here, just trying to tell the story.
Yeah. So.
Awesome.
But
we'll keep doing it, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm on a one-way ticket to Glory Land, but
I love it.
But it's until if he needs to quit tarrying already and hurry up and get back. 'Cause
well, I'll tell you,
we're almost there. Matter of fact, the things that I'm seeing.
Dude, I hope so. I'm constantly.
I'm ready to go.
Just come on back.
I'm ready to go.
We can be done. Just come on back.
I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it has nothing to do with my, and I do have a daughter. She's 11 years old. She just started 6th grade. She's gotten to see the godly side of her father. You know, she doesn't remember the BC. She doesn't remember before Christ.
Yeah.
And that's the way I want to keep it.
Yeah, right?
She doesn't want to remember it. And she doesn't remember
Praise God
it,
for that.
You know?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
And I want to keep it that way. So.
That's nice.
But
it's good to meet you, brother.
Good to meet you.
I appreciate you very much.
Do you work here?
I do.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, all right.
All right, dude. Well, have a great evening.
Well, you too.
I'll be here. Yeah, I got 13 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Well.
But who's counting?
Well, God is, he's a journey, you know.
That's right.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
You too. God bless.
Good, how you doing? Good, how are you? Thanks for coming by, man. No problem. God bless you. See you around.
All right, brother.
See you.
Oh, my goodness. My word. I'm getting tired. I'm not even going to lie. I won't even pretend that I'm not tired.
You're almost halfway. Not quite.
Where are you going? Are you sticking to your caffeine plan?
I'm sticking to the caffeine plan. Yeah. I'm sticking to the caffeine plan.
Alright.
So, anyways. Yeah, so
You want a red vine?
I might take a red vine. That actually sounds kind of nice.
Not a sponsor.
So we're doing at midnight. We'll be chatting with the the CEO of the Fresno mission. I'll just take one.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Matt Dildine. That guy's been doing this for 3 years? This is 4th year?
I think this is 4.
Yeah, so he's an old pro at this thing. I'll be interested to hear how his night's going. He's probably like, whatever. I got this thing. Anyways. Yeah, I think if we do this again, I would love to just bring as many shelter guests as we can. Because, man, that was such a treat. Talking to those guys. Do what?
I'm sorry I missed it.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, it was great. It was really, really great.
There's still 2 more that wanted to come. They may come by in the morning.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
All right, let's do it. Aaron, you want to come join me on the bench? Aaron's like, not really.
Really?
Yeah, really. Brother, you got a story to tell. Everybody, this is Aaron Pacias. Aaron is the Director of Hospitality here at the Visalia Rescue Mission. Also runs Mission Motors, and so if you have a used car, or a new car in theory, that you want to donate to the rescue mission, this is the guy that you would contact. And so, Aaron, how long have you worked for the rescue mission?
5 years.
5 years. Aaron has been with us for 5 years. He's been here longer than I have, and has just an amazing story. Would you mind sharing your story with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do I start?
Wherever you want.
Talk about being on the spot.
I'm sorry. I know.
Okay.
I should have prepped you a little bit.
So I lived a life of criminal activity and drug use and alcohol use, and I did a lot of things a long time ago. I was fortunate enough to get into a program myself, to be able to get the help that I needed. And
was that the Dream Center?
Yeah, Los Angeles Dream Center.
Okay.
I went there, and I had already found God and knew God on some level, but I didn't really know on a deep level, or really just exactly what it was. At the Dream Center is where I really started to understand what having a relationship with God meant. that was when I really accepted Jesus into my life. I had already accepted Jesus into my life before that, but at the Dream Center is when I really learned about who Jesus was and how God worked, and started building a relationship, and that's when I really started to feel Him in my life and my decisions and all of that. And it was actually a huge blessing that I was actually able to be there. He intervened in my life to allow me to be there instead of doing a bunch of time, and so it was a pretty miraculous movement that He did in my life to allow me to be there. And while I was there, I got to know Him on a different level, and I actually stayed there for about almost 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so after that, slow down a little bit.
Wait, I'm reading the. Wait. Okay, I want to hear about the courthouse miracle.
Okay.
So you got to tell me about the courthouse miracle, because
Okay.
you alluded to.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
You alluded to it like, hey, I was supposed to like get in trouble or go to jail. Instead, I got to go to the Dream Center.
So I had actually, I was in court. I had a public defender. I had been in trouble quite a bit already at that time, and so it was at that time the judge was kind of like, "You're done.
Yeah, I've had enough of you.
I've had enough of you. I've seen enough of you. I don't want to see any more of you, and so I'm going to send you to prison."
Yeah.
And it was the first time in my life that a public defender had stuck up for me. And she said, I really believe that this man's ready to change his life. And my cousin had already been writing letters and setting things up for me at the Dream Center. And he had things kind of set up for me, and the attorney had explained that to the judge. And out of nowhere, like, they kind of argued back and forth, and the judge
and the public defender?
The judge and the public defender had been going back and forth, and the judge had pretty much made up his mind, but luckily the public defender stuck up for me, and he eventually said, "Okay, fine. If there's a bed ready for this man, and there's somebody in this room that could take him to the LA Dream
from
Center,
here to there,
yeah, then we can make this happen."
Yeah.
And I had a friend, Sharon, who stood up and said, "I'll take him." Brian Cardozo.
Yeah.
His mom.
You're kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Wow.
And she happened to be there, she happened to be there for my family to support me, and she stood up and said, "I'll take him." And so that was kind of a miracle for me to be able to go and do that. And so it was after that I had the opportunity to go there and change my life.
Yeah. And you were there for 3 years?
Yeah, about 3 years.
Wow.
I did a first year, second year. While I was there, my probation officer had
We're so subtle. We're like, what's that say?
My probation officer had called and said, it's probably 6 months in, and he said, "Hey, you're doing good right now. If you want to leave, you can leave. Just report to me." And I started thinking about stuff that wasn't going to be good for my life. And so I said, "You know what? I'm going to stay here. I don't think I'm done yet here." And so I stayed there, and I did almost 3 years there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm not super familiar with the Dream Center, and so can you tell me a little bit about, like, what do you do there for 3 years? Like,
So,
did you like, is it a program the whole time? Like, talk to me a little bit about, like, what happened while you're there in that 3-year process that, like, actually breaks the addiction, right? That takes you from, like, Aaron, troublemaker, like, I should be in jail, but I'm not because of God's miracle.
Yeah.
Like, tell me about that. Like,
so like here, they have a program, and they have a first year program a second-year program called Connections, and then they have the third year, which is a transition, where you can transition out of there.
Thank you.
See you later.
Happy anniversary.
So the entire time you're there, they have work therapy where you're working. Within the first year, it's a lot more, I guess, strict than some other places.
Sure.
And so they help you to get used to a life without a phone, without smoking, of course no drinking and doing drugs, but they don't allow smoking. You don't get to make a whole lot of phone calls. That's all pretty structured. And so I mean, the Bible, God's word is what they start helping you to understand, that that's where life gets changed, is through God and through a relationship with God and through His Word. And so, they did Psalms and Proverbs every night. There was classes that we had to take, opportunity for GED, and as you progress in the program, you start getting different privileges. But for the most part, it was just teaching us God's Word and teaching us a relationship through prayer and worship, and that was just pretty continuous. There was a lot of church services, a lot of devotion time, Psalms and Proverbs, a lot of classes that taught us about God's Word, and so I think it was through that helped me to, in that you learn to forgive, not just others but yourself. You learn to set some boundaries for yourself. You learn to fight your flesh. So they were just teaching us about all these things and how it works in life. And it was through that allowed me to continue. As you're learning about all this stuff, you start learning about conviction and, like, what does that word even mean? And integrity, and what does that even mean? And so, they have the Bible verses, the 52 Bible verses, and there were some other things that went with those Bible verses, comparing like integrity and prejudiceness, and there's just all these different things that they would teach you about, like life skills, and it was through that you just start to gain the knowledge of God's Word and what He wants from you, and the feelings that you have, and which ones to follow and which ones not to follow. But and even like in your second year, there was, they wanted you to work and serve, and they
work there.
They have all kinds of different ministries, Adopt a Block, the food ministry, clothing ministry. There was just a lot of things to do there to serve the community. And in that, I also felt that was a huge blessing, because I love to serve, and so
I know that about you.
it was just through a lot of those things that allow you to find out who you really are, rather than just an addict or somebody that has lived a life making wrong decisions. And so it was through all those activities and actions and classes and reading the Bible that allowed me to start figuring out who I was.
That's amazing.
Make a difference.
That's amazing. So then how did you get from there? How did you end up at Visalia Rescue Mission?
So I was born and raised in Tulare.
Okay.
And so I met my wife there at the Dream Center.
Okay.
And so we got married and we moved back here. When we moved back here, Brittany started working for the mission.
Okay.
As soon as we got here, I think it was within a few weeks, possibly a month, that Brittany started working here. Same person that was there in court for me helped her to get a job here.
Nice.
Yeah, so that woman was a huge blessing. And so Brittany got a job here, working as a manager, or she was started in the warehouse, and then she moved around and ended up being a manager at Simply Chic Boutique, and she did a great job there. But she was here for probably 6 to 8 years, and I was working at a solar company in Clovis.
Okay.
And I got a phone call with a job offer for here if I was interested, and I had to think about it, I had a pretty good job in Clovis. It was
Yeah.
doing really well, but I really wanted to serve God more than anything, and so that was the ultimate thing that made me choose to come here and
Yeah.
start working for the Visalia Rescue Mission.
Wow. And so tell me all the different things that you've done here, because you've done several different jobs around the mission.
Yeah, so I've done mission motors supervisor. I've been a driver in the kitchen. I've pretty much kind of put my hands in a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Here at the Visalia Rescue Mission in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Especially like there was a certain a time where I was kind of just not sure where I was at and what my position was, and so I worked in the kitchen, helping cook. I worked as a driver. I believe I've worked with Jay in maintenance. I've done a lot of stuff.
You've done a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things, like, I've said it to you, to your face, so I'm going to say it to them. Like, one of the things I appreciate so much about Aaron is that he is incredibly faithful and loyal beyond belief. And so, like, when there were many opportunities for you to leave the rescue mission, often for more money, like a lot more money, you stayed because you felt like this is where God had called you and it wasn't time for you to leave. And look, I appreciate that,
Yeah.
for a lot of reasons.
Thank you.
But not just because it helps me that you're here, because it does, because you're great, but also because you're excellent at your job and with
Thank you, Michael.
with our residents. Like you are exactly the type of influence that we want to have around the guys in our program and the women in our program that in terms of integrity and in terms of godliness and faithfulness. Like I just appreciate so much
Thank you.
the level of commitment that you display every day to the Lord and to the work of the rescue mission. I just appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, any question? I mean, we talk all the time,
Yeah.
and so, but do you have any questions for me? Like any thoughts, comments, concerns? Anything you want to chat about on camera? This is your chance, brother. Put me on the spot.
I'm not much for being in front of a camera, so my brain doesn't work that great at this moment. But I'm trying to think of something.
Yeah. How about you? Tell me, like, I'm sure in the 5 years that you've worked here, you have a number of stories where you could probably say, like, hey, this, like I've seen the Lord show up in this amazing way here or here. So, like, would you share with us a couple of different examples or one or two examples where you'd be like, oh my gosh, like God showed up in such an amazing way that was, I want to share. Like that's, you know what I mean?
For myself or?
Yeah, for you or for around the mission or
Okay. Yeah.
Whatever.
Working with the community, I've seen, working with the residents, working with the community, my team, working here, I've seen a lot of things that, God has done. But one thing that I can point out that he's done for me personally is in that time where we talk about, me getting offers to go other places and do other things. And, there was a time where I kind of, how do I say this? I wasn't sure what my position was here at the mission.
Yeah.
And in that time, God really worked inside of me as I struggled with, what am I doing here? Is this where I'm supposed to be? What is my next step? And there was a time in my life where God really worked in my perspective of life, like as far as title and position and how much money you make. And in that period of time that I was here, I was struggling with a lot of those things, you know?
Yeah.
And God helped me to kind of forget about all of that.
Yeah.
And said, just serve me. And so that's what I did.
Yeah.
I was struggling really hard on you know, like, because I made the move to come here.
Sure.
Things didn't really work out for me that great when I got here.
Yeah.
And God said, you came here to serve me, so just continue to serve me.
Yeah.
And it was hard because, you know, you want to follow your flesh or follow the money or follow
Sure.
whatever it is that, you know, life throws at you. But that's what I did. I continued to serve him, and through continuing to serve him, I was able to come here and recognize what we get to do on a daily basis, which is more amazing than any amount of money or any title that you can get, any position that you can have. Being able to feed the hungry and pick up donations from people that are supporting your cause, and seeing residents graduate, you know, and being freed from addiction. When you can come to a place like this and focus merely on just serving God, you get to appreciate the day-to-day things that are here happening that God is doing.
Yeah.
And when I was focusing on all the other stuff, it was kind of like a bitter, you know, I was bitter, and I wasn't able to see all of that. And
Yeah.
when I just served God, I was able to see so much more than any job or position or,
Yeah.
you know, amount of money. And so I feel like that was a huge moment for me here at this place. And, you know, I was able to come to work and just be happy that I was serving God and being able to do all the things that we get to do here. And it was just a huge blessing for me. Because sometimes if I was stuck in that place, I would have never been able to appreciate this job. And it didn't matter how much money I was making. Like, I was able to wake up and come here and be proud of the job that I had. And,
Yeah.
you know, able to love what I was doing, regardless of what it was.
Yeah.
So at that point, I was able to do anything, whether it was dumping the trash, driving a truck,
Yeah.
mopping the floor, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I was happy that I was serving the Lord and serving, you know, helping this place to serve the community.
That's amazing. One of my favorite stories about Aaron is actually kind of indirectly about Aaron. So before Aaron was the director of hospitality, Bruce Kane, who's now our director of development, was in that role. And when Bruce made the decision to move over to development, that left a hole in that director of hospitality department. And Aaron had been this like he was like Bruce's right hand. The whole, like, he'd been functioning kind of as Bruce's right hand. And so, like, when we announced, okay, Bruce is leaving the hospitality department and going to go to development, the hospitality team, which is this really tight-knit group of folks, asked, like, hey, can we talk to you? And my favorite is that Danielle, who is the most soft-spoken of all of them, at least until maybe you get to know her. Is that maybe a fair way to say that?
Yeah, 100%, because
Yeah.
she's really a kind of a shy and
Yeah,
and, like,
and so I think up until that point, she had maybe said 10 words to me total in all of the time that I had worked here.
yeah.
And so, like, Danielle says, hey, can we talk to you? And I was like, sure. So, like, she's like right now? And I was like, okay, yeah, let's have a conversation. And so, and then, like, she kind of like gives the nod, and the rest of the team comes out, and I'm surrounded by the hospitality team. And Danielle, this really soft-spoken, quieter woman, just is like, look, we want Aaron to be the director of hospitality. We think he'd be great at it, and we support it, and like just went to bat for you. And it was like, oh my gosh, like that's amazing. Like it was so, and they were all like, that's right. And so like he had all of this support, and for me it was, you know, and of course I did the thing where I'm like, look, like we gotta, like, we're gonna interview, and we want what God wants. And so like you know, we were considering you as the top candidate already, and I like wasn't going to tell them that, but it was so great to me that like this team had already like rallied around and said, of these folks who like really honestly almost never talk to me.
Yeah.
Like they're just like about the business, their job, and like just stopped me and said, "Hey, we want Aaron. He's the best. Put him in that job." I just thought it was like it spoke so highly of of the relationship and your work ethic and what they thought of you, and you're killing it in that job. So
thank you.
I appreciate how hard you're working. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me put you on the spot.
Yeah, of course.
How are we doing on time? It's 11:15. All right. Can we take 5? Can we take 5? Awesome. All right. Thanks, bro.
Thanks,
Thanks for
Michael.
letting me do that.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem.
I gotta use the
I figured.
And we're back. I'm just kidding. So ridiculous. It's 11:20. We're 11 and a half hours into this thing. Okay, so in about 30 minutes, we are going to connect with Matt Dildine. He is the CEO up at the Fresno Mission. And listen, if you guys are watching still, number one, thanks for watching. They were just telling me we've had like 300 people jump in and jump off of this thing. So I think that's kind of amazing. I had no idea what to expect. I still don't know what to expect. But if you're watching and you have questions, I would love to answer your questions because I've been doing this for 11 and a half hours. And if I'm super transparent with you, I'm kind of running out of ideas on what else to say. And so, you know, one of the things that is worth repeating is because I don't know who all, you guys, people are jumping in and jumping off. And so there's a really good chance that, like, if you're watching now, that you probably weren't watching earlier in the day. And so it's worth repeating, like, you know, the work of the rescue mission is, the Visalia Rescue Mission's been around since 1981. We actually had a really, I thought, kind of an amazing treat that we had a volunteer who was here, one of the first volunteers from 1981, come and sit down and talk with us, who somehow got the word that we were doing this thing and just came down and sat on the bench. I thought that was kind of amazing. Do what?
You emailed him.
I emailed him? Oh, yeah. He got his very first email communication ever. Sorry. Plug. Anyway, sorry. Anyways,
I'm sorry, you don't need it.
I don't need
you
any
don't
help.
need a distraction. I'll be quiet.
You gotta stop. Anyways, like, look, the work of the rescue mission over time has grown. Like, it's completely transformed. What started as a kitchen, I really didn't know that it started in the Grape Street.
No, that was news to me.
I didn't know that. Like, I can't even imagine that as a kitchen. Like, actually, I don't know. I don't even know how they would have pulled that off, but that's where they started. Has really transformed into this this kind of cornerstone of Christian social service provider in Visalia. I mean, we've been here for 40 years and 40 plus years, and in that time have added a full range of services. And so, you know, it's worth kind of walking through folks through. If you saw all of this and have heard me say it before, I apologize, but here we go again. You know, because it's worth repeating, you know, because I always, every single time I do a public speaking event and I walk folks through the different services that we provide, without fail, somebody goes, I had no idea. I didn't know you did that. That's kind of amazing. And so, for us, our service is really our newest service. So I don't know, it's in the dark, so you probably can't see it behind me anymore, but, oh, you can still see it? Oh, great. Is our outreach. We just launched our outreach team. We call it the Reach Team, where we are we're taking, this year especially, we're feeling God calling us to challenge ourselves and to take the services of the Visalia Rescue Mission and to proactively take them out into the community and to find people where they are and to engage them with services. And so, and the love of Christ, frankly, both things at the same time. And so, you know, engaging folks in fields or parking lots or encampments and saying like you don't have to live this way. It doesn't have to be this way, and we can help you. What do you need? And so providing basic services, whether that be hygiene services or water, you know, hygiene kits or water or backpacks or what have you, but also starting relationships and helping them understand the different services that we can provide, whether that's and trying to bring them all, grab them from where they are and bring them in to into the fold a little bit. And so for us, our services really start with, if you kind of think on the no barrier, on the lower barrier side, for us, one of the things, this is so goofy, but I love it so much. We offer access to clean water. We've got a little water spigot right over here off of my right shoulder that is available to 24/7, and you don't even have to talk to us. Like, we just fundamentally believe that as a created person, created in the image of God, that you deserve to have access to clean water. And so we have this little spigot over here. It's this little spring-loaded thing, and it gets used all the time. It gets used to for folks to wash their hands, wash themselves, fill their water bottles, wash their dogs, you name it, cool themselves off in the summer. As you can imagine, in the summer especially, it gets hot in Visalia, and it doesn't rain, and so it gets dusty, and so people, need they need a space to cool off, and so that thing is there. You don't even have to talk to us. You just get that. It's available to you if you want it. Who's that? I got a message. Oh, 1,200 people in the first 8 hours? That's kind of amazing. That's even better. And then we have community dinners. We offer a nightly dinner. And the only requirement to get that dinner is to have a photo ID. And so we serve dinner 365 nights a year. We're currently serving about 150 to 200 folks every single night. The only reason why we require people, do you need something? The only reason why we require people to have an ID is because you literally can't do anything in this world without an ID. You can't get a job, you can't get housing, you can't get medical benefits or social security benefits. You cannot move forward in any way without it. And so we want to encourage people to make some sort of step forward. And so if they're going to do that, if there are hurdles that exist for people, whether that's, hey, I'm experiencing homelessness and I don't have an ID, it got stolen, we can help you with that. We've got access, we've got vouchers where you can go down to the DMV and get a free, you don't have to pay for your voucher or for your ID. And then the question is like, well, if I'm homeless and I don't have an address, where do they send my ID? Well, we're a safe mailing address for folks as well. And so they can send the ID to the rescue mission, and then they can have it picked up, or then they can come and pick up their mail. And so we offer, after our community dinners, we offer emergency shelter for men, women, and children. We can hold one of the common questions we get is, how many people can we hold? I can hold about 50 guys in our men's shelter, and about 35 women and children in our women and children's shelter. The only requirement to get into shelter is you have to be able to pass a drug test. The reason for that is that our shelters are trauma informed, which means this, is that if you've been living on the streets, the trauma that you are experiencing, the stress and the pressure and the fear that you are constantly experiencing by living on the streets creates in your brain a perpetual fight or flight mode. Like, think it's like literally like Bruce Banner and the Hulk. It's like asking our brains to do something that they are not equipped to do. They are only thinking survival, and that's all they can think about. And so for us, when somebody comes into shelter, what we need to do is to create safety for them. And so if you're somebody who's not using drugs and you come into our shelter and the guy next to you is using, that's not safe, right? And so we need to create safety. That's why we require a safe a drug test. And when you come into shelter, for the first 30 days, we have really no expectations of you other than be here, be safe, be well fed, be well rested, be clean, and give yourself a chance to decompress. Give your brain a chance to relax a little bit so that you so that you're able to begin to think about what kind of a different future would you even want to imagine. Somebody asked me the question earlier, like, hey, what's one of the biggest misunderstandings around the topic of homelessness? And one of the biggest misunderstandings is that I think people, when they look at somebody who's experiencing homelessness, they're like, hey, why don't you just like get a job or do this thing and like and end your homelessness that way? And we're asking them to think 3 or 4 or 5 steps down the road that may take 2 or 3 or 4 weeks to accomplish. And if you're experiencing homelessness, survival is literally all you're thinking about. It is, where am I going to eat? Where am I going to sleep that I'm going to be safe? How do I protect my stuff? And so that's the life that they're living. Right? So when they come into shelter, we give them time to like decompress and get out of that headspace. And then after that, they get 6 months. We connect them to a case manager who comes alongside and says, hey, listen, where do you want to go? And how can I help? And they put together an individualized case plan for them, identify their hurdles, whether that's like, hey, I don't have my documents. Hey, I need help getting resources, whatever that is. They're going to put together an individualized case plan, and then they're going to help them work that plan. And as long as you are working your plan and taking consistent steps forward, you can stay in our shelter another 6 months. Beyond that, in kind of our continuum of services, we've got our year-long addiction recovery program. We call it the Life Change Recovery Program. In that 12 months, that is for folks who are trying to overcome a life-controlling circumstance. Most often, that means some sort of substance abuse or addiction. But it could be something else. It could be gambling or some other thing. And that's a 12-month residential program where they live with us. We provide for them all of their needs. And in that time, we give them the space to really do the hard work of digging in and finding the root cause issues of like, and answer the questions like, what's happening inside of me that made me want to use drugs? Or answer the questions in like, what trauma was I experiencing, maybe from my childhood or from my past, that I'm trying to medicate, and give them the tools that they need to confront and address that. And so what does that look like for us? That is addiction recovery classes, it's group therapy, we've got 2 professional counselors who are on staff, and they're providing individual one-on-one therapy and counseling. We do group therapy, we do work therapy. There's a biblical discipleship. We're really focused on whole person healing. And when you think about the different kind of dimensions of wellness, whether that's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, financial, all of the different, we're really focusing on trying to address each one of those, and so that when at the end of their program, that we have done all that we can do to equip them so that they're ready and able and to move into the next season and really thrive. After you've completed our recovery program, we do have transitional living, where you can live with us for another year while you're getting your financial situation back on track. Most often, if you come to us, by the time you get to us, you're financially probably a mess. You might have court fines, back child support. You might have been unemployed. You've probably burned every bridge with your family, and you need some time to save, to work, and to save money so that you can afford things like a car or first and last month's rent or utility deposits or all of the things that it takes to really launch into the next season of successful adulthood. And so while they're in transition, they're working, they're saving, they're meeting with a case manager and accounting for their income, really, and meeting specific savings targets. Because for us, it's really important that at the end of their time, at the end of their transition, that they are equipped and ready to launch. Because if you think about it, by the time you finish transition, you will have lived with us for 2 years. And at the end of that time, if you've got like $100 in your bank account and you're ready to go, like something has gone terribly wrong. And so we're asking you to meet with the case manager to be accountable for what you're earning, what you're spending, and to save and prepare for the future. One of my favorite things that we track is how much money collectively the folks in our transitional housing have saved. And at one point, we had a group of folks that had saved like $70,000. They had that much money in savings. These folks are buying cars for cash. They're getting housing. They're taking care of all of their financial mess, and they're really positioning themselves to be successful and to launch, to the next thing. And it's just fantastic. And so that's really and in the midst of all of those different programs, we've got case managers that are helping folks navigate the complexities of the resources that are out there. We've got a housing navigator whose only job is to help folks find and obtain permanent housing, and then make sure that they have the tools to be able to sustain their housing long term. There's just a lot going on. And so looks like I've got a good friend who's come back. Once wasn't enough, brother.
I can't help it.
You can't help it. Stephen McLean, come on back. And I'll give you the cushion.
You gave me the pad again.
You get the pad.
All right.
That's good. Come on back. You had more to say.
Well, I'm a little embarrassed and ashamed, because when I spoke to you before, I said one of the basic requirements for teaching or sharing was praying first. And I admit that I didn't do that. I came impromptu, and I talked too much about me. And just listening to you speak in terms of all of the things that the Visalia Rescue Mission offers, they literally answer all of the basic needs of man, Maslow's hierarchy, and it starts with safety and security, and but it works its way down to literally a fellowship and having a group support. But when I was speaking to you earlier, I left out the most important thing that we offer, and the whole world needs this. Every human being everywhere needs this, especially people who are broken.
Yeah.
And we have hundreds of people who are broken here in Visalia, and literally thousands around us. The greatest, I think, gift that we can offer is hope. If you tell someone, no, you failed in the past, you're going to fail in the future, they have no future.
Yeah.
They have no confidence.
That's true.
They can't rely upon anything. But what we want to tell them is that if you come here, it is a safe place. You will feel secure. You will have the opportunity to have an identity of worth. And that is in God's eyes, as well as those of us who already know they have worth. Every human being is made in the image of God.
Right. Absolutely.
Every human being.
Yep.
And God never deserts that or goes away no matter what we've done. And what the rescue mission is about is reinstilling hope. It's different. It's not wishful thinking. It's a heartfelt, spiritual known, realized hope.
Yeah.
I have a future, and the future isn't just right before me. It's eternal.
Right.
Our eternal security is already taken care of completely by Jesus Christ, and nothing can take it away.
That's exactly right.
God says that He's placed us, all of us, in His hand, and nothing, including us, can take us out of His hand.
Yeah.
If we simply trust in Him and believe in His promises, which Isaiah says is a yes. It's already done.
Yeah.
I've already known you forever. I knew you before the earth was. So I want your hope to rest in me. I want your hope to rest in God, not man.
Right.
Even though we will encourage you.
Yeah.
And that's the mission's calling, is not, and it's not a simple thing, but to advance where you have had issues before, whether it's getting a GED, whether it's learning how to get back in a work situation in the community and provide yourself some income and a reassurance that you do. There are things I can do that are of value and will benefit other people, not just me.
Right.
And I apologize for not focusing on that.
That's okay.
I
appreciate you coming back, because you're right. Like, I'll tell you, like, you know, even me, like, even in the process of explaining all of the services, like, you know, it is worth saying out loud, right? That it is our fundamental belief that we are, that all of the things, all of the services that we provide are important, but also woefully incomplete if we don't also offer the gospel, right?
Yes.
That and help introduce people to the gospel and the truth of Jesus. And look, like, our job is just to do that. Like, we're not the Savior.
No.
I'm not Jesus.
No.
You know, and so like, we can't change a life. He can. Like, we do our part, and He has to do His.
Right.
And so, like, all of, you know, and so that's always a good reminder. It's always a good reminder. And honestly, like, I'm super guilty of, in the midst of trying to, like, explain all the technicalities of, oh, we do this and that service and this service, and oh gosh, we do this, and look, we're going there, and we're doing this, we're looping this, and all these things.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, but like, but also it's worth reminding that, like, hey, it's our fundamental belief that we all need, that we are broken, that we are born broken.
Yes.
And that we need a Savior, that we were born with the need for a relationship with God, and that only through Jesus can we have that relationship and find true peace. And that all of the other things start to, like, really come together.
Yeah.
I feel like such a dork, because I actually said this at our last fundraiser. I called it the secret sauce, and afterwards I was like, come on. I literally called the gospel the secret sauce, and I was like, what is wrong with me? I said that in conversation, and I just could not get it out of my head, and it just came right out of my mouth. At a fundraiser, of all places. So,
it's all right.
You know.
I've never made a mistake like that, but
yeah.
I can, no.
Listen, here's the truth. It will not be the last time I say something stupid like that.
Well, I can teach you.
Probably today.
Yeah, I can show you. I have
I've got
a gift of stupidness.
I have 12 hours and 11 minutes to go. I promise something else stupid's going to come out of my mouth.
Well, that's one of the reasons I came back.
Yeah.
Because I was stupid before, talking about me, and what I should have been talking about is one of the greatest gifts, other than God's grace, mercy, forgiveness, sacrifice, is a sense of hope. And in the world that we live in, that's not something that you just see on the news or hear from other people. Everybody's complaining about this group or that person and this, and you just go, whoa. You need to cut through all of that. And there are people who will tell you the truth of the things that really have value.
Yeah.
And they are everlasting, and they cannot be taken away.
Yeah.
And that's what the Visalia Rescue Mission does. It's, we show you, we help you, we lead you, but ultimately it is your decision, because you have free will, to grasp it and say, I want all that God has to offer.
Yeah.
It sounds like the only real promise of a future for my life now and forever.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to come back, because I felt like I hadn't communicated that well.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. That's worthwhile. Coming back for that message is 100% worthwhile, brother.
All right.
Thanks for being sensitive to that. I appreciate it very much.
And I thank you for what you're doing.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I want you to know I'm not coming back again tonight.
Go home and go to bed, my friend.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. I had a late dinner already, but thanks again for the pad.
Man, it's my pleasure. If you come back, I'll let you have it again.
No, I'm not coming. God bless you, Michael.
Steven, appreciate you, brother. Thanks for everything, man. All right, be safe, brother. All right, friend. Watch your head. Oh, there we go.
I had no idea it was that tall.
All right. All right, let me see. All right, we got another question online. A couple comments. Tony Beltran says VRM staff are amazing. Thank you, Tony. I absolutely agree. I think that they are awesome. What? And they're amazing. They got the are they giving some emoji action too? Yeah. She left off the emoji when she sent that to me. Okay. Nick Steigar. Nick, if I pronounced that incorrectly, I apologize. Said I've heard that you. I love this. This is such a great question. I've heard that you guys use Nerf dart and cannonball, a Nerf dart and cannonball analogy for testing new ideas. What are some upcoming Nerf darts? Who told you that? Like, that's some inside baseball. I love that. Let's go. What are some upcoming Nerf darts that VRM is firing that you hope to roll out the cannons for? Nick, man, a man after my own heart. Okay. Okay, so I have 7 minutes until I'm joining the Fresno rescue mission. And so I'm going to give you 7 minutes of this. And if If I don't get it done in 7 minutes, then we'll come back. And so, excuse me. So for all of you that are utterly confused by the Nerf darts and cannonballs, let me give you, excuse me, a brief, like, some context for what we're talking about here. That's brilliant. Do you know who Nick is?
No, I don't.
It's Elizabeth's husband.
Oh.
You're the best. Thanks to Tara for giving me the heads up. That's great. Okay, so let me give some context for that. Nerf darts and cannonballs. All right, so Jim Collins, author, wrote a book called Great by Choice. And in that book, he used the analogy of shooting bullets and then cannonballs. The idea is really about taking small risks and then calibrating and learning your lesson and then working yourself up to taking a bigger risk. The analogy really is kind of like, imagine you're on a pirate ship and you are under attack and you're like, oh my gosh, there's another boat coming. And you load up all of your ammo into the cannons and you're like, fire! And you shoot all of your ammo at that other boat, but you miss. And now you're out of ammo. Like, what are you going to do? You're in a lot of trouble. And so instead of shooting cannons to start, you take smaller risks. You shoot a bullet and then you calibrate and you learn, and you shoot another bullet and you calibrate and you learn, and you keep doing that until you hit your target, and then you load up and you take a bigger risk and you get after it. And so that is 100% the way that we work around here, and we talk about it like all the time. Like me sitting here and doing 24 hours on the bench is 100% a bullet that we're firing right now. Admittedly, a pretty good sized 24-hour bullet, but a bullet nonetheless. And so, so Nick's question was, what are some bullets that we're currently firing that we hope to roll out the cannons for? All right, Nick. Let me think that one through. Outreach. The reach team is although it might. Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for the reminder to turn my camera on. Hey, Micah, can you come over here and make sure that I've got the right things all selected so that when he comes on that I've got the right mic and speaker set up? Because that's, I'll mess that up if I don't. Also, Atara, that tells me you're watching, and thanks for that. I think that's great. Okay, so the reach team, that is while a good sized bullet, it is not a cannonball still, because here's the thing: we already owned that car, so we didn't buy a car, and so we already owned the vehicle. All we did was we had to wrap it. And so that's not a huge investment. It was like a $3,000 investment. So that's firmly in the bullet space. And what would I even imagine what a cannonball in the outreach space would look like? That would be like, boy, I don't even know what a cannonball in Visalia would look like. But let me tell you what a cannonball in Light of Life. Join in to me. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Sorry. I'm getting distracted by the upcoming Zoom. I'm afraid I'm going to get something wrong. So I came from, before I worked here, I worked for the Phoenix Rescue Mission. And when I started working for the Phoenix Rescue Mission, they had exactly 2 people in their outreach team and 1 van. And if I'm not mistaken, the last time when they started, 2 guys, 1 van, doing outreach, and then it started to grow, and one city reached out and said, hey, we think you guys are better at doing outreach than we are, so could we hire you to do outreach for us? And they were like, we've never done that before, but sure, it's a bullet. It's a bullet. And now the last number I heard, I think they've got like 100 people in their outreach program, or on their outreach team, serving in like 15 to 20 different cities. They're all over the place. That's a cannonball. So that's Phoenix. You know, that's a city of like 5 million people. I have no idea what a cannonball, what an outreach team cannonballs, Visalia sized cannonball would look like. But a bigger, but more than one guy doing that is, you know, maybe 4 people and 3 or 4 vehicles would be a cannonball. We do actually, you know, we would like to expand the reach team to at least 2 people and 2 cars. I would like to, when we think outreach, we're thinking outreach, but also like mobile case management, where they're providing services where they are and connecting them. So that's a bullet for sure. That could easily turn into a cannonball. You got to stay tuned, because after this is a little teaser, but after this conversation, I'm going to share with you a bullet that we're firing that could turn into a cannonball that I think I don't even think I've shared entirely with my entire staff yet, that I'm dreaming about. So this is like a midnight conversations on a bench, like special just for you. So I don't know. I'm waiting for Matt to get on, and we'll see what's what. Oh, there he is. He's a-coming. Am I supposed to be able to hear anything? Oh, I'm on mute. Matt, can you hear me?
You there, Mike?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let's go. How's it going, brother?
Good, man. How are you? I was standing there watching you from behind the camera there on our mission control site here.
Oh, nice.
We had you up there. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
I'm trying
you
to.
You were flowing, so we weren't going to stop it.
Yeah, somebody texted. They sent in a. You want to figure out how to do that for me? So I. All right. I'm trying to like make that where he's the only person I'm seeing. I don't know how that works. Whatever. Anyways, everybody meet Matt Dildine. He's the CEO up at the Fresno Mission. He is the reason why all of us are sitting out here on benches today.
Yeah, the most hated man in the Citygate network.
You know what? I got to tell you, dude, like when they came to me and they said, hey, how do you feel about doing this conversations on a bench thing? I was like, sure, why not? Like, I'm game for anything. And you and I had already talked about it. And so I'd known that, like, and I watched your stream a little bit last year when you did it. And so I was like, yeah, why not? Like, let's give it a run. And it's been awesome, actually.
That's great.
I've had such a good time. Like, I've had really good conversations. Yeah, it's been great. Now, like, listen, here's the reality. It's midnight, and like the grind is about to kick off. Like, you know,
the front nine's easier than the back 9.
I took your advice really seriously when you said, like, in the lead up in some of the meetings, when you were like, listen, when you're the most tired is when the news is going to want to talk to you the most. And so I have like a specific like 4 a.m. caffeine plan to give, so that by the time they get here at 5, that I'm ready and like at least a little bit alert and ready to talk to them.
Yep. No, I think that's awesome. I always found that the hardest part for me was really between the hours of like 1 and 1 a.m. and 5, like about 5 a.m. And then I always felt like that time you're fighting sleep, and you know, I've already been. It's kind of fun. I saw friend Jack Crawley. He's sleeping. He can he's sleeping on his bench, back in Pennsylvania. So I've been calling him to try and wake him up, and I'll see him look at his watch, and so you can tell it's me calling, and he puts his hand down.
Yeah, he's like, leave me alone. Like, stop it,
Matt. Yeah, and I'm not answering Matt. And but I find that the hours between one, when you're really tired, you should be sleeping until about 5:30, and then I felt like once the sun really comes out and it warms up a little bit, you're not as cold. And then I felt like you get this second wave of energy, and you
Yeah.
kind of feel like you're in the back hill slope, the downward slope. And I just
Yeah.
feel like the time flies, once the sun kind of comes up on that back. And I just feel like every year I felt like this tremendous amount of energy when you're finishing it. And I also found that more people start to come out, just from the community,
Yeah.
because they've been kind of watching it and they see on the news, and so I felt like that was like a really cool thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
This year it's a little bit easier for me. So
Yeah, and honestly,
'cause
like,
we've been kind of mission control, so it's been fun.
the first 12 hours is actually, how do I do that? They're telling me to go to speaker view. How do I do that? Oh wait, there we go. Speaker view. There we go. I got you. I'm on it. Sorry, anyways, trying to like navigate what they're telling me to do. The first 12 hours has actually gone surprisingly quick, which has been a little bit of a surprise. That was the thing I was nervous about in the lead up to this, because I've never done this. This is my first year, and I was like, how is this like what if nobody shows, and like what if I'm just sitting here kind of going like, hey guys, what are we talking about? Like, this is really kind of like. And it hasn't been that way. It's gone actually pretty quick, and I've had some really great conversations. One thing I do think we would do different next year is we'll be much more intentional about grabbing more of our clients from like our shelter and letting people hear straight from them, because we had like 3 or 4 guys just walk over and be like, can we talk to you? And I was like, yeah, let's talk. And they were so powerful. Like, like they did, listening to their story is like worth 10 hours of me talking about shelter.
Yep.
When you hear, when you hear Tim go like, hey, like next Monday's my last day, because I'm going to college, and I couldn't have ever done that without you guys. And by the way, you saved my life. Like, thanks for being here. I can't do anything more than that. Like, what am I going to say that's better than that?
Yeah, I totally agree. I remember I was telling Tom here when I was kind of doing some of the lead up talks and some of the conferences, and I was talking to people like, who are the most interesting to talk to, and I said, the clients or the people that have lived experience are the most fascinating, and those are the stories that people want to hear the most. It's not the politicians. I remember our first year, we just had so many politicians, and and I noticed they would just come on the bench and they would kind of say the same thing, right? And they're like, yeah, we need this and this, but they didn't really know. And they were great and everything. They just didn't say anything that was real, substance to me. And but then the conversations that people remembered are like, the kid that comes up who's 20 years old and homeless, or the mom who's homeless we've helped their kid, and then, or those long conversations when you're getting to really go into detail about what someone experienced when they're on the street. And I think that's the power of conversations on the bench. It's being able to dive deeper in a conversational setting, to provide people a window into what it's like, and then what it's like to have your life transformed. And so that to me is the real power, the power of it. So, but you got another 12 hours, so just have those, have your staff to go pull some, go see if anyone wants to talk. I think that's one of the cool things about it. And I don't know if you guys experience this too, but like, we have a lot of people. You have definitely people who are like, hey, I don't want to share my story. We're super careful about not pressuring people to share their story.
Yeah.
And I always prefer it. Even when they come on the bench, I always say like, hey, like, it's your story.
Yeah,
you don't have to share anything.
Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, for sure.
I've had so many people that they just can't wait to tell their story. They like love the fact that you're giving them a voice.
Yeah.
And because they've been voiceless for so long, and I think what's really encouraging is that so many of them, I feel like when you're talking to people at different stages of development, when they're in their middle, when they've kind of come out of it, but they're still like in the middle of that transformation process, they're still living a degree of shame about what's happened to them.
For sure.
But I noticed the guys that I feel like on the other side of transformation that have gone through it, that are there, that have some really some traction, some life behind them. They get to a point where like the shame isn't there anymore, and now they just want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I find just those guys are just great to talk with and to share insights. And so I think that's a really cool way. So that's awesome. I would encourage you to keep bringing those guys out, because I think that's where those are the things that people want to listen to.
I'm hopeful. Like they've kind of settled in our shelter. Like they're kind of settled in for the night. Obviously it's midnight, but like I'm hopeful that in the morning after they like get their breakfast and they release for the morning, that I'll get some of those guys to come over, and maybe they will have talked and been like, oh, it's really awesome to sit down and talk to Michael, and maybe I'll get some more people to come over and chat with us in the morning. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Luckily we're both in California, and it's not. I'm indoors this year.
I was gonna say, are you inside, brother? I feel like you're like,
yeah, and it's cause,
come on.
It's because this year you can't see it, but we have this entire room of technology set up.
Yeah.
And so we debated trying to do it outside, but we didn't think we can get all the technology and all the, all the cords, because there's probably like 7 or 8 different monitors and 2 big screens, and it's been really cool. I mean, for me this year, because my bench has looked a little bit different as opposed to me sitting outside and just having conversations. We've been trying to orchestrate it around the country, and it's been really cool because we have all these screens of what's happening in different places. So it's actually been pretty cool for me to just kind of actually sit back more and watch what's happening, as opposed to being more of a participant this year. And so it's pretty awesome. There's been some really cool stories, and I'm shocked. For me, man, I hit 1:32 a.m. I'm like, I'm trying to get some sleep, and even though I could never sleep, but man, there are people singing. There's Candace and Oma, she's singing songs. Bruce and Dallas, he's
oh my gosh,
still chumming it up out there, man.
Bruce, I have to tell you, you will think this is hysterical because you're old enough like I am to remember this. I talked with Bruce earlier, and so we're having this whole conversation, and he goes, wait, I'm about to Ross Perot this thing. And he pulls out his like flip chart and he's like showing me all the diagrams. And I was like, you just threw a Ross Perot analogy at me, man. Like, that's a great reference, brother.
Yeah.
What a fireball.
What is your coffee situation? Is your coffee shop bringing you coffee? Or?
Yeah. So when they closed, they brought me one right after they closed. So I had like the 4:30 kind of caffeination. Whatever I'm struggling to find what that correct word is, but you know what I mean. So then I think that they're planning on bringing me something before they open tomorrow morning. And so they're going to get there early and bring me something. And I don't know, like, listen, I don't know if I'll sleep, but there was my team had a whole list of like, hey, what could we do at 3 a.m. that could be a lot of fun? And it was everything from a talent show to a blow up dinosaur, like come and sit down on the bench next to me, and like it was a whole thing. I don't actually know where they landed, and so I guess it'll be fun to find out what they've come up with.
Yeah, I thought it was so I'd sleep. I'm shocked at the number of people that are like, man, we watched you sleep, and I'm like, oh, that's not weird at all. Okay. Yeah. I didn't remember your conversations, but I remember watching you sleep, and so, but my kids would like watching me sleep. My kids would like wake up and watch me sleep, and that was kind of cool. My wife would put a casting on the TV all night, and so
that's so sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So.
Yeah, my kids were like, "Are you gonna try to sleep on the bench, Dad?" And I was like, "No. I mean, I like, can you lay down?" And I was like, "No, the bench is like 4 feet long, and I'm 6'4".
You're tall like me. I know they don't make these benches.
I was like, that's not how this is going to work. And they were kind of like, well, how would that even look? I was like, I might like lean back, but even that's not super comfortable. So
yeah, I tried to do like, I had the garden bench the first year, and then I got like a chair, and I would try and like put my legs over one side, but there's just no way.
There's no way.
No possible way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. I do remember, and obviously this isn't to like mimic what it's like to be homeless, but I do remember like as I was trying to sleep, thinking to myself like how difficult it was, because every like car that passed, or like every bit of ambient noise like would trigger like not being able to like rest. And I just remember thinking at that and how exhausted I was, just at that point in time when I had slept perfectly the night before.
Yeah.
Like really understand why people that we serve like start to go sideways or have difficulties when there's no such thing as like a good night's sleep when you're out on the street.
Yeah.
And if you had to do this every night,
No, I can't even imagine.
I can't imagine that. And I remember thinking that the first year, I'm like, no wonder they can never sleep. Like, it feels like every time a car drives by, it's gonna drive right through the bench. So yeah, it's definitely a unique experience.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate you. Like, I really did not know what to expect. But one of the things, I am actually really enjoying this. Like, it's created, because you know how it goes. Like, when you're meeting with people, you get like little snippets of time to like, let me tell you what's going on in like 2 minutes. Like,
yep.
And so to be able to just sit down with somebody and go, hey, I got nothing but time. And so,
yep.
Let's just take our time and have a meaningful conversation about, my wife came and got on the live stream with me for like, 45 minutes or whatever. And she asked me like, hey, what's been your favorite part or the biggest surprise so far? And I was like, I said, the biggest surprise is the number of people that have come on that have said, hey, I think we could work together on this. Like, do we have time to talk about that a little bit? And I was like, yeah. And so like, we're just sitting there like brainstorming in like real time going, hey, what would it look like for us to work together? Could we, and just making time to sit down next to each other when we're all real busy to go, hey, what if we work together to solve a problem?
Yeah.
And just making, even if it was 15 minutes on, in this gimmicky time of sitting on a bench for 24 hours, was still really beneficial and kind of cool for us to be able to go, hey, all we're doing right now is talking. And that's why we're here. So let's just, what do we got going on? And like, what do you want to talk about? And some of them came with like legitimate, like, hey, what do you think we could, like, I've got questions. What do you think we could do in this? Like, is there a way we could work together? And I was like, I don't know, but I'm into it. Like, let's see. Like, that's happened 3 or 4 times today. And I was like, who knew? Like, all we needed was some time to sit down together and just talk a little bit before. And now all of a sudden we've got ideas on how we could work together. Like, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah, totally. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of great stories of how it's been beneficial to people in different ways. And I think that's actually just one of like the really cool things about the bench is, I know for the years that I've done it, each year I felt like there's been like a new theme, like something came out of it that like I didn't expect, which was like a really cool thing. And I think that's kind of what's unique about it. And looking at what we've heard, kind of the feedback we're getting from around the country, everyone's experiencing something different and in powerful ways. And I think Tom was telling me about Canton. There was a ministry in Canton, Ohio, and it's really cold there, and they started fires to warm up, and it brought people out that were actually on the street that just wanted to come by the fire.
Wow!
And they ended up having a great conversation, and just stuff is happening, and so it's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool. So yeah. Well, man, glad we got to talk. I know we're just a few minutes down the street from each other.
Yeah.
Here we're probably one of the closer partners, the closer benches, probably.
That's probably
right?
True.
Right? There's probably one of the closest benches we have here. So, yeah, probably like 30 miles as the crow flies. So, yeah, that's awesome.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing, man. Thanks for making this happen. And I probably wouldn't have done this if you had not kind of led the way. So, thanks for making it available to us.
You got it, man. I hope it goes well. Good luck in the rest of the night and finish strong.
Thanks, brother. Have a good night.
You too, man. Take care.
All right, bye. All right, are we back in the regular session? Okay, can we take 5 real quick?
Recording in progress.
All right, we're gonna take 5, and then I promised. Oh, or did you already take 5? All right, we're gonna take 5, but I promise when we get back, I will come right back to the the previously teased potential cannonball that I haven't announced to anybody yet. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Really, really confusing if they tuned in.
I know, right?
All right.
I must be in my pants.
Okay, don't do that.
Don't do that. That is really embarrassing. What's up, brother? Are we back? And we're back. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. That was live.
No, I'm not. We're really back. My word. Okay. My family's texting me. They're all like, I'm going to bed. I love you, Dad.
Yeah.
My wife's texting me. I love you. I'm going to bed. All right. So back to the other question. Nick, I don't even know if you're still watching, but if you are, here's the answer. So the other cannonball, the other bullet that we're currently firing that I would love to see turn into a cannonball at some point is the work that we're doing in the mental health space. And so right now, we've got one full-time and one part-time counselor on staff here at the rescue mission. And there's a real world in which I would love to see the rescue mission begin to offer additional mental health services to the broader community. So if you think about like the rescue mission and all of the people that live around the rescue mission, right? Like it is, excuse me, these folks have their own trauma, and they have their own issues, and they have their own challenges, and are probably facing some of the exact same challenges that like our residents are facing. You know, whether that be a family history of addiction, or family trauma, or some sort of history of abuse, or all of those things exist inside of our broader community. And I would love to see a world where the rescue mission is able to kind of spearhead an effort to bring low cost or no cost high quality professional Christ-centered counseling to the community at large. And so think about it this way. Like what would it look like if the group, so I've got several friends who are counselors, some who work for the county, some who work for the hospital, some, you know, and in each of those circumstances, they feel a specific amount of pressure to work this giant caseload, so much so that they often feel like, oh my gosh, all I'm doing is managing people's medicine, and I don't even have the ability to meaningfully connect the way that I want. And that is not the reason why they got into that line of work. They got into that line of work because they care about people and because they wanted to make a difference in their life. And so, so imagine a world in which those people who are also believers, right now, where they are able to bring their faith and all of their professional training and the clinical training that they have and marry those together like they probably want to, like they wanted to from the beginning, and work in an environment where that's encouraged, but also where they're not, you know, dealing with caseloads of 500 people or 150 people, where it's overwhelming because they're having to meet these unreasonable measures, financial pressure and measures and those types of things. And so because we're a nonprofit, listen, I'm not trying to make a lot of money on counseling. And so like if we could find a way to provide those types of services to the broader community, we wouldn't need to make a lot of money. Like I would need to be able to pay the counselors and to pay our bills. But beyond that, it's not about like, we're not beholden to shareholders or stakeholders or those types of things. And so the burden would be much smaller. And so I just, as we think about like in the mental health space, I would love for us to be able to expand our reach and our help in the mental health space, especially either to the broader community, but before we get to the broader community, specifically to the families of the people that we're serving. And I touched on this briefly a little bit earlier, but like, you know, we've got folks in our recovery program. So imagine I've got, you know, John Smith, who's in my recovery program, and John's married and maybe has 2 kids, and but he's an alcoholic and is here because alcohol is ruining his marriage and his family, and is creating such challenges. And his wife has finally said, like, go get help or else. Or he has finally realized, like, I need to go get some help. And he leaves. He pulls himself out of his family, or his wife kicks him and says, go get help or else. And he leaves. And he comes to the Visalia Rescue Mission. And for 12 months, he is working on himself. He's getting healthy. And he's doing all this thing. Meanwhile, his wife is still at home, feeling all of the pain and feeling left behind with all of the stress of the mess that John probably left behind, right? And John, all of a sudden, John graduates, he comes back home, he reunites with his family, and John's wife is like, hey, I'm still really mad at you. And he's like, well, why are you mad? Like, it's been a year, don't you forgive me? And it's a whole thing. And so for us, like, and her response is 100% normal and valid. She's probably thinking, like, man, you've been off at church camp for a year and I've been here handling the kids and, like, dealing with real things. Like, I'm glad you got a break, you know, just having all kinds of feelings. And so for us, like, before we start trying to serve the neighborhood, I really, really want to extend mental health services to the families of the folks who are serving. I'd love to see us start to offer, like, marriage counseling for folks. So, like, if you're married and in our program and you have a significant other, find a way for you guys to come into counseling together, because one of the things that we see most often is that derails somebody's recovery is a relational stress. John goes home and he's feeling great about himself, and his wife is having all of her feelings, rightfully so. I'm not judging the wife. And John's feeling real bad about that. That's feeling real stressful. And so instead of John, you know, if John doesn't have the tools fully to handle that, and his wife doesn't have the tools to handle her feelings, like, John's going to be like, this really sucks. Like, she thinks I'm a dirtbag anyways. I might as well be a dirtbag, and he's going to relapse. All right, we see it all the time. It happens all the time. And that's terrible. It's really, really terrible. And so we don't want that to happen. And so if we can find a way to limit that by reaching out and providing some proactive ministry to the families, I would really love to. And so that's a space, as we have dipped our toes into the professional counseling space, elevating the quality of care that we're providing in our recovery program with high quality professional counselors. I want to expand that program and push those services out to the families that we're serving and into our shelters, and then also ultimately someday maybe into the community. So that's a dream of a cannonball that who knows, that's going to be the Lord making that happen, like, for sure. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened, that's for sure. All right, other bullets that we've been firing. I've talked several times where we launched our mobile shower unit. That's a bullet that we've launched, which is pretty great, because it's also a bullet in the fact that we're launching a collaboration with the Porterville Navigation Center, which is really new for us. Like, for us to step way outside of Visalia and provide and partner with another organization in another part of the county, that's definitely a bullet that we are really excited about, and we'll see how that goes. I again, in some of these cases, like, I genuinely have no idea what a cannonball would even look like. I don't know. But we take risks. Like, one of the things that we have done in the last several years is really taken some time to define like what it means, like what our core values are here at the rescue mission, what we hold as most important. And one of those things that we talk about is we give each other permission to fail. We take bold risks, we give each other permission to fail, and we trust each other to learn from our mistakes. And so sometimes we take bold risks, and there really is like, there's no cannonball, like there's no cannonball in mind. I mean, that's just the reality. We just go, I don't even know, but let's try it. And then we just trust the Lord and go, God, like, we feel you're in this, and so I don't know what you're doing, but let's see what happens. And so we shoot a bet, we shoot a bullet. And sometimes we hit the mark. And we ask the question, well, why? Well, wow, that's kind of amazing. We hit the mark the first time. Well, why? Why did we hit the mark? Because if we hit the mark by accident, like, that's not really hitting the mark, that's an accident. And so, like, we want to figure out why. And so what other things we got going on over there? More intentional
Spiritual classes for life change.
Yeah, more intentional spiritual classes inside of the Life Change Recovery Program. That exists already inside of our program, but we really want to get. In the past, we've been pretty reliant on volunteers to come in and teach our spiritual classes, and that's fine, and praise God for them. But often what happens is you get volunteers that teach what they want to teach, and it's not always in line with where the direct kind of the vision of where we're trying to take things. And so we're shooting some bullets in the curriculum space inside of our Life Change Recovery Program that can help provide more consistent, more planned, focused direction for them. Spiritual guidance that takes them from here to there, instead of this kind of like, look, God is done. Listen, I don't in any way mean to like insinuate that like the God is not 100% used and accomplished his purposes using our volunteers, because he has. Like, look, you met Doug. Doug's amazing. You met Victor. He's amazing. And those guys had volunteer people teaching spiritual classes, and God used them in a big and beautiful way. And so praise God for that. And I'm not calling it bad, but I am saying, like, again, my responsibility as the CEO of the Visalia Rescue Mission is to steward each part of the rescue mission to its fullest. And so if I can look at something and go, I think we could be better, then I feel a responsibility to try to make it better. And we're going to try. And so what other bolts we got over there? Alumni support. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things is we're actively trying to figure out how can we measure more effectively not just the completion of somebody's program, but the quality of the program that they worked. Like you heard Victor talk about it. He's like, I'm here, I'm just going to do my year, and then I'll be fine. I'll just kind of like pencil whip it and I'll get it done. And not really ever like dive in and allow the Lord to like capture my heart and really transform me. I'll just like go through the motions, right? And look, that you can do that. Like you can show up for a year and just go through the motions, and that's fine. I mean, that's a thing. You can. It's not fine, but you can do it. Honestly, it sucks. It's kind of a big fat waste of time, if I'm honest. And so, boy, how's that for like 12:30 honesty? And it's expensive. Holy smokes! It costs us $25,000 to send somebody through a year-long recovery program, and so for them to like not really take it seriously is super frustrating. But like, so we're actively trying to figure out like how do we measure the quality of somebody's program, and we don't actually even know the answer to that yet. We're that's a bullet we're shooting right now. Is what does that look like? What kind of fruit? it's demonstrated by somebody's life when they've actually dug in and done the hard work. And then how do we measure that? We don't have any idea. We're still figuring that out. But it's coming. You know, things, I mean, there are the obvious things like, how long have you stayed sober? Are you employed? Like, all of those things. But like some of those things when they graduate, especially if they don't stay in transition, some of those things are super hard for us to measure because we lose contact and they disconnect. And so for one of the things that we've done is we've actually pulled somebody out of our program who was working in our women's program. Her name is Maggie Garcia. Maggie, I know you're not watching because I'm sure you're in bed. You're amazing and really a rock star. We pulled Maggie out of the women's program and said, hey, listen, we would love for you to kind of pioneer this aftercare alumni thing where you start connecting to people as they graduate, not in the like case management. Hey, you okay? Not in this like, hey, go tell mom you're not saving enough money kind of way, but strictly in the relational piece. Like, how are you doing? How are you connecting to the recovery community? How's your heart? And so we're still figuring that out. We've never had that in the past, and we're launching that. We're in the middle of that. So that's a bullet for sure. Another question came through. Gustavo asked, how important do I believe counseling is to the overall success and transformation of our recovery program? Vitally important. It is not the only thing that matters. I mean, clearly, like, we're a Christ-centered recovery program, and so like people meeting Jesus and getting saved and encountering the Jesus in a real way and having a active faith is very, very important. But also, sorry, I'm like working a cough drop because I've been talking all day. It's disingenuous of me as the CEO to stand in front of everybody and go, we believe in the slow work of redemption, that it is miraculous and often how God chooses to work through the good gifts that he's given his creation. Things like medication, things like the benefits of therapeutic counseling. So it's super disingenuous of me if for me to ring that bell of the slow work of redemption and then not equip the rescue mission to actually do the slow work, to be ready to help with the slow work of redemption. So I personally think that the mental health counseling piece is critically important, that we have seen dramatically improved results. You heard when Doug was on, first thing, he mentioned his counselor. When Tim was here earlier today, he mentioned that he started counseling today. When Victor was here, he specifically mentioned his counselor and the work that he did with her. And when they graduate, without fail, when somebody graduates through our program, in their graduation video, I cannot think of a single example where at some point they have not specifically called out, oh, my counselor, or oh, Miss Avie, or oh, Miss Samantha. Like it is critically important to them. And I'll be honest, like one of the things that I started doing when I got to the rescue mission 3 years ago is I started doing like client listening sessions where about once a quarter I grab all of the residents and we just sit down and talk and, hey, how's it going? What's good and what's bad and what's working, what's not. And one of the messages we heard loud and clear from the very beginning was we need more mental health help. We need more time with our counselors. We need more of that. We're not getting enough. Literally word for word, I'm a mess. I need more time. That's what they were saying to me. And so we've added that, and so I've talked about that a whole lot. So I think it's super important. And hold on, don't erase that. What did you got over there? Oh my gosh, yes. And by the way, the other piece of this is that in order for our folks to really be able to navigate through their trauma and find healing, they need some help. They need a shepherd to help guide them through that process. It is wildly terrifying to poke at your trauma. And if you are somebody who is traditionally turned to substances to medicate that, you don't have the tools. You do not have the tools to do that by yourself. And so we have to be able to bring them along and have somebody that can help do that. And my team of folks are working every week to get more and more equipped, more and more educated, but they're not professional counselors. They are highly equipped and great at their jobs, but they're not counselors. That's a different skill set. And so adding those folks into our staff have been hugely, hugely helpful. So, yeah, did I answer, Bruce, did I answer all the bullet questions?
I think that's where we're at.
Yeah. That's right. I got you, brother. Yeah, and so, I just think, so I don't know. I mean, there's lots of places that I would love to see us move. I mean, look, all it takes is money and time and bandwidth. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of any of those things. And so, but God is super faithful. And so here's what I know, is that when God calls us to do something, he provides a way. He makes a way. Last week we had our Empty Bowls dinner. It's our largest fundraiser, and I stood up in front of 300 people, and we celebrated that a year ago. I stood in front of a lot of those same people, and said, "Listen, we feel God calling us to maximize what we already have." Because at the time we were limiting the number of beds that we were opening in our men's shelter because of staffing concerns. We were limiting the number of beds that we were opening in our men's recovery program because of staffing concerns. And so we went to our community at large and said, look, we feel God calling us to do more, to open up all of those beds in both the men's program and in the recovery and in the shelter. And so we need to raise the money to hire these folks. And beautifully, the community responded. They gave us the seed money that we needed to hire those folks. And then God did what he always does, is he came through and he was super faithful. And so not only did we hire those folks with the seed money that we raised, but then God made a way through that we could sustain those positions in our regular operating budget, which is beautiful, which frankly, 24 months ago would have been unthinkable for us financially to be able to pull that off. And so, I don't know. We'll see. We just continue to go before the Lord and say, God, what do you want from us? And when you ask us to go forward, give us the wisdom to discern your will and then the courage to do it. And then we trust him to provide. And so it is, somebody asked a really good question earlier. Were you here for that when they asked me, how do you balance trusting in the Lord's provision with financial stewardship and planning? And that was such a great question. And I don't actually even know if I fully answered it. I feel like I may have gotten distracted when somebody showed up. And so let's answer it now. Look, ultimately we believe everything we have comes from the Lord. And so he's the Lord of the harvest. We're not. And so he provides. We cannot, despite my best efforts and all of my amazing oratory skills, I cannot cause people to give. I cannot stir their hearts enough to cause them to give us their money. And so it's the Lord that does that. And so for us, we we trust that God's going to provide, that as we seek him and seek his will, and we try to discern it, and he says, hey, I want you to do these things, like launch a reach team, that we go, okay, God, like this is what it's going to cost. We trust you to provide that for us, but also within that, we're also looking at our budget and going, hey, how do we sustain that long term? What is it going to take for us? What do we need to raise next year to sustain that position? That if the community, because I stood before that same 300 people last week at Empty Bowls and said, hey, look, we need to raise $250,000 to really launch this thing fully, to hire another person, to get another vehicle, and then to give it the funds it needs to operate for a year. So a year from now, what is it going to take for us financially to be able to sustain that program in our budget? Like, it's going to take us some extra dollars. And so for us, like, the stewardship aspect of that comes in us going, how do we now start planning for that then? So as God provides now for what we need now, how can we be stewarding and being planful so a year from now that we're ready to pay for the thing that he asked us to do, to continue to be able to pay for the thing that he asked us to start? I hope that made sense. Did that make sense?
That made sense.
Are you joining?
I'm going to join that conversation.
Let's
I
go.
think there's something powerful.
Everybody, this is Bruce Kane. He's our Director of Development Extraordinaire, and the reason why I'm sitting on the bench for 24 hours. He's the gentleman that shot the conversation on the bench bullet. And
yeah, so I think when we talk about balancing that budgeting and trusting the Lord thing, and I think one of the things that you have brought to us as a leadership team is that desire to find out what God wants us to do, and then budget for it in the written plan. But like if the money's not coming in, there's this really delicate balance. It's like a dance as you try to figure out where God's leading and where the money provides, and how does the money provision match what God is saying or isn't saying. And for me, when I've been in those financial leadership positions, that's a really stressful kind of place to be, because you're watching all the signals for God to kind of really confirm what you think he's saying. And so it's kind of this matching experience where God calls you to something and he brings the person, and then when he brings the person, then that's that next confirmation. So you can go, okay, if he brought the person, then he's going to bring the money. And it really is this discernment journey when you get a calling. And I watch you navigate that on a regular around here. And I appreciate being a part of that it's not just I have a great idea, let's budget it and then we'll figure it out later. You know?
Yeah.
It is that delicate discernment journey that.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, you know, I'm sure I told this story before, but I guarantee if you're watching it at 12:52, you probably were not watching it earlier today. And so you get to hear it again. And if you've been with us this whole time, God bless you.
Thank you very much.
You get to hear it again. But, like, you know, I feel actually really grateful to the Lord, because it's not terribly hard for me. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's not. And, you know, because so when you step into a leadership role, like I've done leadership now. I've been in leadership roles now for 20 plus years. And a couple of times, like when you step into the very top role, like the CEO or the owner, like the first time I stepped into that role, I was utterly unprepared for what that felt like. And it was lonely and scary, and I was not prepared for that at all. Like at all. And so when I knew that I was coming here to the Visalia Rescue Mission as the CEO, like I was mentally going, hey, that's going to be a thing. Get yourself ready for that. Like you're going to, like, okay, Like I felt that before. I know what that feels like. I think I'm going to be okay. I'm older now. I've got more experience now. I think I'm going to be okay. And for the most part, I was. Like, it was interesting. I still had a little bit of like, a little bit of a difference. Like my role in Phoenix, when I was in the Phoenix rescue mission, a big part of my job was really like exploring and dreaming about what else is happening out there, and being really like out in front of the organization, and researching and learning, and often dreaming about things that were never going to come to fruition. But I was always the guy that was like, I have this wild idea. What if we? And the number of times I went to my buddy Ben Parker, who was the director of operations, or the chief operations guy, and been like, hey Ben, I think we should buy a what was the last one of the? I've had so many bad ideas, but like some of them were, what's the FEMA? I was like, hey, we should buy some FEMA trailers. And he was like, and what would we do with FEMA trailers? And I had this whole plan, right? And so like, I was like super risk, like, let's take some risks, everybody. And then I got here, and all of a sudden I was like, I became like really kind of like risk adverse at the beginning, especially. Yeah. Kind of going like, ooh, whoa, okay, hold on a minute. I have to reacclimate myself to this, because like I don't want to be the guy that runs this 40-year organization into the ground, right? And so like I got past that. Like once I settled in and was like, okay, I think I'm okay. And so that first year, like so the rescue mission, like most nonprofits, we raise most of our money at the end of the year. Yep. Like 70% of our budget, 60. What is the number? 60 to 70% of our budget, in between October and December, the end of December. It's a huge number. And so, as I'm looking at, I can look at the budget across the year and go, oh my gosh, like I'm looking at the month of December, and I'm kind of trying to get ahead and going, what's happening and what's December look like in giving, and I'm looking and go, oh my gosh. Yeah. God, I'm celebrating the generosity of our donors, and look how generous they are. Whew, thank you, Lord, for how generous they are. And that's my heart, literally, up until like the morning of December 1st of 2023. And then so like the night before, I'm still like, God, you're so generous. Our donors are amazing. They're so generous. Praise you, Jesus. And then I woke up on the 1st, and I came to work, and I started looking at that list, and all of a sudden, I'm like,
we're not going to make it.
Oh my gosh. What if that person doesn't give that gift? Yeah. Like, what if that person doesn't give that gift? Now, listen, I know they've given that gift every year for the past 10 years, but what if this is the year they don't give that gift? And I, like, freaked out. Like, freaked out so bad. I literally went home. I walked in the door. And my wife, like, I'm not kidding, walked in, and she looked at me, and she's like, what's happening here? Like, what's happening with you? And she could see it on me. Like, I was carrying this weight. And so I'm telling her, like, I'm freaking out, like this, like the donors, and what if they don't give, and oh my gosh, and I'm having this moment. And it just so happened that we had like a special worship night at our church that night. And so we were already planning on going. So we go to this worship night, and when I tell you, like, I am desperate before the Lord. I am literally like on my face. God, you gotta provide. Like, oh Lord, you gotta provide. Like, be generous to. And I'm begging the Lord, like, and I'm on my face. And God so gently, like, so lovingly, which is I'm really grateful for, because He hasn't always been super gentle with me in these. Most of the time when I freak out, He like slaps me around a little bit and tells me stop being stupid. But this time He just really gently was like, hey, stand up, steward. Like get up. Like, you do your part and I'll do my part. Yeah. And honestly, like, for the most part, settled my heart. Like just like, check, boop, I'm settled for the most part. Like, every now and again I lose it, but not for long.
I love how He called you by the name Steward, and you've shared that story with us. Like, that really put you in your place.
Oh, the
and
first
brings balance.
Yeah, so because the first time he called me Stuart, it was not nearly as gentle, and so yeah. So here's the story. Like this is like late night VRM at its best, and so the first time, so my oldest son Andrew, we were living in Phoenix, and he was initially was planning on going to ASU. We were living in Phoenix. ASU is in Phoenix. And he had this whole plan. I'm going to go do industrial design, and I'm going to live on campus, and it's close. And I was like, sweet. And it's all like wrapped up. Like we have housing. It's like tie a bow on it. We're done. Well, one night, here's the thing about Drew. Drew, especially in high school, he didn't want to talk to you unless it was real late at night. Mm-hmm. He had lots of... You're supposed to be in bed. And so my wife is like, she's chiming in. And so, okay. So like, literally like it's all, so Drew, he has lots of words late at night. And so he worked at the movie theater. And so one night, and I stay up waiting for him to get home from work. And so most nights he like wants to chat me up, and I try my best. And at some point I normally go, Drew, like, I love you, and I really want to hear about this, but I am so tired. Can we talk about it tomorrow? And he'd be like, yeah, Dad, thanks for trying. Well, this night he was like, he said to me, he's like, hey, I think we should look at Grand Canyon University, like out of the blue. And I'm like, why would we do that? And he was like, because ASU's all wrapped up with a little bow. And he goes, I'm not sure, but I think maybe the Lord is calling me into the ministry. And I'm not sure, but I think maybe he's calling. And like, so, and I was like, and bro, you could have knocked me over with a feather. I was so taken aback. That came out of really left field for him. Praise God. And so like, it started this whole conversation around like, okay, so ASU is not going to be the place for you to like do ministry training. So we end up like, he decides he's going to go to Dallas Baptist University because that's where my wife and I both went. And we know it's a great school. And he was like, no, I don't want to go. Want to blaze my own trail like 18-year-olds do. And sorry, it's the same message. My phone tells me twice if I don't pay attention to it. But then like we were like, well, let's just go look at it. And so we go look at DBU, and he falls in love with it. So that's where he's going to school.
Yeah.
And so now my oldest is going to Dallas. We live in Phoenix, and I am not okay. Like I'm not okay with my kid going far away.
Yeah.
So one night we're sitting on the couch, and I'm really wrestling. And God bless my wife. Like she's like, she could tell I'm having some turmoil. And I'm normally pretty level-headed. That's my like default, like relax, like steady. And she says, "Are you okay?" And I like full meltdown. I was like, "No, I'm not okay. Like my kid is going 2,000 miles away. What happens if something happens? I can't be there to help him." And a full meltdown. And then I was like, you know what's going to happen? He's going to go to Dallas. You know what's going to happen when he gets there? He's going to meet some stupid Texas girl. And then he's going to fall in love with her. Her stupid Texas family is going to want her to stay close. So now my kid and her stupid Texas wife and all of their stupid Texas children are going to be in Texas. And I live in Phoenix. And I just full meltdown. Full meltdown.
No offense to Texas people.
Full meltdown. And in that moment, and so here's the thing that like God often, I don't know about you, but God often uses movies and TV like things to like teach me lessons.
Okay.
It's weird. It's super weird. He's used the Cosby Show in the past, which is a whole thing.
Yeah, there's a thing there.
But in this case, he used the Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
And so there's this moment in I think it's the Return of the King. I think it's the Return of the King, where Gandalf this is so dorky. I wish Noah was here because he would he would
totally
so
get it.
resonate with me on this. Where Gandalf is talking to the steward of Gondor. Now he's not the king, and that's really important because the line of the king, they think it's dead.
Yeah.
They think it's disappeared. So he's not the king because he doesn't have royal blood. He's the steward. But the king, Aragorn, is coming. And so the steward says to Gandalf, he's like, you think I don't know who's coming? You would replace me with this guy, blah, blah, blah. And he's having all these feelings. And Gandalf looks at the steward of Gondor and he says, it's not within your authority to deny the return of the king. And he goes, steward. Like it's a bad word. He's like, steward. You know, like slap you around, you petty little steward. You know, and so in that moment, the Lord was like, get it together, steward. Like, Andrew, my son, he belongs to me. And he has always belonged to me. You have only ever been a steward. And I was like, dang, you ain't gotta be so rough with me. Like, why you gotta be so mean, you know? But I needed that, right? In that moment, like God used that to like put me right in my place. And I needed that. And so now, like, fast forward, I'm on my face before the Lord going, oh God, provide. And so gently, he says, hey, like, get up, steward. Like, like I got this.
Yeah.
You know, and so like, and I'm like, thanks for not slapping me around with that one again. You know, but I'm grateful for that. And so like, so all of that's such like the longest answer ever to this question.
It's okay.
We got time. It's 1 o'clock. I'm working my way through the night. But so to answer, so like generally, that moment really settled my heart. Like overall, like I generally like function from a place of peace with our finances. Like look, I still like. We still have to be good stewards, and we are still very diligent and taking care of being mindful with our finances. We're trying not to be wasteful. We steward the crap out of things. Like that's something I say on the regular. Like, hey, we're gonna steward the crap out of that thing. Like we're not stewarding it a little bit. We're really stewarding it. Like, but every now and again, like I lose it and I have to like get it back. The piece, and so
I'm listening to that whole storyline, and then I remember it wasn't all that long after you got here that we launched Mission Coffee, and to me that like jumped right past Bullet too. You know,
boy, oh boy, that was
huge.
That was
and yet it's also such a good example of like it wasn't just a wild idea that we're gonna go out and do. It was like, okay, God, I think this idea might be something. And then, hey, we happen to have this person who has this coffee shop massive experience. And hey, I happen to have food service experience. And hey, all the pieces were together. So it seemed like a wild idea, but the risk was actually fairly low.
Yeah, actually.
Considering what God had already put together.
Yeah, and honestly, like, had God not made it so abundantly clear at every turn. Like, so here's the story of Mission Coffee. Like, my wife, when we came out to Visalia to interview for this job, and we're doing all the tour, and we walk through the backside of Simply Chic, she's like, hey, this should not be a thrift store. This should be like a cafe. This is such a cool space, or a coffee shop. And I was like, babe, we don't even have this job. Like, just put that away. And then, like, I don't even know, like 3 or 4 months into this job, she was like, hey, I think you should open a coffee shop. And I literally was like, no. No, I'm not even having this conversation.
Yeah.
I am, at this point, I'm still drinking from a fire hose.
Yep.
Because financially, we were a mess.
Yeah.
Like, development wasn't raising money. We didn't even know how to raise money. And thrift was losing money, like a lot of money every month. And so we were like, not only were we not raising money, we were digging ourselves a hole every month. It was bad. And so, like, I was like, I'm not even having this conversation. And so I literally shut it down. And then we keep walking. And then, like, 5 minutes later, I'm like, dude, I freaking hate you. Because she knows. Like, I have this, like, entrepreneurial thing that happened in my brain. And I was like, I hate you so much. She's like, because you can't stop thinking about it, right? And I was like, I hate you. Yes, I can't stop thinking about it. And so then I said, here's what we'll do. She's having a good time.
She's saying, stop hating me.
She's like, she said she's cracking up. And so I said, here's what we'll do. So the Phoenix Rescue Mission, I told you guys earlier, like they had a cafe that Grand Canyon University had given us like this very nice espresso machine. It was like a $15,000 espresso machine that when COVID closed, the cafe was literally sitting unused, just sitting there collecting dust. And so I said, here's what we'll do. I will call Phoenix, and if they offered to give it to me for free, I said, babe, if they ask for $1, the answer is no. I mean it, like $1. If it has to be free, then I'll consider it. I call up my buddy Ben. Hi, Ben. I love you. And I said, Ben, what do you think about this? And he was like, hey, I think that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, come get it. It's yours, man. And I was like, dang it. And so that just kind of became this like the first of all of these really obvious kind of benchmarks. Like you said, like our director of HR is a former Starbucks manager, and she, in our conversations, like in the get to know her, she was like, hey, I left Starbucks for a reason. I don't want to be in that business anymore. And so I went to her and I was like, so I remember that you said you don't want to be in that business anymore, but I have this idea. And she was like, let's go.
Yeah.
And she got so behind it like immediately.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I do. I have all of the food service experience in the world. So like opening a restaurant is like, well, it's like breathing. Like it's fine. I could do that with my eyes closed. And so, like we had all the expertise to do it, and we knew what we were doing. And so then it really was like, by the way, the backside of Simply Chic actually used to be a restaurant.
Yeah.
And so it was already plumbed for a kitchen. It already had a grease trap. Which also is another piece of the story, which is so like crazy that like we actually looked up the newspaper article about the restaurant that used to be there and all of the drama around the closing and the argument with the landlord about the smell and the sewer smell and it's their fault. No, it's your fault. And so I went to our landlord who was their landlord. I said, hey, listen, we're thinking about opening a coffee shop, but I need you to figure out, like, was it you or was it them? Can we get to the bottom of this before we even go any farther? He was like, I don't even remember. I don't know, but I'll send a plumber out. We'll figure it out. And she's telling me I'm telling the story wrong. And so actually you're right. The board did come first. And so then then I went to my executive committee. And I talked to them, and I wish I'd had like a camera in that room, because I literally could not have tried harder to sync my own idea. Like at the end of the meeting, I'm like slouched down in my chair, like so I have this idea. It could be cool, but it also could really be terrible. But also I'm not sure about it. But okay, I'm just gonna bring it to you. I there was no salesmanship to it. I was actively like working against my own idea.
You didn't Ross Perot that one.
No flip charts. And so, and much to my chagrin, I was like, I think we could open a coffee shop, and here's why I think it could work. And they were like, we love it. Even Nathan Hall's my board chair, who is the most financially conservative person on my board, was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And I was like, bro, you're letting me down right now. I was counting on your no.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they got on board. The rest of the board got real excited about it too. And so all along the way, there were these like undeniable,
right.
God going, like, what else do you need from me? And so in a lot of ways, it felt like a cannonball. Financially, it was. Like, we took some risk. And And I had to explain it to our team.
It was tens of thousands of dollars. at
Yeah,
risk.
yeah, but it could have been so much worse. Like, God provided so much. Like we had architects who came along and did the plans for free.
Yeah.
The plumbers who did the work at cost. The electricians who came and did the work at cost.
Yeah.
The project manager who volunteered his time, like, and then came in and did the tile work himself. Like, just unbelievable favor all along the way. But I had to like go to the team, like our staff, and go, because part of what it means to work for me is I'm just going to tell you the truth. Like, I'm super transparent. And so when I started here, we did our first all staff. I was like, hey everybody, like, here's our budget. Like, hey, we're in some trouble financially. Like this is why nobody's getting raises. And when I say nobody, I mean nobody. Like nobody at any level. Nobody. Like, it's not because I don't love you or you don't deserve it. It's because we can't afford it, right? And so they heard that message, and then all of a sudden I'm like, hey, we're opening a coffee shop. They're like, hey, well, what up? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, there was feelings.
No, there's some real feelings, and so we had to talk and be like, listen, like, number one, we feel God calling us to this, but we're also not going to save ourselves. We're not gonna save ourselves out of this mess that we're in. We have to generate more revenue. We have to make more money. And so and they eventually got on board.
Yeah.
But I had to like bring them along. And so yeah, I mean, that's a great example of us like.
Yeah, that spiritual balance to budgeting and trusting God to provide. I think the Mission Coffee story is a great story of that, because before the financial risk took place, there was the budgeting, and then there was all the confirmation. Here's the people.
Yeah.
Here's the provision. Here's God saying, oh yes, yes, right,
Yeah.
in all of these ways. And then the money goes in, and now Mission Coffee is profitable, and every cup of coffee brings money into the ministry that we do. Plus, I think here's such a great example of how that godly budgeting process works, is now Mission Coffee doesn't just make money for the mission, it is a ministry in and of itself. So when God is in it, like, it just turns on all the gears at once.
Yeah.
Which is such a beautiful witness of when you do that budgeting thing the right way.
Yeah.
God's fingerprint just ends up over all the parts of
Yeah.
it, which is just beautiful. And
Yeah.
I think that was great. I think that's a great example that happened so early on in your tenure of making that kind of budgeting thing happen. And while we've taken some big risks even this past year,
Yeah.
trying to expand the services that we offer, I've seen the same thing happen. Hey, we're gonna invest in this and watch God show us what the next step is, when the next step is, and watch God bring us people. So, our Women on the Mission has a guest speaker who happens to be a social worker who has this wild testimony about God's grace in her life and overcoming her.
That you and I are both super salty that they brought a speaker
why
into our meeting. Like this is our meeting. Why are you bringing a speaker to our meeting? Yeah.
Who then becomes God's confirmation. I want you to step into this area.
Yeah.
In that moment.
Now she works for us. Yeah. And is a rock star.
And I'm going to get her on this bench tomorrow morning.
She's an absolute rock star. Yeah, but that's it. Like, God is, man, he's just so good. Like, yeah, just.
So I think those are a couple of examples of that question. How do you balance, fiscal budgeting responsibility and God's provision?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm also super grateful that, like, listen, I'll just be honest. Like, I don't always get it right. Like, like there have been times when I've been like, hey, I have this idea, and then praise God for Gustavo. I hope you're not awake, but if you are because of your boys, I'm sorry, but praise God for Gustavo. Like, coming along and going like, hey, I know you want to do this, but we need to wait.
Yeah.
Like, and he's, and he's getting better. He's getting better and better at that. But like recently, I'm still going like, bro, just say what you have to say. If the answer is not now, Michael, then say not now, Michael. Like, okay. But I need that. Like I need the person telling me no.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. Hey, that's expensive. We don't have the money for that right now. And that's important. But I also have to, I want that. I need that. And I'm grateful for it. And so, and so when we, yeah.
Yeah. So this conversation brings me to another question I have for you.
Sure.
So you came before you were in rescue mission work. You were in secular leadership roles.
Yep.
And so now here you are. What do you like? Having that experience, and now being in this position, what do you find the most rewarding part of that change? Going from like for-profit industry leadership to ministry-focused nonprofit leadership.
I mean, like, look, there's some really obvious things that come along with, like, thank you. I mean, there are some really obvious things. You know, like I get to live out my faith every single day. Like that, there's that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we're just gonna like, we're gonna
assume that.
We're going to assume that's true. Like that is super rewarding, right? That this feels like a calling, and I get to live in my calling, and that's really sweet. Like that's when you get to wake up and function in your sweet spot all day. Like that's pretty awesome.
Yep.
And when you feel like God called you to that, that's even more awesome.
Yeah.
So that's like we're starting there,
Yep.
right? And so like I'm not diminishing that, but like that's the obvious answer. I don't ever stop here. Okay. I don't ever stop being humbled. I don't know where to start with this answer because I have so many feelings about it.
Yeah.
All right. So the answer I would say that's most rewarding is we've got folks that work for us that have really embraced, like, one of the things that we talk about a lot around the rescue mission is like that if you work here, it's because you believe God has called you here in this season, you, as you are right now, with your gifts, with your talents and your strengths and your weaknesses, into the role that you're in, that is God ordained. So it is such a joy for me to get to watch a team of people like embrace that idea and go, yeah, like God called, like you heard Aaron, like Aaron was like I could have made so much more money somewhere else. Nobody's getting rich at the rescue mission, I promise. And so like,
that was Doug.
Doug's like, I'm getting rich. That's not true. We're stewarding better than that. And so, but make the decision to go like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
Because God has called me to that. And so then for me, like the real honor and it's super like humbling for me to get to know that like, hey, the thing that God has asked me to do is to come and to provide an environment where those people who are responding in obedience to their calling, and in a lot of cases sacrificing to do so, like, let me make that as great as it can be. Let me make that environment rewarding and life-giving, where you have what you need, where you feel valued, where you're developed, where the culture is encouraging. And I mean, like, where you are, like, because it's one thing, listen, it's one thing for me to tell James, who runs our men's shelter, hey James, I believe that God has called you to be the men's shelter manager, that he specifically called you into that role. It's one thing for me to say it with my mouth. It's another thing for me to go, hey James, because I believe that God's called you into that role, like, what ideas do you have to make this thing better? Like, what would you want to do?
Yeah.
Like, we literally, like, James, I wish you got to go back and watch the video. Freddie Garcia, Frankie Frank Garcia literally said, hey, like I was at the rescue mission like 3 or 4 years ago and in the shelter, and I've come back, and he was like, the atmosphere around here is so different. There's so much more honor. There's so much more dignity and respect. He was like, he goes, it is such a different experience. And that comes from like me going to that team and going, I believe that God's called you. And because I believe that, like, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Like, what bullets do you want to fire?
Yeah.
You know, and then letting them fire some bullets. And listen, some of them are terrible ideas. And that's okay.
Yeah.
Like the one thing I won't tolerate, like have a bad idea. Fine. I have plenty of them. I can hear Amy in my head going, yeah, tell them about the commercial composting idea. It was terrible. But like, have a bad idea, fine. But what I won't tolerate is us getting down the road and then us kind of looking around and being like, this really sucks. Yeah, this is terrible. And then us going, well, how did we get here? And everybody kind of going, I don't know. Like, I don't know how we got here. Like, it happened to us. Like, that, I won't tolerate that. Like, that's, like, if we get somewhere and it sucks, like, we're going to get there and I'm going to be like, hey, this really sucks. And I'm like, yeah, it really does suck. How do we get here? Well, we made this choice and this choice and this choice. All right, well, let's back that up and make a different choice, right? Like, let's do that on purpose. For me, part of like stewardship is about like we steward our intention. Like, we don't let crap happen to us. Like, we happen to crap. Like, that's 125 at its best, man. I'm telling you. Like,
I was just thinking
that's some late night.
That's a lot of crap.
That's VR. That's some VRM after dark. And so, but you know what I mean? Like, and so for me, the most rewarding part of all of this is being able to come aside folks that have really embraced, like, hey, I do feel called to this work. And then going, I believe that too. And then now go function in that calling. And I believe in it so much that I trust you to do something with it. And then watching them go, okay.
Yeah.
And then go,
yeah.
Well, look at all these amazing ideas that I have.
And I can affirm that from working alongside.
My wife was like, dude, facepalm. I know, I'm really sorry. Like, I'm sorry.
I can really affirm that because working alongside people who have felt called and taken pay cuts so they could live out their calling. But never feeling, I'm going to go back and say it the positive way. You brought them dignity in making that choice to follow their calling when it was a pay cut to do so. When before, not everyone felt the dignity of making that choice. Like, it wasn't celebrated in that way. And I think that is, so the fact that brings you such joy pours over.
It really does.
In such a powerful way.
Yeah, I mean, it is like my greatest joy.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it took me like, there was a season in my time at the Phoenix Rescue Mission when my job changed. Like, to this day, I love my job now. It's great. But the most fun I've ever had in a job ever was that director of social enterprise job, where we're building this new restaurant and it's like we're changing it, and I am like elbow to elbow with clients, man. We're like making burgers and salsa together and we're doing life together, and it was so awesome. And then like COVID happened and my job changed. Now I don't have any interaction with clients.
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, this really stinks. Like, I don't like this at all. And all of a sudden, like, I'm managing the people who manage the people who are serving the clients. And I felt so disconnected.
Yeah.
And it really did. It took some time for the Lord to like work in my heart to go, hey, listen, like, like Shirley said it really well. She was like, the people that I serve, like they're my clients now. Like I serve the people who report to me, and if I can serve them well, then they'll serve their people well, and then it'll get down, and then their people will serve our clients with excellence.
Yeah.
But if I do a bad job of that at the top, and look, like we've all seen that. We've seen that. We've all had bad bosses. Mm-hmm. We've seen that in a myriad of different places, where you have a leader who strangles things or holds tight to control and believes it lives and dies by them, and and it doesn't, that sense of trust and empowerment doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And it leaves people feeling like they're hanging out by themselves.
Yeah.
And it's awful.
Yeah.
It's terrible. And so
you said there was another thing that really nurtured you about working in this space versus the secular space. You said I have these two things.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sure I said it all. I
Yeah.
talked so much about that I'm sure it all got looped in there at some point.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
How about you? If you don't know, Bruce is a bivocational pastor.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things, like, as your boss, one of the things I'm constantly aware of, constantly like trying to monitor and steward well is like is your bandwidth, because I know that not only does, like, hey, if I'm stretching Bruce too thin, not only does it affect your team here, but it affects like your church there.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, I'd love to hear a little bit about how you balance those two things. This may not be the best time to talk about it.
Well, luckily,
but
luckily it's an all right time.
Yeah.
So I think that is a constant struggle. There isn't. I don't know that I ever feel perfectly balanced. I don't think that's a reality for me.
Yeah.
I think it's always a matter of, adjusting one way or another to come as close to it as possible in that. But I think one of the benefits for me is I've been bivocational for about 20 years now, and largely by choice, because I love my small, very organic, family-oriented congregation just the way it is, and I nurture that organic sense more than a growth model, for growth's sake. Not that we don't want to grow. But so I've been bivocational for 20 years, and I've worked in secular settings most of that 20 years as my bivocational, my second job. So being in a space where ministry is what I do in my second job as well as in my first job creates such relief in that balance, because I get to operate and live in the same mental, spiritual, emotional space in both places. That it really is very helpful to be here.
That's really good to know. Because I've actually been super worried that it was the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
I was really worried that it was the opposite, that we were like wearing that part of you down, and that somehow that was creating a negative consequence somewhere else.
Yeah, like it's the opposite for me.
Interesting.
It's easier, more fulfilling. There's less gear shifting and trying to figure out who to please how. It's just all kind of in one space. So that's freeing. Not that makes the juggling of time particularly easier. It just makes the mental, emotional, spiritual weight lighter.
Yeah.
So that then the time juggle is logistical. It's just logistical.
Yeah.
And so that has the give and take of trying to figure out that weekly balance.
And I feel like I should apologize. Like it seems silly to me that, because genuinely, as much as I'm worried about that, like, that I've never just straight up asked you, like, hey, like, can we talk about this?
Yeah.
And again, like, so we recently took our leadership team through that book, Crucial Conversations, and again, the outrageously obvious answer to this is like, hey, just say it out loud, like. And because I didn't say it out loud, I was functioning in this like misunderstanding, and so I could have just asked, like, hey, how does like, and so I'm sorry, I should have asked earlier.
Yeah.
Anyways, because I have been really worried about it, especially in the last couple of weeks.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, last couple of weeks, that's been busy.
It's been a lot.
That's been a lot.
It's been a lot. I know it's been a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
You and I have been commiserating about how our brains are not functioning well.
So not.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Brains not functioning well.
Yeah.
So I know that in my experience being here, I've had, coming from other settings, I've had some kind of bubble bursting, growth causing things that I've learned. Have you had any of those experiences, like coming from having a previously secular career, now being in this? Have there been big awareness kind of lessons that have come your way?
Oh, bubble bursting.
So I'll give you my example.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I grew up in a Christian home with a family that stayed together. There wasn't alcohol abuse or drug abuse in my family. We're really, like, you know, as close to the Cleavers on Leave It to Beaver as you could get in the 1970s. For sure. And so I'm by nature a pretty mercy-giving, grace-giving person, and I don't generally judge people by their worst moments or any of that stuff. But in working side by side with people who have been in drug addiction or been on the streets or been in criminal activity for whatever amount of time that they had been in that, and now walking alongside them and working alongside them in their recovery process, I had to confront some things in myself when I found myself becoming friends with those people. I began to realize that I had previously held on to some unspoken judgment, that people who were stuck in addiction were not good people.
Yeah.
That's really, I hate to say that out loud because I feel very embarrassed that lived in me. I would never have spoken that. I wasn't even aware of the feeling, but until I confronted, hey, I'm a friend with this person who has lived this life.
Yeah.
And so that awareness, like, these are wonderful, wonderful human beings.
Yeah.
Who have had a different journey than mine, and their journey led them to some hard choices that they didn't make the same way I made my much easier choice.
Yeah.
And so that awareness was groundbreaking for me, because it unearthed something I didn't know I had in that kind of latent, unspoken judgment. So I'm just wondering, like, if you've had something similar. Maybe not, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing that is most like that for me is, listen, I'm similar. Like I was a good kid growing up. I didn't drink. I didn't use drugs. Like I didn't hang out with kids who did.
Yep.
Like that wasn't my, that wasn't my, I wasn't that guy. And so, so I was, in that way, I was really pretty sheltered in my understanding. And so the thing that really, the longer I do this work, I guess the best way is I think I was really, so I remember when I first started at the Phoenix Rescue Mission, they used to do this thing, like this thing called the trauma bomb, like where they would tell their trauma story, like from like their whole trauma story.
Wow.
Like the whole, as much as they could remember their trauma story.
Wow.
And I remember hearing, like, one of the guys was like, yeah, and he was like, I started when I was in the womb. And when I heard that, I was like, kind of eye roll, like, man, like, in the womb. Like, really? In the womb. You know, and really just going, having no concept of how broken this world could be.
Yeah.
And how broken homes could be.
Yeah.
And I had parents that loved me.
Yep.
And I love my kids.
Yep.
And no concept of like of parents who didn't love their kids. And so like, you know, I've talked about it several times in this because it's so heavy in my, like, it's such a misconception from people on the outside as they view that, like, the kind of unhoused community, that like that some people are born into trauma. That they're born into situations where they almost cannot, like you just look and you go, well, of course you turned out like that. Like I think about, I used to listen to this podcast called Ear Hustle. Are you familiar? Mm-hmm. And there was an episode where they were interviewing this guy at the prison who was in prison for sex trafficking, and this woman who was in this prison who he had trafficked.
Ooh.
And so they're interviewing, and so like separately.
Yep.
And at one point she says, like, well, he grew up drinking dirty water. So, like, what else did you expect? And I like, it hit me so hard. Like, this woman,
his victim
who had experienced unspeakable atrocities at this guy's hand, can look at him and go, he's a product of his environment. Mm-hmm. Like, he did terrible things and he's accountable for every one of those things. But she's able to look at him with some level of compassion and go, he grew up drinking dirty water. Like, he was, I can't think of a better way. He was screwed from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, he was born into deficiency or I can't even think of it the right word. You know, like behind the eight ball. Like,
yeah.
Like, so.
The cards were stacked against him from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, and so like, and we encounter those folks all the time here.
Yeah.
You know, the guy whose mom introduced him to meth at 9, and you go,
yeah.
What else do you expect?
Yep.
You know, and you know, there's this concept, you know, the adverse childhood experiences, the ACEs, right? And you know, those are like, if your parents are divorced, if they went to jail, or there's drug use, and so the science behind that is so interesting.
It is crazy.
You know, that like if you get above a certain number on that scale that like you're 10 times more likely to try to commit suicide or have heart disease or all of these things, right? And so like you come across these like I won't ever forget this until the day that I die. The very first time I learned, I was exposed to that concept of ACEs. It was a TED Talk. I listened to it online, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so interesting. Like, I was like, oh my God, I need to tell the world about this. And so I go to my two volunteer coordinators, and I go, you guys, you won't believe, because it's part of this like broader like trauma-informed care training that I had gone to. And I was like, you guys, I've got to tell you about this thing. Oh my, it like blew my mind. And I'm like telling him, and one of my coordinators, she goes, oh yeah, I'm like a 10. And I thought, well, of course you are. Because what I knew about her was she struggled with addiction, right? Like she'd been to prison, like all of these things, like, oh my God.
You could see all the outcomes.
Yeah. You know, like.
But never thought about the symptoms that brought them.
Yeah. You know, and so like, so for me, I think like the like paradigm breaking like thing that's happened is just a recognition of the absolute brokenness in our world.
Yeah.
That there's complete depravity existing in our world, and that we do not have any idea about what the people that we encounter have experienced.
Right.
Like Tim sat here earlier, and I don't have any idea what his experience is, but based on my limited time with him, I'm going to guess that he's experienced some real trauma at home. Like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot. Is my guess. And if you don't know that about him, and all you do is interact with him, you're like, kind of, what's happening with this guy? That's a 20-year-old man. Why is he like having a hard time talking to me? What the heck's wrong with him? Get a backbone, you know. And you're like having some judgment, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of compassion, and some empathy. You know, KP asked me when she was here earlier. She was like, "Hey, like, were you here when she was on the bench?"
No, I was at.
Oh, dude, it was so good. She lit me up. It was great. She like grilled me for like 45 minutes. But one of the things she asked me was like, hey, how has this work impacted or changed my faith?
Mm-hmm.
And it really is simplified my faith in so many ways.
Simplified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because because I think we as believers make it so complicated sometimes. Like, let me tell you about my theology and my doctrine and blah 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 blah, and we find ways to disagree about nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And for me, like I am absolutely satisfied.
Yeah.
Utterly content. Like, I mean it. Like if I land on nothing else besides what I'm about to say, I will be fine until the day that I die. Which is this. When the Pharisees asked Jesus, which is the most important commandment? And he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And the second is like that. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
So like what this work has done to my faith is said like, hey, look, like I think Jesus meant that this thing over here is just like the most important commandment. Love your neighbor as yourself. So all of a sudden, like, I'm going to look at everybody like my neighbor.
Yep.
And just try to show them compassion. And try to have empathy. And try to not judge them for how they look or how they behave, or without trying at least to understand them. You know, because you just have no idea.
Yeah.
You just have no idea.
Yeah.
I won't tell the stories because they're ridiculously embarrassing. But like, I have a history of absolutely putting my foot in my. Actually, I'll tell the one story because it's almost 2, and I don't believe anybody's actually watching at 2 in the morning. How many people are actually? 5 people are watching.
5.
And
Okay.
I bet my wife, she's gonna like, if my wife is watching, she's gonna like be like, I cannot believe you told that story. But like early in our marriage, this is so stupid. But like early in our marriage, we're driving, and I was young, like 20 years ago, folks. So give me some grace. We're driving down the road, and I'm driving, and I see this guy walking on the side of the road, and I look at my wife, and I'm like, man, look at that brother with the big old head. And I'm pointing at him, and then we get up on him, and he clearly has some sort of like developmental thing. And I literally was like, my wife looked at me, and she was like, yeah, you're going to hell. Like,
you just sealed your fate. There is no salvation left for you.
And so I was like, yeah, I'm the worst, right? Like I don't ever want to, like, that's a really stupid example, but like,
yeah,
like that stuff exists on the inside.
Yes.
All around us.
Yes.
And so for me, like, it just like I'm gonna work real hard to love my neighbor as myself.
Yeah. And Tim is an example, right? Because I get to sit with him in class once a week, and it doesn't take too much time with Tim to realize that this is a sweet young man.
Yeah.
Who wants to give and be seen.
Yeah.
And like all of us,
mm-hmm.
want to be able to give something meaningful and want to be seen.
Yeah.
And it's there if we'll just get past our initial thoughts. And
yeah, poor guy is just terrified.
Yeah.
He's terrified.
Yeah.
Of the world.
Yeah.
And which makes me go like, I'm terrified to know what has made you terrified. I don't know that I really want to know.
No.
What has made you terrified of the world.
Yeah.
To the point where you, in most cases, don't feel comfortable speaking.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ugly out there.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And so like that's the place that's like broken my paradigm, is just realizing that
there's kinds of ugly that we haven't experienced
that we can't even begin to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And it exists around the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, that's tough.
Okay, so another question for you.
Yeah.
Say you had unabated influence, and you could choose a public policy on either the city, the state, the federal level, in the realm of homelessness or addiction or one of the things that we're talking about today. What policy would you most like to see change?
Okay, so can you stay here and do a little Bruce magic while I go and take a little break?
Okay.
Because I've been drinking lots of water.
Okay.
And while I'm going to think, because that's not a small question.
That's not a small question.
So I'll be right back. Enjoy Bruce. He's way more entertaining than I am.
I'm really not. I don't know what I'm going to do while you're gone. I generally deflect to other people. My most current favorite dad joke is, Juan and Amal are twins, but their mother only carries a picture of Juan with her wherever she goes. Because if you've seen Juan, you've seen Amal. It's really bad. That's it. What's my other current dad joke? I've told it a lot lately, but I can't come to mind right now. At 2 a.m, I can't remember it. What's the dumb joke I tell lately, Doug?
Oh, you don't want to bring me into it.
Oh, I don't? Oh. Katie just reminded me. Laugh at my own stupid joke. The name Lance isn't very popular anymore. But in the medieval times, they used to name people Lancelot. That was good. That's about as dad as it gets right there. I've got one more left. I've got a couple more here. Let me look up my dad jokes. I have a guy who I text dad jokes with all the time, so I just have to look on my chain. Oh, this is a great one. I put this one in the VRM informant. What happens when a microscope crashes into a telescope? They kaleidoscope. That one was good. Yeah. That one was really good. That's a good one.
You have 5.
My wife told me, oh, this is great. My wife told me I should stop being an idiot.
Still dad jokes.
Yeah.
I love it.
My wife told me I should stop being an idiot. She said I should just be myself. I told her to make up her mind. Right?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so you don't leave me alone.
Dad jokes.
You don't leave me alone with the camera running.
Dude, dad jokes.
My default is stupid dad jokes.
That's great.
If my kids are awake, their eyes are probably rolling in their sleep right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. They can sense it.
Oh, my dad is telling a joke.
They can sense it from afar. That's funny.
Yeah.
I do love a good dad joke.
Yeah, every once in a while.
I send it when I come across a good one. I send it to my oldest son because he appreciates them the most. My other kids, like I send it to them too, but they don't. Oh, they're like, "Come on, Dad." Yeah. Drew's like, "That's awesome."
You know, it's really not fair to get angry at lazy people.
Why?
After all, they didn't really do anything.
That's true. All right, I won't even try to find one of these here.
Wait, are we gonna dad joke it off right now?
Let me see. I'm just gonna try to find the last one that I. No, I can't say that one. I can't.
I see our jokes are on different levels here.
No, it's probably on the borderline of.
Okay. Why do melons always have weddings? They cantaloupe. I gotta laugh. I love it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my word, that's great.
You know why Cinderella was such a bad football player?
Why?
Her coach was a pumpkin.
I don't get it.
Cinderella, fairy godmother turned a pumpkin into her coach.
Oh, coach. Got it. Coach
Football
was a pumpkin.
player,
Yeah, I got it.
Coach.
There we go. No, sorry, I missed that one.
It's late.
Yeah.
Or early.
One of the two, but
it's something.
It's something.
All right, I promise I'm trying to find a good joke here.
I'll just keep going while you keep looking. What happens when someone slaps you at high frequency? It megahertz.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
I'm going to steal that one. That's a really good one. That's actually a megahertz. That's pretty great. Oh man. All right, I'm having to go too far back here. All right, All right, I give myself 10 more seconds to try to find this. Megahertz, that's great.
How much did Santa's sleigh cost?
How much?
Nothing. It was on the house.
That's a solid eye roll.
That's a solid eye roll.
All right, never mind.
All right.
So if I had unlimited influence and could change any policy, oh my word. I don't even know that I'm equipped to answer that question, honestly. Oh gosh. Yeah, I really don't know that I'm even equipped.
Yeah.
I don't have enough knowledge to answer that question effectively. But it would probably something in like the housing zoning kind of like to make apartments more easier to zone. Like there's been a general move in a lot of cities away from multifamily housing, like apartments, and anybody our age, like you think back, like what was the first place you lived when you got married? In an apartment. Yeah. Me too. Yeah. You know, but that like those are getting harder and harder to find. Yeah. Like, and so I think that I don't know what the answer is, but like there's a real lack of affordable housing.
Accessible housing, yeah.
Not just certainly in California.
Yeah.
But all over. I mean, all over. I mean, we were dealing with it in Phoenix just as bad.
Yeah.
You know, and we've got, you know, just red tape and around, you know, we had developers that were like, we had strip center after strip center with these empty big box stores.
Right.
And developers going like, hey, I could turn that into, you know, this many units of housing.
Yeah.
And the city going, well, no, it's not zoned for that.
Yeah.
Well, how about you figure that out?
Yeah.
Like what matters more to you? The zoning of that empty Babies R Us?
Right.
Or having people with some affordable place to live and they're not on the street.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I don't feel super equipped to answer that question.
Is there something that particularly gets in the way of things that you'd like to see done? Maybe.
I mean, I think like that's tough because that's like a politics question.
Okay.
You're baiting me into a politics
I'm trying
answer.
Not to, actually, yeah, I don't want it to get that, but I do think
you know, but honestly, like I think it's whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, I think that it is fair to say that the political discourse has in the last 30 years become much less productive and much more divisive. And everybody says it, but you forget. Like I was on Instagram earlier today, and there was this clip of the 1980 presidential debate between Republican debate between Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush in 1980. And the guy stands up and he says, like, do you think that, you know, that the school district should have to pay for illegal immigrants to come to my school? You know, in 1980, it's 45 years ago.
Yep.
And both of the candidates led with empathy and said, hey, like, I think the broader conversation is we've got hardworking people that need a meaningful path to take to a brighter future, and less demonizing, right? And so like
right,
and that applies across every topic. You know, that is housing, that is social benefits, it is Social Security.
Yeah.
It is Medicaid. It is immigration. It is criminal justice. Every topic, literally every topic, is become a battleground of divisiveness, and people just have stopped talking meaningfully to each other. And so, you know, if I had unlimited influence, I'd be like, hey, like let's find a way to like start talking again.
Mhm.
To each other and not at each other or about each other.
Yeah. Because I think as humans, we're generally compassionate. And if we could sit down and have the conversation, we probably, whatever political stripe we are, want the same kind of solution. We just have different ideas about how to get there.
Yeah.
And if we could get back to that conversation, we'd find a lot more in common. And I think that compassion matters.
Yeah. You know, and again, and I feel like it's such a broken record, but for me, it's just so simple. It comes back to like, hey, like, followers of Jesus, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
Let's just start there.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesus called that the same, like the most important commandment. Love your neighbor as yourself. Let's start there.
Yeah.
And then, like, let's measure our words and our actions and our discourse against that litmus test. Am I loving my neighbor as myself in the way that I address them, or in the way that I talk to them, in the way that I act towards them? Is this loving?
Yeah.
Do I want to be treated this way? I mean, it's so like elementary.
Yeah.
It feels like, but
I always like the way when Paul rephrased that.
Yeah.
And I forget if it's Philippians or Ephesians, but he said, consider others more highly than yourself. Like, here, you want to know how to love your neighbor? Just consider them more highly. Consider their needs. Consider where they are. More than you think about yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that, like, I was, man, in the height of COVID, is when it really became obvious to me, when everybody was screaming about my rights to do this and my rights, you're infringing on my rights, right, in the church. You know, I was desperate for some pastor to stand up and go, hey, believers in Jesus, I just want to remind you that you don't really have any rights, that you have willingly surrendered all of your rights to the King. And his word says this, that each of you should look not only towards your own interests, but also towards the interests of others. In humility, it's Philippians, considering others as more important than yourselves. Like, right? Like that undoes the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, each of you should consider others as more important than yourselves.
Yeah. I love that he says, you know, don't just consider your own, look at the full picture.
Yeah.
Look at where everyone's coming from. And then once you've done that evaluation, put them before you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And so, like, you know, I've said it like a bajillion times, like in private conversation and in public discourse, like you can't do the work that we do here and hold to any political dogma at all. Like nobody's getting it exactly right, you know, and so, like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like I won't. I just can't, because everybody gets some part of it wrong. And so for me, like, I just have to go back and go, like, at my core, again, as a follower of Jesus, I'm going to try to make decisions that allow me to love my neighbor as myself. Like, and start there.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and thankfully, like, look, the fact that the rescue mission exists and has existed for 40 years tells us that, like, there are lots of folks in this community that see the value in loving their neighbors.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm super grateful for that. You know, and I don't, listen, I'm not trying to be, like, I don't mean to be preachy about that. Like, that's just me. That's my faith. And that's the standard that I like. The rest of it doesn't need to be complicated.
Yeah.
To me, at least.
Yeah.
Like I know that before Jesus, I was a train wreck. Like you.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we forget that we were a train wreck before.
Yeah.
And that the only thing good that I have to offer this world was given to me by Jesus.
Yeah.
Like that's it. I got nothing good except for the stuff that he gives me to offer.
Yeah.
And so like, who am I to like be like, look at me.
Right.
Look how special I am. I got stuff to say and rights to enforce. Like I got nothing.
Yeah.
I just want to honor and do some good work along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had another question for you that I can't remember it right now. It's gone. So, in the spirit of 2 in the morning, maybe I should ask this before I get off the bench. Who is your favorite employee? Now, let me qualify.
Remember,
Let me qualify. We're going to take Gustavo off the list. You can't choose Gustavo. Or Amy. Or anybody who works. Let me get it. Between me and Doug.
Yes.
Let's just, who's your favorite? Yeah.
I can't with you guys, man. I can't with you guys. Come on. Okay, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you the bullet cannonball question.
Okay.
Like,
Ooh.
where I would love to hear from you. Like, where would you like to see us shooting more bullets or loading up and firing some cannonballs? Like,
Well, I remember my question. Okay. Where would I? So, I don't know that I have a direct answer to that.
okay.
But I'll say this. One of the things I'm very, very, maybe I do. One of the
I don't have an answer. Oh, yes, I do.
yeah. One of the things I'm very excited about is recuperative care coming to Visalia Rescue Mission.
Yeah.
Because when I worked at the kitchen, and the men's shelter is upstairs from our community kitchen, the number of times that an ambulance would pull up and say, "Hey, we need to give this guy a place to go. He can't stay at the hospital." And we'd say, "Well, we only have upstairs room that we can't take this guy," was heart-wrenching, because if there's anybody who needs to not be on the street,
Yeah.
it's someone who's just getting out of the hospital. So I would love to see us push that bullet as far as we can push it, because in as much as you do it to the least, like how far down can you go than someone who doesn't have a home to go to and is just coming out of some kind of medical
situation.
Like,
yeah.
Like, I just feel so compelled by that situation. That's one of those, like, hey, let's take that bullet that we're shooting and not forget that we want to increase the size of that ammunition as much as we can. That's one.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
zone.
That'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Because like we're starting with 8 beds.
Yeah.
And there's room to add so a few more,
Yeah.
3 or 4 more
In what we have now.
in what we have now, right?
Yeah.
And so like it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Like is there, what kind of demand is there for beds beyond 8?
Right.
And so we'll see.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But again, like that's a great example, right? Like the way you phrase that is so interesting with like what we have now, right? Like for us, like it's a big bullet, no doubt.
Yeah.
But like we already own the building.
Yep.
that is already equipped with bathrooms and showers and laundry hookups.
Yep.
Right? And we're not using it. And so there are so many ways like that the risk is actually quite minimal for us. Like we're spending money on it, but the risk is actually still pretty minimal for us. Like
right.
It's not like we went and rented a building or bought a building or built a building to do this brand new thing. For us, again, it's just us like stewarding the stuff that we already have to its fullness.
To its fullness.
And so like, yeah, but that's an interesting, yeah.
I love that. So in my own, let me come to development, the funding side of our development stuff. One of the things I really is one of my dreams for the mission in the development space, and it's a bullet I want us to shoot in the not too distant future, is to begin to build an endowment fund for the mission where we can create a sustainability for the long term of this place, because there are going to be economic impacts that come, and we can't control those things. There are going to be transitions of leadership that affect the ebb and flow of giving or other things. There are going to be all kinds of things that are going to affect that, and right now we just don't have that. I don't know what a good analogy or metaphor is, but a pad.
Correct.
That absorbs some of that flux. For us, and I would love us to have a few $1 million to just be drawing off of in those spaces. That would feel like we have been good stewards. Of this place that we have and are building a future for it. And so I think part of that is also helping people in our community understand, generational wealth is something that we all kind of strive to have, but I think charitable wealth, that leaving behind that legacy gift for something beyond our nuclear space, our nuclear family, is something I would love to be able to help people do, and to build that endowment all in that thing. So that's on my mind.
Yeah, I think like I don't talk about it a lot. Like what I'm about to say, I don't say it out loud very often because I don't want to freak people out when I say it. But like when I think about like the legacy that I want to leave the Visalia Rescue Mission, like I'm not leaving. Don't nobody freak out, you know, like. But I won't be here forever.
Right.
And so like when I think about the legacy that I want to leave, like that's certainly on the list of like, I would love to leave the rescue mission with some sort of an endowment in place. Even if it's not, the millions of dollars, even if it's, hey, we've established it and it's $1 million or $700,000 on its way, or something, some sort of strategic plan to get us to that place. That's definitely part of the legacy that I want to leave behind whenever I leave, whenever God calls me away, whenever that is.
Cool. So here's my question. In the current space of homelessness, there's a lot of emphasis placed on housing, and we've talked about it a lot on Conversation on the Bench. But some people who are addressing homelessness have what's called a housing first model. Have you had that conversation yet? Was I gone?
Not a lot.
Okay.
No. Surprisingly, no, not a lot.
And we don't embrace a housing first model. So I'd love you to explain what is a housing first model of addressing homelessness. I don't know that our model has a name that is that defined. So how would you kind of define our model? And why have we selected our model versus the housing first model?
Good question. Let me grab a cough drop. starting to feel it.
I know you're doing all the talking, and
I'm starting to feel it a little bit.
I know it's exhausting.
All right, so housing first is the official policy of our federal government, which basically says, and on its surface is not a terrible idea. Like, it's not a terrible idea. It's just a woefully incomplete idea. That if you that the first step in stabilizing somebody is providing housing, right? So like, what that looks like is if John Smith is experiencing homelessness, that my number one priority for John is getting him housing above all else.
Yeah.
Right? And then once we get him housed, then we will seek, in theory, to come around and provide additional services to help John address whatever other challenges he might face.
Yeah.
And on its surface, it doesn't sound like a terrible idea. And even like the doctors who were here earlier from street medicine were like, if we could just get them housed, like, we would see their health increase so much, dramatically increase.
Right.
Because they have access to clean water and showers and all the things, and all of that's true. That's all true. The challenge of the housing first model is that if you pluck somebody off the street and you put them in a house without addressing any of the core behaviors that led them to being on the street, or that they have developed since in their homelessness,
yep.
Then if you're not immediately coming behind, like, welcome to housing, hi, I'm your case manager, let's start like talking about this today.
Right.
What's going to happen is that those behaviors are going to you're going to be that person with a roof. And often the same bad habits, same drug use, and those are the circumstances where we find people that they're tearing up units, or they're not finding success because or they're so used to being part of an encampment or a little community. You pull them out of their community and you isolate them inside their own place, and they can't do it.
Right.
They don't thrive in isolation.
Right.
And they're not because you didn't equip them to know how to handle that. Right. And so those are some of the challenges, right? And so and we've seen all kinds of wild responses to, like, people from people using and tearing up, and to people sleeping in tents inside of their house, to people sleeping in the bushes outside of their house,
right?
Because they're not comfortable being inside. They've been outside for so long.
Yep.
They feel trapped.
Yep.
And those admittedly might be some extreme cases, but like,
sure,
those are the core challenges of, like, if you don't give the unhoused the tools to be successful in the new environment, almost immediately they're going to have a real challenge in that environment. And so for us, like we want to help address the person, the whole person, as we're trying to help find you housing.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's not get you housing and then we'll try to remember to come back and give you services. It's like, housing takes a while to find. It's not a quick process. And so while we're engaging with a housing navigator, like, we're coming alongside, and we want to help equip you, and help you find a healing or wholeness kind of in the whole person.
Yeah.
And so that, I mean, for us, like, that makes a little bit more sense to us.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm glad you used those words. In fact, my follow-up question was going to be like, would it be fair to say that our model is the way it is because housing isn't our top priority? Healing and wholeness are our top priorities.
Yeah, and listen, we fully recognize that, like, housing has to be a part of that.
Yeah, right.
Like you can be as healed
it's
and
not
whole.
off the list.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's a critical part of the list. Like, if we do all the work for healing and wholeness, and you end up back on the street, like, you're not going to stay healed and whole for long, right? And so, like it is critical, but like it's not the magic bullet. And you know, listen, I mean, I get it. I wish there was a magic bullet. Like, I wish there was, like, hey, if we'll just do this, that'll solve our problems.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the Housing First model is. And look, on it again, I absolutely agree that if you can give people shelter, that they are more likely to have better outcomes.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
But too often what we've seen is that there's a real breakdown between I get placed and the services that come around. There's a breakdown there often.
Yeah.
And so then that person ends up back on the street. And now it's years again before they have an opportunity to get back into housing.
Yeah. I wonder if it's fair to say that when you put a person in housing before addressing the other healing and wholeness issues, if there's, like, if they feel, okay, I'm in a house, I've arrived, and so they're less motivated maybe to address the other things, or
I don't know.
I just wonder.
I mean, there are some examples of folks who are doing it really well.
Yeah.
Like, but the folks who are doing it well are zealously pursuing community. Like, welcome to your housing. You're a part of this community, and let's provide services to you.
Yeah.
And for some people, I'm sure that the Housing First model works. For some people it does. I mean, I've been saying for the past 14 and a half hours that there's a million different solutions.
Yeah.
Every individual requires an individual solution. And I don't doubt that for some people, the magic bullet is housing.
Yeah.
For them. Like, put them in housing and bam, like, all of a sudden it clicks and they're ready to roll.
Yeah.
And praise God.
Yeah.
But for them, it's their solution, but I don't think it's the magic bullet for everybody.
Right.
And so for us, I would much rather...
Yeah, I can think of some specific kinds of cases that would be the thing that ties it all together.
Yeah.
The single mom who is living out of her car with her kids.
Yeah.
Because there was a marriage breakdown or whatever, and you get them in a house, and that's going to solve a lot of problems and create the environment of wholeness and healing that they need.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of spaces like that.
And that's the thing. Like, it's
nuanced.
It's so nuanced. Yeah. And so that's, I mean, it's super disingenuous of me to spend 14 and a half hours going, it's complex and everybody's individual, and it takes getting to know somebody and creating a plan for them.
Yeah.
For me to go, that's the way we do things, then go, Housing First is always the worst. Like, it sucks. It's terrible all the time.
Right.
When sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is an actual solution that works for some people.
Right.
But not for everybody.
Yeah.
So I would love to be able to, like, identify this person and talk to the person and get to know them and realize, oh gosh, what you really need is housing. you actually don't need much more than that.
Right.
And in that scenario, housing first, bam, check, sweet. Right. That's your magic bullet, but that's not always for everybody.
Yeah.
So, especially for the folks who've the really unfortunate kind of paradox of the housing first model is that, and I get it, I know why they do it the way they do it, like the folks who are most at risk get housing first, but often those folks are the folks that are least likely to succeed in the housing first model. Yeah. And so the folks who are the least at risk are the folks that housing first might be their magic bullet. Like that, all they really need is just housing.
That's the piece of the puzzle that's missing.
Right? And so then, but then like, how do you justify going, I'm going to house this person who's the most likely to succeed, instead of the person over here who goes, oh my gosh, they're desperate for, they're on the edge of just survival.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's this like, it's awful. Like,
but I think I'm going to push my puzzle piece metaphor a little bit. It's like, you know, for the person who, like, that's the piece of the puzzle that brings all together. It's because the other pieces have a fitting place for the missing piece. But you try to take someone who doesn't have the other pieces in place, and you've just got a floating puzzle piece that doesn't really land us anywhere. And that's, you know, why it's not their magic bullet.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, and that's, you know, and that argument has been had since the beginning.
Sure.
Of folks going like,
well, I mean, I've definitely heard politicians say the answer to homelessness is easy: put them in a home.
Yeah.
Like oh, that's so simple. And I just,
yeah, you know, and even within that, like I've heard plenty of people go, hey, what if we flipped it on its head and housing first sought to house the folks who are most likely to succeed? That we could genuinely reduce the number of people who are experiencing homelessness by the largest amount, and have the most likely chance to reduce recidivism.
Right.
If we flipped it on its head and grabbed these folks who that were not terribly at risk, who were not experiencing all of these challenges that they're over here, so we prioritize them with housing,
right?
Because they're the most likely to succeed in that scenario. And so there are some folks that are genuinely advocating for that, and that makes sense too.
Yeah.
But then, like, we're gonna leave we're gonna just, what now? Like, that feels gross.
Yeah.
So again, it is terribly complicated, and there is not a straight solution. It is really hard.
Right.
No, and not straightforward.
And not straightforward.
At all. Yeah. So, we should do the best we can.
Yeah, for sure.
You know. So that's why for us, like, we just go, hey, listen, like, our role is to do the work that God has called us to do. And if we can do that to the best of our ability and trust Him for the outcomes, like, then that's what we're going to do. And we have to trust that. You know, and I've said it so many times today, like, that is not by any means this, like, hands up, like, Jesus take the wheel, you know, mentality. It's not that. Like, it's like, Jesus, look at me, I got my hands firmly on the wheel, and I'm really trying to go where you're telling me to go.
Right.
You know, like,
right. You put the wheel in my hands now.
Yeah.
Navigate me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Watch me drive super safely with my hands at 10 and 2. You know, like, you know, you've given me the car, help me to steward it wisely.
Yeah.
Type of thing.
Right.
10 and 2. That's got all the makings of a good country song. Jesus, my hands are a 10 and 2.
Does it though?
No, not so much. Not so much. It's ridiculous.
Too funny.
My word.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What's the greatest challenge you're facing right now?
Right this moment?
Staying awake.
Also, I really want to say thank you for reminding me to bring a cushion. Because these benches really are not comfortable.
They really are not.
They are not comfortable.
Yeah.
And so this cushion's been a lifesaver. All right, the biggest challenge that I'm facing. I think the biggest challenge I'm facing right now is that there are some aspects of projects that we're working on right now, especially like in the Caliam space, or that require me to be kind of in the guts of stuff, like you know, that is not where I'm not good at that. Like I'm not good at that. Like the biggest challenge, like part of one of our obligations for our contract with Anthem Blue Cross is that we obtain this thing called a high trust certification, which is basically like this designation that we are specifically focused on protecting our client data from potential breaches or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's so technical, and that's not like I sit in these meetings and I literally don't have any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And they're just talking VLANs and this and that and this switch and that switch, and I'm like, what do you think, Michael? Whatever you think. That's what I'm paying you for. I don't know. I don't even know what that means, you know. And so like realizing like, hey, like this is really important because it's also like it's going to require operational change across the organization. I mean, we've all been feeling the pinch of that this week, where our network is different and now we're signing in different and it's changing every day.
Yeah.
As they implement different parts of it, you know, a little bit at a time. In theory, we should be done with the additional implementations. Like we should be at this like static kind of like we're where we are and we need to stay right where we are for about the next 90 days. And so like the worst of that should be over, but that's not my, like, asking me to be in those meetings is like poking a pen in my eyeballs. I hate that stuff. Because what I want to say over is I don't care. Somebody make that happen.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
We need it. Let's make it happen. It's not my jam. Like I'm bad at this part.
Yeah.
To be fair, I told all of you I was bad at that. Didn't I? I told everybody.
Yeah, you did.
Everybody that would listen, hey, I'm bad at details. I'm bad at that. Don't make me stay in the weeds too long because I'm bad at it. I don't like it. I'm not good at it. And it's aggravating.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest challenge is that stuff. We got contracts and that stuff that's just required, but also like, you know, it's necessary.
Yeah.
And so when we come up against these things, I just have to constantly go like, God, like in this season, help me to learn what you want me to learn. Clearly, there's something in this season that you want me to learn.
Yeah.
I need to go through this process. I need to go through the contracting process because something down the road is going to require me to do this again, and I need to have had this experience, you know. And and so I don't want to miss it. Like I don't want to just close my eyes and go, wake me up when it's over, you know. But it doesn't make it less fun. I really hate it.
Yeah.
So those are the challenge. That's my biggest challenge right now.
So you mentioned Calais, but I want to, while I had someplace to go earlier this evening while you were talking to KP, and I heard you use a phrase that I want to go back to. You said, we don't accept any government funds.
Yep.
We're 100%
Privately funded. Yeah.
And so now we know CalAIM is a state program.
Yep.
That we are partnering with to provide more services, and so that is a flow of government funds. Help us understand that.
That's some old that's some old language that that 100% privately funded. That's some old language that I probably need. Actually, not probably. I need to remove from my vocabulary. Yeah, I mean, I think like what's most important for us to communicate to the community and to our donors is that we are not going to take any money from any source that compromises our ability to be distinctively Christ-centered and gospel-forward, right? And so, like when we're talking about these CalAIM funds, like this, you know, it's a reimbursement.
Okay.
It's not like a government grant where the government says we're going to give you $6 million to run this program, but by the way, you can't discriminate in your hiring practices, which means, you know, like you can't, you know, like you have to hire anybody who applies, and you can't, you know, tell them they have to be believers and all the things that we want to do. And so, and also like you can't teach Jesus in your program, all of those things, right? And so, that's not what we're doing. But basically what we're doing is we are contracting with the insurance companies, two insurance companies, Health Net and Anthem Blue Cross in Tulare County, that administer the Medicaid.
Kicking the cat in.
The cat was inside?
It got inside.
Okay. Sorry. That administer the Medicaid programs here in Tulare County. And so basically we're providing a service, and then we'll bill Anthem for those services and get reimbursed.
Okay.
And so it's a little bit different. So it's technically coming from the government.
Yep.
But it doesn't come with those same type of restrictions or strings.
Right.
And so the better language is not, hey, we're 100% privately funded. The better language is like, hey, we're committed to only we won't. Boy, my brain. Hold on. It'll catch up.
We don't receive any funds.
Yeah, that compromise our ability to be distinctively Christ-centered and gospel-forward.
Yeah.
And so
those CalAIM funds, just to kind of go back to that. So in all of the services we provide, some of them are services that are directly covered by Medi-Cal insurance.
Yes.
And CalAIM helps us receive reimbursement for those services that meet that criteria.
Yep.
But those funds don't touch our other services that are specifically Christ-centered.
Correct.
And so there's no crossover, or there's no repercussions for those funds coming in for specific services.
Correct.
Because they don't touch the other ones.
Yeah, so like if you think about like in our recovery program, right? Like
and those funds come in after the service is provided. They don't
Correct.
come in
In
before the
advance,
service
right.
is provided with strings attached. They come in after the service
after
is
we've already provided
Yeah.
the service. So like if you think about like our recovery program, for example, like we're not billing Medi-Cal for our our Bible classes.
Right.
Right. But like when our counselors teach an anger management class that is grounded in evidence-based practices, we're billing for that. Are our counselors believers? Yes. Does their faith inform how they do their job? Yes. But they're still teaching curriculum that is based on clinical evidence-based best practices, right? And in that way, it's not like inherently Christian.
Yep.
But it's like what I've been talking about all day. It's when we go, it's us looking at these, like in that example of anger management, right? Like there are these best practices to help people control themselves when they're angry, right? Like an understanding of how to do that is a gift from the Lord. Like he gave that to his creation, and it doesn't, and so we function from that space, but it was a gift that he gave all of creation, right? And so it's kind of that, what's the phrase? Like general grace or common grace, right?
Grace.
You know, that he gave,
Yeah.
you know, and so we're, you know, and there, that's how we got in. Dougie over there letting the cat in.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Sorry.
No, that brings another question that follows that
Yeah.
same thing. I took a call from a pastor donor the other day who questioned specifically because some people from his church were no longer working with us as volunteers who used to do some Christian counseling with us about, like, is the Visalia Rescue Mission now psychology based instead of Bible based in our counseling? And you know, he was, in his perspective, like their congregation couldn't get behind anything that was psychology.
Yeah.
They wanted strictly biblical counseling. Speak into that.
That's maybe a question not for 245, the 245 version of Michael, but like, look, again, I go right back to that
common grace.
That common grace. Like, listen, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Like that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that's fine if you feel that way.
Yeah.
But also, we believe that just because something is based in science does not make it inherently bad.
Yeah.
We're just not in that space. And so that in the exact same way that I believe that, you know, that God, you know, giving us a polio vaccine is a gift. Like that is a gift that God gave his creation through a person or people, like that God gave, that good gift was given to all of his creation through his creation, right?
Yeah.
Like that's that an understanding of how the brain works and how emotions work and how they tie together, that there's nothing inherently bad about clinical psychology. Now, you know, it's important to us that the folks that we hire to do the counseling are believers, right? And so they're coming at that. So the way that I'm describing that is exactly how they feel about it. Right? They're looking at what they've learned in all of their training and all of their schooling, and they're looking at that and going, like, my faith informs how I understand this.
Yeah.
And how I apply it.
Yeah.
And I can value it as a gift from God, as a gift that he's just given his creation.
Right.
And I'm going to interpret it through the lens of Scripture.
Yep.
And apply it as appropriately as I can, professionally, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, like I,
yeah.
you know, it's what it is. we are firmly committed. And to that pastor, I just really want to hear. That's why, like, I so often say it. I literally say it almost every opportunity that I can, that we believe both of those things with our whole hearts, that God still moves miraculously,
Right.
that he is alive and active in the life of his people, that he moves in the hearts of people and he transforms them through the Holy Spirit, that happens all the time. And we are constantly asking him to move in that way.
Right.
Daily.
Right.
Begging him on it to move on in those ways. Lord, bring revival. Transform the hearts of the people that we serve.
Right.
Bring salvation. Bring transfer. We're doing that every day. But also, and I believe that with my whole heart.
Yep.
And we make space for that.
Yep.
But I also believe this over here too. And I can believe both of those things at the exact same time. I don't need to, I don't subscribe to this like false dichotomy of like, if this is true, then that can't not be true. And if that's true, then this cannot be true. You can't believe in this and also believe in this. Like, that's nonsense to me. Respectfully. Nonsense to me. And so like, we believe both of those things. And so like,
yeah.
I once heard somebody say like that every CEO should like have a second business card that says that on one side this says Chief Executive Officer, and then when you flip it over it says Chief Repeating Officer, because that's legit.
Yeah.
How many times you're probably so tired of hearing me say that exact same thing? Like, we believe these two things because it is at the very core of how we operate.
Yeah.
When we talk about like, and listen, and I recognize like that's new for the rescue mission. Like that's new in the last 3 years. Like, I brought that with me, and I get it. And for some folks, that's not their jam.
Yeah.
And like, look, man, come on down. Let's sit on the bench. I'm sitting here for 24 hours so we can have that dialogue.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it is not straightforward often. And I understand people have feelings about it.
Yeah.
But like, it is the vision that I think God has given me. And it is how I understand to the best of my ability that he wants the work to be done.
Yeah.
And if I believe in the exact same way that I believe that God has called you to do your job with all of your gifts and all of your talents and all of your strengths and all of your weaknesses and all of your quirks and weirdnesses and all of those things, then I also believe that about myself. In the same way that I tell stories about Lord of the Rings and the brother with the big old head, like that same guy, like God knew exactly what he was getting when he called me here. Yeah. Like he's not surprised that I'm weird and that I have like, I say things like, we're going to happen to crap. He knew that like that stuff is in me, and he knew it, and he still picked me to come lead this organization. And I take that so seriously. Yeah. But also there's some peace there and going like, okay, well, like, look, you knew what you were getting yourself into when you called me here. Here I am, doing the best I can, and so like, it is a little heartbreaking, if I'm honest. Like, it is a little heartbreaking. Like, sure. I act like it's not like, oh, like, get over yourself. It's nonsense. Like, I act a little bit like that, but it is a little heartbreaking because I would love nothing more than to engage in conversation. Because I bet that if I talk to that pastor, whoever that person is, and if we had just even 10 minutes of dialogue, or we met over coffee and he got to hear my heart, and how we actually work, then he'd probably be like, yeah, I 100% agree with that. Instead, some volunteers got their feelings hurt because we're upping our game intentionally on the quality of our program and choosing strategically what we're teaching spiritually in our recovery program, and maybe they got excluded from that program. Maybe they'd been teaching that class for the last 15 years, and now their feelings are hurt. And I get it, and I'm sorry. And we tried so hard.
It could be, or they might have legitimate questions.
And
It
they might.
could be like,
It could be any
if they're
of those
getting rid of
things.
me, if they're getting rid of me, what are they doing?
Right.
Like with the absence of knowledge.
And but honestly, like, yes, and I recognize that, and I will tell you that we made a concerted effort in those circumstances with those volunteers that we said, hey, listen, we love you and thank you for your service. We absolutely want you to stay connected to the rescue mission in some other way, but this class is not going to be taught anymore because we're going a different direction over here. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you, and we see you, and we value you, and it is important, and God has used it, and all we went out of our way because I get it.
Yeah.
Like I said it earlier, like Doug went through those classes.
Right.
And look, that's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, there's nothing bad about it. It's just, again, like, we're here doing the best we can. Like, we're hearing God say, hey, I think, like, this is where I think God wants us to go. And we're trying to pursue obedience.
But also, yes. And we have these residents in our care for a year.
Yeah.
And there is a high and holy responsibility to give
Amen.
them the very highest level of holistic recovery that we can. And so I want to ask you, like, as you're sitting talking, like, part of, I feel like, and this is just coming to me in this conversation.
Yeah.
Part of my biblical tie-in to the way that we're beginning to address recovery is, like, we're trying to help people love God.
Yeah.
And what Jesus said was, with your whole mind and your whole strength and your whole spirit, right? All of those things. And so we're really trying to create a recovery program that addresses each of those very biblical parts of recovering
that
the
equips you to
relationship
do those
with
things.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I'll just be super transparent. Like I personally feel so much peace in the fact that like you're in the middle of that, right? Like when we started, when I sat down with our director of programs, and she's like, "Hey, I really we want to make some changes here, and we want to be intentional about doing that." And she said, "I would really like to get Bruce involved in kind of the development, or more involved in this process."
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, 100%. Because I know you, and I trust you, and I've sat under your teaching for almost 3 years now, like in weekly devotions, and so I'm comfortable knowing that where that is going is trustworthy and spiritually sound. Yeah. And so there's peace there for me, for sure.
Well, I think I was going to add to that too. Like, if the concern with counseling, with counselors teaching certain classes and doing counseling and therapy, being a teacher in one of the biblical classes that I get to walk with them through for their whole year, the counseling element gets woven into the biblical class. Like, where a counselor comes from, I won't presume that. That, like, we very often are talking about, like, we've reached where Jesus said, "Don't let the sun go down in your anger," and so where Paul said, "Don't let the sun go down," and so we're talking about anger and the biblical perspective. Our residents are not ever missing the biblical perspective on all of those things that they're also talking about
Yeah.
in their therapeutic classes and their therapeutic.
I love that.
Yeah. So, and we directly in the class. In fact, this week in my class, all 3 of our counselors sat in on the class just because they wanted to be in on the class.
Yeah.
And so you could watch this beautiful tie-in of all of that. Actually, the biblical, it all does come together. It's not these separate island.
I didn't actually know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was super cool. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's such a great way to describe.
And they chime in the conversation too, so it's beautiful in that space.
That's such a great way to describe like what we're targeting, right? Is to take all of these, is to introduce these common grace ideas of like God's given us an understanding of things like anger management, blah blah blah, all the things, and then to specifically come behind and go, let me introduce you to the biblical perspective on these things,
right?
So that it's not, we're not asking you to like, I hope you get it, or to infer it indirectly. Let me strategically and on purpose instruct you.
Yeah.
And what the Bible has to say about sex or anger or forgiveness or whatever other topics you guys are talking about.
Forgiveness. When we talked about forgiveness 3 weeks ago, man, we spent the whole hour like the issue of forgiving people who had hurt them. Man, that was a rich conversation.
I bet.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah.
It was, and it started out with this, like, as soon as I said, Jesus says, if you want forgiveness, you have to forgive. Like, he said it.
Yeah. But what about...
And man, the walls just came up. And,
yeah.
And slowly through the hour, as the Spirit just talked through that conversation.
Yeah.
It was just a beautiful moment.
That's amazing.
It was cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool stuff.
I'm so glad you're a part of that.
It's fun.
That's great.
I'm glad I am too.
That's really great.
Okay, I need to take my 5-minute break now.
Take your 5 minutes. I'm going to take 5 too. So go ahead and like, dude, I've been like, as the night out is like they say that like at some point you should try to like get some sleep. How do you decide to do that? Do you just like go, hey everybody, it's 3 a.m. and I'm done talking. I'll see you in about an hour. Oh my goodness. Oy, oy. That was actually some like high. Are we back on? Am I on live? That was like some high. That was some pretty high quality content. Like that stuff with Bruce. Those are some good questions. He asked really good questions. We thought about in the last year. We played with the idea of trying to start a podcast, and it didn't really go anywhere. Like we just didn't have the bandwidth for it. We just didn't have the people. Like everybody's super busy, and we just couldn't pull it off. I don't know if it was a creative challenge or what it was, but like it just didn't go anywhere. Excuse me, folks. It's 3:10 in the morning. I've been on the bench for 15 hours and 10 minutes. And if you know me at all, you know that I have a limited number of words per day, typically, that come out of my mouth. And I have used like a week's worth of words today. And so, if you're watching, I am happy to engage if you have questions or comments, but somebody's got to be watching. I don't know who's watching the comments. But other than that, I'm running a little low on gas. I'm not gonna lie. So. Which one was that? Yeah, I did. We answered that. Oh gosh, somebody just texted. Who's texting me at 3:10? Oh, Katie's on comments. Oh, holy smokes, Katie, you're a rock star. I know. Is it? I think it's like 5:10 where Katie's at.
5:10. It's like a different time.
Yeah, she's in Arkansas.
Wow.
Monitoring from afar. Katie, thanks for staying up. So I do want to take a minute. This is a great opportunity for me to do this. Unfortunately, not everybody's going to get to hear it. But Katie, I know you're listening, so you'll get to hear it. Thanks for all the hard work. This was a unique opportunity for us to do something, try something new and different. And I was unsure of how this was going to go. And it's been actually kind of amazing. I've really enjoyed it. And so thanks for spearheading the project and making it possible. So thanks for doing that. You're the best. So, ay. I'm very tired. Wait. 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Little hits. Yeah, I'm really hoping that in the morning that we get a chance to talk to more of our shelter guests after they've released for the morning. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna connect to the national feed in the morning at all, and then probably not even for the end, because I think we're gonna do a little closing thing on our own, like a closing prayer thing here. So, yeah. So if you guys have comments, just you feel free to make a comment. If you want to engage, I'm ready for it. Otherwise, I'm just going to take a minute and sit here quietly.
If you want, I can dim the lights.
That might be nice, actually, a little bit. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Can you still see me at least?
Yeah.
All right.
Just like dark.
Yeah. Mercy. You guys are troopers. You got like some amazing tech help here. These guys have been fantastic volunteers, just showing up and doing the work. They stayed up just as late as I have. Thanks for your hard work, guys. Appreciate you very much. Do you go to Radiant as well? What's your name?
Matt.
Matt?
Matt.
What's your last name?
Rosignol.
Nice to meet you. I'm Michael.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Thanks for serving and helping out.
Good. If it wasn't 3 a.m., we've met before.
Do what?
If it wasn't 3 a.m., we'd met before.
Yeah. I'm sure that's true. I'm sure we have met before. You know, it's one of those things where, like, I'm constantly like, I'm so bad with names, also at 3 especially. I'm really, yeah. But I'm genuinely bad with names, and I'm always like, Lord, like, you couldn't have given me the ability to remember, to, like, be good at names. Like, that'd be super handy in my line of work.
Jesus changed them all the time.
That's true. You were Simon. Now you're Peter. I'm just going to change it up.
This is what I see in you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I constantly like, Lord, and then I have to remind myself, like, yeah, again, he knew what he was getting when he signed me up for this. And so, yeah. That's what it is. I just do the best I can. Ooh, yeah. Thankfully, it's not terribly cold.
Yeah.
It's real.
Disagree.
Are you freezing?
I run cool.
I've got a sweatshirt, like a hoodie in there if you want to put it on.
I already have one.
You can put the hoodie on, like, underneath the jacket. You know, layering is the thing.
Can't justify that.
I also, there's a vest in there if you want to throw the vest on over the jacket.
Oh my goodness.
I came prepared, brother. I'm ready. I didn't know what I needed. I felt bad though. I didn't bring my VRM sweatshirt because it, like, every time I put it on, like, is yours a VRM sweatshirt? Yeah. Is the neck hole really tight when you put it on?
Yeah.
Dude, every time I put it on, I feel like I'm choking. I'm like, so I was like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you gotta yank it on.
Yeah. So I brought my COS baseball hat or sweatshirt. I won it at an auction.
I mean, this was my truck sweater, so
Yeah.
got a nice stain across the front.
What size do you wear?
2X.
I think that's what mine is. If it is, I'll bring you mine. You can have it.
Nice. Yes.
I'm not sure though. I'll check when I get home. Yeah, cause yeah, all right. That sounds great. She said, Katie said one of the missions is doing a worship session, and we can live stream it on their session if we want to, and I can try to like get some rest a little bit. How do you guys feel about that? You feel confident in that? You gonna? So would you? Let me just ask her. Would you just send me the Zoom? Switch it to ours, like she said, just have Micah switch it to ours like we did with Matt. But I have to join their.
So they'll probably invite you to the room.
Yeah. Okay. So. Or you'll.
Okay. So then I said radio. I didn't see no radio.
That was a great joke. Like what if something about slapping in high frequency or yeah, what do you get if you slap in high frequency at megahertz or something like that? It's pretty. Oh, here we go.
Boarding in progress.
Oh, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Try again. Join. Yeah, it's not doing it. It just keeps it, like I try to go to that session.
Boarding in progress.
Then it sends me right back to the main room.
We just have to run our own worship session. Let's do it. Keep playing. Yeah, you do. I was gonna say zero.
Hmm.
Record in progress.
I'm glad you're here. This time, not high. Yeah, it's in here at 5:24 Devo. Good for you. Yeah, that's who did that?
I have no idea what we're looking at here.
And then out there with John, but I think we're fine. I mean, we don't have to skedaddle, but yeah, I was just gonna grab these. So Tom is the president of Citygate, and the Citygate is who is the 70 missions. We're all members to Citygate. So
No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound like a worship session to me either.
Tom's microphone.
Did you say Tom at 5:30? So this is my
No,
All right, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave the room.
Yes, he's on TV. Yeah, no.
All right, they seem like they're trying to get their stuff together. We're gonna leave the breakout room. All right, we're back.
Yes, we are.
We're back. That's fine.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it, Katie. Thanks for trying.
Go ahead and mute that.
Yep. There we go. We're back in. We're muted. Again. Do I? Huh?
Is there everything around here?
I have no idea. All right. Either way, we're just gonna. I'm gonna just lay back for a minute. Yeah, there's no sleeping in this thing at all. I do too. It does smell like fried chicken. I wonder why.
Chicken and rice can't go in.
Oh yeah. Maybe. What is this store down at the street, the corner?
Is it the crispy chicken or whatever that is?
No, the gas station. Lee's. Yeah, they have chicken rice bowls.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
It's legit.
Yeah.
No, I'm working my way around the neighborhood because I live down this way, so.
Oh, okay.
Working my way. Carlos is, the barber shop on the corner down there. That's where I get my haircut now.
Nice.
At the circle?
Yeah.
What is it called? The oval?
Yeah.
I want to try the new taco place, the one that just opened. The little Casasita or whatever the new one.
Tacos Malarkey.
Well, I know they're good. But like there's a new taco place that little house that just opened up. I feel like that thing went from like, hey, we're in construction to like, bam, we're a taco restaurant.
Yeah.
Like overnight. Yeah. You just really can't. Oh, Jason and Lisa Davis, that's so sweet of you. They're such good friends. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate that. That's some old school. Those are some OG friends, man. Seriously. We were friends when KP and I first got married. That was back when she was Kelly, before she became KP. That's how long Lisa and I have been friends. She was friends when KP was Kelly. That's funny. I'm glad my wife's asleep. She'd kill me for saying that. At least I hope she's asleep. This cat is like just not even afraid of people.
No. It's like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Did you see when you jumped on us on the lap?
Yeah. waiting for him to destroy something. You almost got me in trouble.
Mercy. It's surprisingly quiet. Is it always this quiet around here?
No.
Is it not? I had heard that it like gets a little wild around here. He's like, yeah, it gets wild. What do you like? Is it just like my lucky day, or is it because?
Yeah.
Or is it because we're here doing this?
It's like watching an experiment.
Huh. Interesting.
Observers can. Yep. Schrodinger's cat.
Interesting.
Yeah, I walk around the backside and I slam no one.
Yeah. Yeah, I wondered.
I know a handful. Quite a few actually down here. I was wondering who I bumped into.
Yeah.
Surprised by the description.
Yeah, I was expecting there to be more like just people milling around.
Well, I mean, I don't know when the last pig count was or the things like that, but even way out in the country, my kids go to a co-op towards Farmersville and stuff like that, and the city, the county, is doing preventative winter cleanup on all the canals and gutter, and so there's huge amounts of people walking the 198. I say huge just because, you know,
Yeah.
4 or 5 people walking up the 198 is different than normal days.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are coming out of the Aquia Oaks Preserve. People from the country are coming into the city because they're just cleaning out all those. Because we're gonna get rain soon and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
interesting.
So the cities are. They got trucks and sheriffs out there.
Interesting.
People on the move.
That's interesting. Okay.
Minimize anything that might happen in the canals in the next few months.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. I really. I did wonder whether or not. Oh mercy. Thanks, Katie. I'll go through those here in a minute. I did wonder, like, if this happening would kind of change the natural pattern of things happening, if like all the lights and like things happening, you know, if I'm somebody who's doing something that shouldn't be done, I probably don't want to be around the lights.
Yeah.
You know. So. Yeah, I wondered how that would play itself out. Is it normally pretty active like all night long around here, or is it? What does that normally look like?
It shifts for me. Yeah. It shifts.
Oh, really?
Since it's the beginning of the month, there's a lot more activity.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, people got their benefits or whatever?
Benefits, yeah.
Hi, Kitty.
You would see a lot more movement.
Interesting.
Towards the end of the month is when you'll start seeing just wanting to be somewhere.
Like hunker down?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's interesting. Huh. All right. All right, Katie just sent me some get to know you questions. All right, let's start. We'll just work our way through some of these. What are my hobbies? I don't have a ton of hobbies because I have children. Now that they're all out of the house, I might pick up a hobby. I like movies. I like to read. But yeah, I don't like. I've been raising kids. That was my hobby until just recently. Now I'm still raising them. They're just out of the house, and they're harder. They're harder when they get old. Do you collect anything? No, not really. No, mostly because I'm just too cheap to collect anything. Like I'm just too practical to like spend money on their collection. What am I passionate about? My family. I am passionate about the work that I do. In the Detroit Lions. So, yeah, buddy. Listen, when you so I'm from Michigan originally, and when you have spent as many decades as the Lions fans have being mediocre to terrible, which is what we've dealt with since the 90s. It's been like 30 years of bad, genuinely. We went from like Barry Sanders to now Dan Campbell. Praise God for Dan Campbell, actually. Anyways, it's been brutal, and so like I'm so happy that they're good now, and he's just a lot of fun to watch. What is my most prized possession? Oh my gosh. I don't. Oh boy. I don't know that I would call it like my definitively most ever prized possession, but the thing that comes to mind is I have this little like metal wheelbarrow. It's like it's small that my stepdad gave me. He mailed it to me when I was going through a hard time. And he sent me this really nice letter, and it's so the story behind it is that when I was younger, it was my job. We lived in northern Michigan, and we had a wood burning fireplace was how we kept the house warm, and so it was my job to bring the wood from the wood shed down, like kind of down the hill up to the house in a wheelbarrow. And so one night he had sent me down to get wood, and on the way back up, like I slipped and the wood wheelbarrow fell over on top of me, and me doing what any 10-year-old boy would do, just got really frustrated and like started cussing at the wheelbarrow and kicking it and throwing a big fit, and then like realized like, hey, that's not really helping, and I've got to like just put the wood back in the wheelbarrow and keep on moving. What I didn't realize is like he had stood in the window and watched the whole thing happen, and so like that became a joke between us for like ever. The thing that he joked with me forever about was about like, yeah, I got that wheelbarrow for you. It was always this joke that he would say. But then when I was genuinely going through probably my most challenging season ever, he sent me this wheelbarrow in the mail, and it like just out of the blue, and with this letter that said, hey, listen, like life is really terrible sometimes, and it feels upside down sometimes, but you just got to get up and keep moving forward. And so that wheelbarrow is really important to me, with the letter. And so, and he passed away this last spring, and so that, it's kind of front of mind at the moment. What is the greatest accomplishment of my life? I married KP Simmons. She's pretty amazing. That's probably the greatest thing. And then I've raised 3 kind of amazing boys. Like they're actually kind of great, and I'm pretty darn proud of those guys. What's on my bucket list? I really want to go to Alaska. I would love to go travel through Europe. But Alaska's right at the top of the list. Like, I don't have a giant long some people have like these massive long bucket lists. I don't have one. It's like Alaska and then basically whatever else my wife wants to do. What is my favorite recent memory? My wife and I went to Disney World for our 25th wedding anniversary. Disney as an adult is kind of amazing when you don't have kids with you. It's kind of great. And we went and had a blast together. We had so much fun. And so that was a lot of fun. Your best childhood memory? Well, that's tough. That's a hard one. I'd probably say my parents my parents divorced when I was 6, and when that happened, my dad moved to Texas, and so we would spend the summers in Texas with him, and the rest of the year in Michigan with my mom and my stepdad. And one of my favorite memories was we went. We did this kind of like little road trip through parts of Michigan, and we saw on the same trip we saw the Tequamanon Falls and Hartwick Pines. There's these giant pine trees, and I just remember as a kid it was really great. I thought it was cool, and I'm pretty sure it rained and we just got really wet, and it was just a lot of fun. What is my favorite holiday? Probably Christmas. Yeah, probably Christmas. Who knows me the best? My wife, for sure, hands down, no question. Like, she knows she knows me way better than I know myself. Like, she reads my mail regularly. What family member are you closest to? Outside of like my own like immediate family, like my kids and my wife, I would say I'm closest to my sister who lives in Ohio. Jen, if you're watching, I doubt it, but if you are, I love you. You're great. What skill would you most like to learn? I'd like to learn how to speak Spanish. I think that'd be amazing. That'd be super helpful. Right, Doug?
I swear I was thinking the same thing.
Dude, it'd be so helpful.
Yeah. You could shut me up then.
Where is the coolest place you have traveled? Oh, my sister was totally watching. That's so great. That's great. I love you, sis. You're great. I can't believe you're watching and saw me tell the world how great I think you are. That's really sweet. The coolest place I've traveled to, I would say, I've been to Taiwan. That was pretty awesome. That's probably the coolest place I've been to. What does your average weekend look like? I'm typically cutting the grass and spending time with my wife, and hopefully getting to spend some time with Zachary when he comes back from Fresno, and resting. Listen, by the time I get to the weekend, like after, my brain is kind of mushy because this is a lot. Like, it's a lot working here, and by the end of the week I'm real tired and my brain is exhausted, and so I try to rest and recover as much as I can. Tell me about your longest running friendship with somebody. Who's my longest running friendship? Probably my friend Ryan Flemons. Ryan and I were college roommates. And I was in his wedding, and he was in my wedding. He lives up in near San Jose, and we did traveling ministry together. And he is a good friend, and yeah, probably my longest running friendship. My earliest memory, gosh, I have no idea. Like, who knows? Probably somewhere like my grandparents, my grandma and grandpa Simon. They used to do the Simon Christmas in their basement with the whole family, and there was a lot of us. It's like those are some of those early memories of like all of us in the basement together at their house, and they made scalloped potatoes with peas, which was at the time I thought really gross. I probably would still think it's really gross because she made them with canned peas. I do love peas, but not canned peas. Dude, this is some high quality content. What makes me unique? I have no idea. I can wiggle my ears. That makes me pretty unique, I think. Who's my hero? Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, and I gotta be super honest. My brain is like moving so slow. My brain is like moving in slow motion. My sister just reminded me about the tuna casserole with canned peas. No, that was the worst. Like my grandma Simon was a lot of things, but she was not a good cook. She was not a good cook at all. God bless her. Some tapatio. Come on. Oh, hi, Maggie. Maggie, why are you awake? It's 3:45, Maggie Garcia. Go back to bed.
Miss Maggie's praying.
I know. That's what it says.
Yeah, Miss Maggie's praying.
She's praying for us. Thank you, Maggie. I need every bit of that. Yeah, the East Coast is starting to wake up. These folks are moving. Yeah. It's a...
I know you got Adrian Perez on the move watching you.
Do we?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm letting folks down. I feel like because now the East Coast is starting to like wake up that I need to be better.
You can't.
I really want to be better. I in 13 minutes, it's like it's my cue to caffeinate. It's my 4 a.m. caffeinate plan. But because my first news thing is not until 6, I'm wondering if I should push it until like 4:30. Well, listen. When the news shows up, I don't want to look like a giant dummy.
Yeah, you don't want to be crashing.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Tim Tuanaki, I thank you for watching. My good friend Tim, he's out leading worship are you in North Carolina? South Carolina? You're in one of the Carolinas. Also, I love the new hairstyle. The curly hair is working for you, brother. Keep it up. Yeah, 6 a.m. So like I'm wondering if 4 a.m. is too early to caffeinate for the 6 a.m. news hit. I'm really worried. Like I'm super worried about looking like a dummy at 6 a.m.
Can you just double the caffeination?
Maybe. Maybe. Actually, I think I'm gonna have to do it at 4 regardless. I don't think I'm gonna make it much longer than that. And I think I can probably talk the Mission Coffee folks into bringing me like a dirty chai or something when before. Do what? Yes, sir. That's how we roll. See, I'm not a big fan. I don't do a lot of coffee, but when you mix it with chai, like it tastes pretty amazing. And it still gives you the like pop of caffeine that I need to keep my brain moving. Yeah. All right.
I don't do too much of the sweet, but I love the blue moon.
That thing is really sweet. It's like the sweetest of the sweet. Anyway, so it's 3:49 here in Visalia on the West Coast. And it's been pretty quiet. Like I was actually expecting there to be, I was hoping that there'd be some like movement around.
I think shelter gets up at 5.
Do they? The shelter gets up at 5?
They get up early.
Wow. So yeah, I am hoping that we'll get some shelter guys to come over after in the morning. Yeah, that was so powerful. Like getting to talk to those guys and hear them tell the story of how it's impacted them. That was great. So. I'm trying to think of what else. Is there anything else? Any other exciting news that I can share at 3:50 in the morning? If you guys, there has been like legitimately some solid content like in the middle of the night. Bruce and I did like an hour and a half together, and it was great.
You guys are some pretty amazing guys, though.
Thanks, brother.
You guys, what is it, cohese? Or what is that word? We mesh.
You mesh. Yeah, we mesh. Yeah. We work well together.
Bruce has got the gift of questions, and you've just got the gift of answers,
Yeah.
He does ask good questions.
You give good answers. It's like it's a tag team.
It's a tag team. Yeah. Also, so, you can't tell, but I'm wearing my Harry Potter socks today. These are my Gryffindor socks. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Although in my household we're having a bit of a disagreement about which house I would be placed in if the Sorting Hat was real. I personally think that I would solidly land in the Gryffindor house. My wife thinks I'm a solid Hufflepuff.
Oh, Hufflepuff.
Yep. Because I am kind and loyal and compassionate. And that's how she describes a Hufflepuff, and I don't know. That feels nothing good happens to the Hufflepuffs. And they're so like background characters. Yeah, of course I took the quiz, and it said Gryffindor. I mean, of course, but also, it's not. I know what's up, Gryffindor. Anyways, I self-identify as Gryffindor. That's what matters. What are we watching? What are you putting on the board there? Got it. All right. All right. Well, since you folks are waking up on the East Coast, I guess we should. Oh, are we about to? Oh, did you guys remind Bruce to do the thing?
Oh, I will do that right now.
Well, wait, he doesn't need to do it yet.
Yeah. So, do I need to make a little announcement about the transition, the stream thing?
Yes.
I don't fully understand how that works, so you might need to explain it to me.
Basically, we're just gonna. The stream
stream's gonna go down for a sec.
Okay.
And then a new one's gonna pop up.
And then do they have to rejoin the new one?
Rejoin the new one.
Okay.
Wanna do
As long
that
as
now?
they're on the Facebook or YouTube, it'll be accessible through the site.
Will it happen automatically if they're on YouTube or whatever?
That's
I don't think so.
Do what?
The new one will appear on your channel. The new one will appear on the channel.
Okay, so if you're watching on our YouTube or Facebook, here in about 6-ish minutes, right?
Yeah, just right before.
Due to I'm making it up as I go because I
Facebook
don't.
limitations.
Facebook limitations. Our stream can only be so long, and so we have to basically end the stream. Hey James, are you interested in getting on camera, sitting on the bench with me, brother?
Sure.
Okay, so we're not right in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we're gonna end. We have to end the stream, and then we'll start a brand new stream right after that. So like if you're on our YouTube, it'll go down, and then there'll be another one for you to join. Is that how it works?
Yeah, they just have to refresh the channel.
Refresh the channel.
Live stream will come on.
Is that right? Did I explain that correctly?
Close enough for this time of day.
Do you want to come on the camera and no, you don't? Okay, coward.
I spent 2 hours on the camera.
Yeah,
with you.
no, you did so good.
No, you did so good.
The East Coast is waking up, brother. They're ready, they're like they have.
And they're looking at Visalia.
Yeah, they're like they tuned
like,
in just
"Hey."
in time to like hear me talk about my Harry Potter socks, and so they missed all of
The
the.
first thing KP said to me when she walked by, his Harry Potter socks.
But nobody can see them; they're not in frame. I'm feeling very Gryffindor today. Anyways, all right. So explain to people what's happening
All
in
right,
the.
so our streaming limit, we're reaching our streaming limit, so we're gonna have to switch streams on all of our platforms. On YouTube, you'll just be able to refresh the channel in a few minutes once you see this stream end, and on Facebook, you'll just have to also refresh, go to our page, and the new live will hit up on the top of our page, or if you've already been following us, it'll probably be on the top of your news feed when the new stream starts there. So that's going to happen in just about 4 or 5 minutes, and you'll see it, when it disappears. Don't worry, just find us again. We'll keep going.
There's a real good chance that when you come back, it'll say Michael will be right back, because I'm going to take that moment to take a little break and caffeinate and take care of some business and
It's going to change his socks, is what he's
change
saying.
my socks. Dude, I'm telling you guys, like you've never like the filter,
yeah,
just goes away at a certain point.
Yeah,
and so
my filter's pretty strong.
Is your filter? It's still firmly in place.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. You know, too bad you're not the one sitting on the bench. All right. So just a few minutes, that's going to happen. And so it's going to go down. Please rejoin. Like, listen, this, I promise when I come back, we will talk about things much more meaningful than my grandmother's terrible casseroles and
I missed a great casserole conversation.
oh yeah, Katie sent me a whole list of like get to know you questions.
Oh.
And so like yeah, there was some high quality content going on.
Oh man.
And so
that's gonna be the best.
yeah, we'll have much more meaningful conversation when we come back beyond my socks and my grandma's casseroles.
Smothered in
Nice. Is our viewership really up?
It was.
Oh, well,
until we talked to Casserole and Gryffindor.
No, that's the way it was going.
They got excited about the casseroles. Well, maybe I need to come back to
Right?
it. Yeah, right.
Let me think of some terrible casseroles I've eaten in my life. That one with the Jello and the carrots and the raisins all in
Dude,
the.
I can't.
Yellow carrots, raisins?
Yeah, that used to be a thing in the 70s. You'd shred carrots and put them in the Jello.
No.
And raisins.
Dude.
I mean, I like raisins and I like carrots and I like Jello, but together's wrong.
No.
Together's wrong.
And then like the ones where they add like sour cream or something on the gel. Have you seen that one? Like,
Yeah.
no thanks.
Have you ever had it?
No. Have you?
Yes. So I make this like 14-layer Jello mold.
Are you about to try to convince me that that's a good idea?
I'm gonna bring you some.
No.
And you're gonna eat it. No, you like. I swear to you, it's just a little bit of sour cream, so it makes like your cherry into tart cherry. It makes your blueberry into tart blueberry. Like it's just enough to do that.
I'm going to take your word for it.
And leave it at that.
I'm gonna take your word for it. So did you do your embedding thing already?
No, I have to wait till it changes to go do my
Okay.
embedding thing.
Okay.
Was Katie telling you to go tell Bruce to embed?
No, I was just, we're coming up on 4 a.m.
I'll
and so
do
you
it,
said, hey,
Katie.
don't let
Don't
me,
worry, Katie.
you said, don't let me forget to do the embedding thing. And so I was not letting you forget to do the embedding. See, I'm there for you, brother.
You're so good. We're at 4?
Yeah, so we'll.
All right, I'm going to take a little break. 5 minutes. Be right back. Oh, my word. My booty.